Hello builders, in this walkthrough, we'll go step by step how to code a Kanban board website inspired by Trello. We will be able to create boards that will hold lists, which in turn will hold cards. These cards can be moved from list to list or be reordered within a list. We can copy, edit, and delete both cards and lists, from boards with a few cards to boards with lots of them. For this website, we will be using Better-Auth for authentication, Neon for our database storage, and Drizzle ORM, tRPC, and Tanstack Query for interacting with our backend. Ultimately, we want to make money and monetize our hard work. You can build off of this walkthrough and get customers paying via Stripe for a live production website hosted on Vercel. Let's get to work. We're now in VS Code. You can see here that we have all of our necessary files available to us now that we've cloned our GitHub repo. One of the things that is not included is our environment variables. It's not safe to store environment variables in a GitHub repo, so we just need to add them all back in. First, we're going to right-click in this open space so that we make sure that we create the file at the root level of our project. Then we'll hit New File. We'll do .env for our environment variables. And now I'm going to be providing here the variable names, but I'm not going to be including the actual environment variables themselves because obviously you need to generate them for your own project. The ones that I was using in the boilerplate, they're now all gone, so it's not valid for you to be using them anymore, probably by the time that you see this walkthrough, and so it's up to you to generate your own. These are all the environment variables that we're going to be needing in our project. Fill them out as you can. Database URL is taken from neon.tech, and we're going to be using Better-Auth. In this walkthrough, GitHub and Google are used for authentication. We're also going to need to provide an app URL that will be used later on down the line for Stripe. Remember to save your environment variables, and then after that, we're going to open up our console. The first thing that we're going to do is make sure to install all of our packages. In this walkthrough, we're going to be using npm, so the command is npm i-force to install. Remember that we need to use --force, given that we're using Shadcn, and there are, as you can see here, some dependencies that haven't been updated to the latest React version. Feel free to use --force. I haven't had any problems with it, but they'll successfully install and you'll be able to continue following this walkthrough. After installing everything, we should make sure that everything works correctly, cloned out of the Git repo. It should, but just in case anything is potentially wrong, potentially with the environment variables, let's check it out now, make sure that we're able to log in, log out, and that everything works. To run this using npm, we're going to type in the command npm run dev, wait for it a little bit to start up, then we switch over to our browser. In our browser, we can go to localhost 3000. If we hit enter, the website loads and we can see our project. It's the same one that we were building in the boilerplate section of the walkthrough. Here we can hit login to be taken to the login page, and I'm just going to real quick go through the process of logging in. And after logging in, we should be able to see the home screen. And here we go. And just to verify sign out works correctly, great, we're taking over the login page. If you had any trouble reproducing my little demonstration there, especially if you just cloned the repo without following me through step by step in the boilerplate, I would check in a couple places, making sure that you were able to set up your Neon database and that you pushed your schema up via Drizzle. And other places to look at would be setting up things properly within Google and GitHub. If you have any additional problems, you can find me on Discord. Link will be in the description to our server where all the people working on this walkthrough are welcome to join, have discussions, work through any problems that you might be having following through this tutorial, or in the YouTube comments down below. As you can see, our landing page is a little bit barren, so let's start building some of the UI there so that we can have a nice landing page for a prospective user to see and hopefully start using our product. We can find all of the relevant files to our landing page within app, and here we have within UI our landing page contents and the page.tsx itself. remember that we separated out all of our server-side functionality in the landing page components and put all of the things that are related to the client, things that are going to be happening on the browser, within our landing page contents. So we have that separation there. Now, in our landing page contents, what we're going to do is remove a lot of code in here. We're really only wanting to return UI for our landing pages. There really isn't any sort of major interactivity. So in our contents here, we're just going to be returning UI. So we're going to remove even the return statement here. So we're going to be able to remove all of the existing JSX here. We'll add something back in a second. We can remove the imports and the use client directive up at the top here. We're just displaying UI, so there's not going to be anything that's going to be needed on the client. So next, we're going to add in our div here, and we're going to have class name, flex column, min height screen. Make sure that everything takes up the full view height of the screen here. Then we're going to have a bunch of custom components that we're going to make that make up the different parts of our landing page. We're going to have a nav bar inside of a main tag here with class name flex1. We're going to have two sections. We're going to have a hero section, which is going to explain at a high level what our app is and what a user can expect, along with a call to action to have the user start using our product. We're also going to have an explanation in our features section talking about the features of our application. And along the bottom, we're going to have a footer, and in our footer, we're just going to have the name of the application and a nice little shout out to ourselves as the creator of the website. We're going to start with navbar and work through our custom components one by one. And for us to actually be able to run the website properly and see if our implementation visually looks correct, we're going to need to comment out the sections and the footer here that we're currently implementing. So let's do that real quick. And so we can just focus on the navbar. Now this navbar we're going to be using in not just our landing page, but later on in our login page. So to deal with shared components, so to avoid putting them in UI and have a really not good looking import statement on the top, we're going to put them in the shared components that Shadcn has already provided to us. So inside of components here, we're going to add in another folder, and we're going to call this public navbar. And then inside of here, create a new file, index.tsx. Inside of this index.tsx, we can do export const navbar is equal to some things. We're going to add them in a second. But now that we have this navbar exporting, we can go back into our landing page contents and add it in here. So just so that we don't forget it later on, we have the import now to component/public navbar, and we're pulling out our navbar. Awesome. For the contents of our navbar, we're going to have a header here, class name, sticky, top of 0, width of full, and z of 50, just so it's on inside of our header. We're going to have a div here, class name, bg blue 600 flex h 16 items, center on medium screens and larger, padding on either side of 6, otherwise padding on each side of 4. Great. So let's think about each of the parts that we want to add to our navbar. On one side, we want to create what is called in design terms an escape hatch. So a button that a user can click so that they can escape out of whatever type of UI that they're looking at. And so let's say that there was a pop-up or a bunch of, you've scrolled all the way down to the bottom of a page. You want a way to reset, come back to a known point. That's what an escape hatch is. And in the case of this application, our escape hatch is just going to be our logo and the name of our website. And we're going to wrap this within a link component. Make sure, it's one of the downsides of using Lucid React, make sure that you're grabbing it from next/link. It should really, this little link icon here, I really wish that they just called it link icon by default, but unfortunately, we have to deal with the world as is, not as what we want it to be. So we're going to use link from next/link, the second one here. Great. And we're going to provide some styling for our link. And we're going to provide flex, hover, animate, pulse, items, center, margin right of 6 space x of 2. And then we need to provide an href as they're asking here. The href is the link. And in this case, our escape hatch is just going to be taking us back to the root / Great. Now, inside of our link, we need some contents. So first, I'm just going to provide the name of our project. And, you can call it whatever you want, Trello clone, come up with your own clever name that you'd like to have. In the case, I'm just going to match what my production website is named, Poke to Work. And we're just going to provide some styling to the title, font bold, items center, ML auto. Make sure I spell that right. Here we go. And I think it's good if we add in a little logo. So what we can do is use the image tag provided by next/image here. I believe it's a component, not a tag. My apologies. And the image can take in a bunch of different things. The things that we're going to be paying attention to is an alt. So if our image for some reason doesn't load, some text is going to appear. In this case, right, we can just say alt is poke to work dot logo. Whoops, sorry, not dot logo, just logo here. So you're going to see like a little broken image. You might have seen it online. Broken image icon appear instead of your actual image. And when someone hovers over it, they're going to see this text. For the height, we're going to do 34. And you can do that within curly braces. And our width is 24. Now, we're missing one more thing, our source. And I'm not putting that in yet because we don't actually have our image within our project. So to add that, the easiest way, close everything here. We're going to go and click out of everything so that we're in our root here. Add another folder, public, and inside of public, we're going to drag and drop in our image. So I'm just going to pull in the image that I use for the main website for our mascot, Poke, here. And we're just going to rename this real quick to appicon.png. That sounds fine. And so inside of our image here, we can do source is equal to / appicon.png. So if I save this right now and we go back into localhost, we can see our little navbar here. And you can see that there's a little pulsing animation when you hover over it. It's a little nice touch that I like to add there. So we have our escape hatch as needed. Next, we're going to need to add in a little login button for anybody who's returning to the website and they need to log in. So to do that, what we're going to do is outside of the link here, we're going to do div, provide a class name here, flex, items, center, ML auto. We're going to provide another link here. We're going to style it, class name, font, medium, hover, underline, text, small, text, white, and provide the href to be /login. And I just noticed here, I copied in from my practice code here. My mistake. It's also text of white here and text extra large. And let me just finish off this link real quick by just providing in login. And now you can see, looks good. We have our escape hatch logo here and a little button here that will take us to the login page. Wonderful. If you notice, if we actually go over to our login page, we don't have the nav bar. And so we don't have really the escape hatch to take the user away from the login page if they went there accidentally. If they wanted to go back to the landing page, well, currently they would have to use the browser controls. But for good user experiences, we should make sure to have a proper escape hatch. So since we're already on the login page, we don't need to have the little login. I still think it's important to have the nav bar be shared because I want to instill the concept of using as many shared components as possible, especially when they essentially have mostly the same style. It's going to be really inconvenient if you had nav bars that all look the same in numerous pages and you had to make a small design tweak somewhere to have to go back into each one of the files and make sure and verify that you changed everything correctly. It's a lot better to just have one shared component, and if there are one-off cases or corner cases for tweaking certain pieces, I feel like it's better to have a prop, have a small flag, and allow for you to, in this case, hide a piece of UI depending on the certain situation. So that's what makes sense for me, and that's what we're going to be doing. So going back to our VS Code here, how do we accomplish this? We're going to create an interface, navbar props, and inside of here, we're going to have a show login boolean. So that's true or false. We'll provide that to our navbar here, show login, and we're just going to have that by default be true. Provide the typing there, navbar props, and here. And I think I can just wrap this whole bit here. If show login is true, then you can show all of this bit as the prop suggests. And if not, then we're going to explicitly return null. And let me just make this look nicer. There we go. Right, and last thing here, in our show login here, we need to provide a little question mark here so that in our landing page contents, I noticed the little error here, because if we didn't have the little question mark, then it would be asking us to explicitly state whether or not we wanted show login. In this case, since we already have a default value for our show login to be true, then any places where we don't want to provide the login, we should explicitly make it false. Okay, so let's go over to our login page here and add in our navbar. Now we should mirror how we did it in the landing page contents. So we have a outer div here, and then our navbar, and then inside of here we have all of the main contents. So to do the same, we're just going to do div here, move all of this inside of it. There we go. And then provide our nav bar here and do show login to be false. And then to grab from our landing page contents here, I don't actually think we need this styling. Let's look at our website, and lo and behold, we do not. So great. Now you can see that the login is no longer here, but if we click on our escape hatch here, we can be taken back to the landing page. You can see by the URL and also with the appearance of our login link again. So great. We could now go back between the two, and the design is kept constant. So, you know, if I were to go back into navbar and instead of blue, I changed it to red, for example, right? Then now we have a red navbar. So on both the login page and on the landing page. So I think this pattern that I've introduced here allows us to make any design changes that we want really simply and easily without having to go into every single place where we have a nav bar and changing it if we want all of them to look the same. I think that this really helps in our developer experience so that we're not going crazy trying to nail down every single minor design change. Okay, so back in our code, let's switch this back over to blue because I hate that red. And we can basically close everything down now and move on to the next step. Okay, so we can go back into our landing page contents, look at the next thing that we need to do, which is a hero section. So let me just uncomment this out so I can just comment out features, and let's create our hero section. Now, hero section is a component that we're only going to be using within our landing page contents. I think that's pretty reasonable. So we can put it within the same _UI folder here without needing to put it within our components directory. So here we're going to have hero-section.tsx, export const hero section, and this one's just going to be actually, there's going to be some code in here, so we're going to use the curly braces, and we're just going to return real quick section tags. And just so that we have something, we can save this, go back to our landing page contents, import in our hero section, and you can see the difference, right? This one's /hero section because it's within the same underscore UI directory, the nav bar @component because it's at the component directory level here, and it can be used in a lot of different places using the same @components import statement look. So cool. Inside of our hero section here, we're going to provide our styling. So class name, BG, gray, 50 on large screens and above, PY of 32, medium screens, we're going to have PY of 24, and outside of that, we're going to have PY of 12, width of full. And inside of our section here, we're going to have a div, class name, container, on medium screens and above, PX of 6, MX auto, margin on both sides being auto, PX of 4, and text center. And inside of here, we're going to have an H1 tag, so we're going to provide a large header. And you can come up with whatever header statement that you'd like. Font bold, large screens, text of 6XL, margin bottom of 4, on medium screens, text of 5XL, and outside of that, text 4XL, tracking tighter. And yeah, come up with whatever title that you think resonates the most. Feel free to use some ChatGPT or equivalent to come up with something that sounds good to you. For me, it's progress. And obviously this only makes sense with my brand. Span, class name, inline, block here. One poke at a time. So thus why I name my website that and have the mascot be that. And we're going to have a p tag, the little subtitle that explains things a little bit further. And have class name, max width being 800 pixels. Margin bottom of 8 on medium screens and above. Text of extra large. MX auto. Text gray 700 to make it complementary to our header. Plan, prioritize, and ship with speed. Poke helps you stay on track and in control, which is the point of a good Kanban board. Awesome. So right under this p tag, just to be clear, right under the p tag, we're going to have another div. So make sure that you put it in the right place. We're going to have class name, flex, justify, center here. And we're going to use the button component from Shadcn, so @component/UI/button here. And we're going to style it real quick. We're going to have class name, BG blue 600, hover, BG blue 700, hover, cursor, pointer, padding in the horizontal direction of 8, on the vertical direction, PY of 6, rounded medium, text large, then an on click, capital C, on click of doing something. We'll discuss that a little bit later. And we're just going to provide a call to action, which is poke to work. I thought it was cute to provide that. And so what are we going to do within this on click? Well, we want the user to be sent over to our login. And I'm just going to take the opportunity. I could just use another link component like in our nav bar, but I'm going to try something a little bit different here. We're going to declare at the top here for this component to be a client component. So again, you could totally use link if you want to just take us over to the login page. But in this case, I'm just going to take the opportunity to show another way, which is to do const router is equal to use our router, and make sure that you grab it from next/navigation so that we can grab the router hook that allows for us to influence navigation from page to page, similar to how it's done with link. In this case, right, only allowed within client components because we're changing things on the browser. Makes sense. So make sure that you're using the one from next/navigation. This next/router is for page routers, which we're not using in this project. So inside of here, instead of this empty function, what we're going to do is router.push/login. So if we go back over to our project real quick, we can now see our hero section, right? Big title at the top, smaller subtitle with a slightly different color, so it's not the same intensely black color. I guess that's what I would call it. And then we have our button here, and if we click it, it takes us over to the login. Wonderful. Next up, our features section going underneath our hero section. Okay, now for our features section. Unfortunately, this is just going to be a lot of, basic. Now, onto the features section. I'm going to be completely honest. I just generated this using AI. You can have a more thoughtful design process of coming up with all of the individual features that are going to be used. And, I just used AI to generate it. Maybe you can put in the comments down below what features you'd like to see me maybe do in like an addendum to this walkthrough, some continuation episodes of quote-unquote upgrading our project. I'm happy to do that if there's demand for it. So maybe you can use some of the things that are found in the features section as inspiration. I'm just going to go through and create some of the first cards, and then after that I'm just going to copy paste the whole thing in. And I'll just slowly scroll through it so that you'll be able to copy it. So we're going to add into underscore UI here the features section .tsx, export const features section, and inside of here we're just going to be providing UI, so we can use the parentheses, and we're just going to put in the section tag for now. Then inside of our landing page contents here, let me just close out the home page here, home section there. We're going to have uncomment our features section and import it. Great. And so we're ready to add in all of the bits. And I just pasted everything in. It's AI generated, and it's basically all UI. So I think it would have been really boring of you watching me just type in all of this stuff here. So I'm just going to scroll through to let you see. Right, this is the header bit here, and we have one version of the card here. And so obviously if you just create this one card, you can just copy paste them over and over and add each of them. Like we have flexible board here with the layers icon, team collaboration, due dates and reminders, progress tracking, automation, security. Not really important what features you put in. These are just the ones that AI created for me. But it seems like between security to some extent and flexible boards, we have 2 out of 6. So if you're really interested in team collaboration, due dates and reminders, progress tracking, and automations, I'd be absolutely happy to do that. Provide a comment down below if you'd be interested in that. I'd be happy to add them as quote-unquote upgrades to add on to our walkthrough here. So just jumping over to our landing page again, this is what the features section would look like. I think the cards look nice. All the information's there, fully readable. I think AI did a good job here. Maybe a little bit of a color somewhere, but I can't really think of a place to put it. So if you want to clean it up, make it look nicer, cool. I'd love to see what yours looks like. So, you can put your links to your production websites once we finish the walkthrough in the comments down below. I'll thumbs up the ones that I really like. Now, we've got this conspicuous space along the bottom. Here, we need to add in a footer. So, let's jump back into the code and do that. Now, if you think about it, our footer is going to be just the opposite of our navbar, basically. And we're probably going to need one for our landing page and our login page, just like navbar. So, inside of our components here, we're going to create another folder, public footer, provide another index.tsx, then do export const footer, and provide a footer tag here for now. And then inside of our landing page contents, we can uncomment footer here, and then import it. Make sure that you import it from /components public footer, not React Day Picker, obviously. Right, and let's just bring these together. Marvelous. And go back to our footer here. So the style that we're going to provide to our footer here, class name, border top, py of 6, width of full. We're going to have div here, class name, container, flex column, gap of 4 items, center, justify, between, on medium screens, flex row, medium, also px of 6, otherwise px of 4. Great. And we're going to have another div here, div, class name, flex, gap of 2 items, center. We're going to provide the same image component from next/image. Remember, alt poke to work logo height. I might make it a little bigger on the bottom one as opposed to the top. Source /app icon.png with 32. Span, class name, font, bold, text, XL, poke to work. So I'm not putting this within a link because the escape hatch, I'd like it to just be on the top. I don't think an escape hatch on the bottom makes a lot of sense, but if you want to, you can just do it in the same way as the navbar and just surround it within a link. Totally cool if you want to do that. And then outside of this div, I have another div here. Class name, flex, items, center, p tag, class name, text, gray, 500, text, small, and the text we're going to provide, built with love, as all projects should be, by myself. Span, class name, font, bold, G. Lee. So feel free to sign yourself. I think if you did a lot of the hard work to follow me through this entire walkthrough, you got to shout yourself out. I think that's important. Oh, and I just noticed a quick issue up here because I saw row sitting all by itself. It should be flex-row. So if you don't do that, then things are just going to be flex column. Great. So if we switch over to our landing page here, just hit refresh and then scroll all the way down the bottom. Great. We have the logo, same place as on the top left here. And we have built with love by G. Lee down by the bottom. If you, for whatever reason, don't like this bit of padding here, what you can do is just go back into the code, get rid of container, and that'll push everything over. Now, obviously, this next thing here is in your way. You can just move it to a different spot, right, like top left, and you'll be able to see it all, but it's not really a convenient place, so I'll just leave it in the default top bottom right. But, you know, if you want it here, then remove container. I like it a little padded over. I don't know why. It's just personal preference. You can add back in container here, and it brings it back over. So, yeah. Awesome work so far. Now going over to the login page, I'm seeing that we are missing a footer here, and I'd like for it to mirror how we have it on the landing page. So let's jump into the code. Over here in the code, let's open up the login page real quick. And judging by how we have the current page structure, if we were to just add in the footer at the bottom here, well, let's just see what happens. If we go over to the login page, you'd have to scroll down to actually see the footer. Based off of how we've laid it out, this middle section here is supposed to take up the entire view height of the screen. So obviously, this extra stuff, the nav bar and the footer, is going to expand things beyond the maximum or the minimum height screen that we've set. So we're going to need to fix that. One of the ways that we can do that is to move this stuff inside of here, move the footer inside, and then we're going to need to wrap this card with the div. So we're going to move this div down so it surrounds the card, and let's just make sure the styling looks right. We'll just tab everything in here, move the div in, and then to this div here, we're going to provide flex grow, and grab the items center, justify center here, put it here, because we want to center things both vertically and horizontally within the inner div, not overall. So if we save this and go to our login page, you can see everything's laid out correctly. Nav bar on the top, footer on the bottom, our login contents in the middle. Wonderful. Great. So now let's log in real quick. Make sure that we remove a login here from the login page. So back into our code, we'll just have show login to be false. And when we go back to our code, see, the login is little link here is gone. So we have the login here for the landing page, and when we go to the login page, it's no longer visible. Great. Now we can move on to setting up the home page. And in this application, our home page is going to be where the list of our boards are. So we're not going to have a dashboard on our website. We're just going to go directly to a board creation page. Here's the game plan for creating our board page. It's going to have two primary states, one of which is when the user has no boards and if the user has some existing boards. If the user has no boards, then we're going to show a banner, which the user can then click a call to action button to then create a board. When the user clicks that button, a popover is going to appear where the user can provide a name for their new board. When they provide an invalid name and click to create the board, it triggers a mutation, which when on success will navigate us to the corresponding board ID page, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Let's look over here to see how we're going to structure our banner. Our banner is going to be made up of a main card component, which will hold inside of it a bunch of text, which we'll go over a little bit later. Not important to this diagram. What is important is the call to action button, which we referred to earlier. When the user clicks on this button, it's going to open up a little pop-up, which covers up some of the existing text to draw attention to what's important, in this case, the form. In this form, there's going to be a form input to allow the user to provide a name for their new board, and then a ultimate create button, which the user can click to trigger a mutation that calls a tRPC procedure, which we will have to create our first board. So let's jump over to the code and start implementing this. So back in our code here, what we're going to do is just close everything, collapse everything, just so we have a clean starting point. We'll open back up source app and go to home here. And what I'm actually going to do is rename home. And before we do this, sometimes in Next.js, we have some issues when we rename and move around routes. And so what I'm going to preemptively do is shut off our server, remove .next, and when we do rename home here to board, we'll make sure that all of our links go to the right location. So we have all of these that go to home, minus the home contents. There we go. So we're just going to change these to board. In here, that's fine. We're going to change this to board page. Great. In our login, we're going to go to board. And inside of here, our callback URL It's going to take us to board after logging in. So make sure that in these locations here, we changed home to board, and for the page, we're just changing it to board page. And do make sure that we change this. And what we're next going to do is change this home page contents inside of here. We're going to rename it to board page contents. Update the import and save it. So now we have board page contents, but then we're also going to have to change this component name to be board page, and then saying that this is the board page for now. Change this to board page contents and paste this one down here as well. So between these 5 files, make sure that you have all of the same changes. So I brought the browser and the code editor that we have here on the same screen, just so that when we're making a lot of these UI changes, we'll be able to see them reflected within the browser. And what we're going to do is run our server again, hit refresh to make everything works, and I'll be right back after we've logged back in. Okay, so after we're done logging in here, this is the board page, as we can see, same as what is in our board page contents. So let's just remove everything that doesn't have anything to do with the board page. Let's just collapse this. And what we're going to do is start building out the UI of what's going to be on our board page. So when the user logs in successfully, they've created an account with us, we want them to start the process of creating a board. Now we're going to clear out all of the stuff that's currently in the board page contents. And we'll keep use client because we are going to be doing some querying in board page contents, and that requires it to be a client component. And inside of our board page contents, we're going to have a div here. We're going to do class name flex size full. We're going to have a sidebar on the side, and the first thing that you're going to do is use the provider here from /components UI sidebar. This is a Shadcn component that'll help us create a little sidebar along the side. We're going to have a board sidebar, and then we'll have our main content. So I'll just write here main, and another main here, class name p of 2, size of full. We'll get back to the main after we've built board sidebar. So you can see when I hit save here, we have an error because board sidebar isn't created yet. I'm going to do the same thing as I did for the nav bar and the footer. I think that the board sidebar should be the same between this board page contents, where a user can select which board they'd like to use, and on the specific board page, we should have the same sidebar be represented. So let's create it. We can open up source again, go over to components, and create a new folder, board sidebar, here. And inside of it, create a new file, index.tsx, export const board sidebar. And for now, we're just going to have it return a div. And inside of our board page contents, we're just going to add in our board sidebar that we just created so that we can resolve that error. But obviously, we don't have anything here now. If I just write in here, board sidebar, you'll see it pop up. Great. And it's outside of this main, so that's why it's smushed onto the side, doesn't appear along one line. That's kind of what we want with our sidebar, because it's going to be smushed along one side, depending on the size of the page itself, obviously, because this is kind of indicative of, or similar to a mobile layout. On a full screen, you'll want to have the sidebar on one side and the main contents on the other side here, as we've structured here. On a mobile, maybe you'd hide the sidebar, have it just be like a sandwich menu that drops down while having the content take up the entire screen. So we'll make sure to have that responsiveness be in our app. But for now, let's just focus on getting our sidebar done and we can expand this to be full screen just to see how the sidebar would look on a computer. So first things first, to use the Shadcn sidebar, we're going to have to use client and provide that directive to make board sidebar a client component. We're going to be using hooks, so that's why it's needed. We're going to extract open from the use sidebar hook here. And then we're also going to grab router because we're going to be doing some navigating that later, which obviously is one of the main reasons for having a sidebar. And let's go over to the UI here. Instead of this div, we're going to have a sidebar. Make sure that you take it from /UI, but we're going to change this to @/components. Great. Obviously, we need to have it be right, have the tag, closing tag as well. Then inside of it, we're going to have a sidebar content. We're going to have a sidebar header, sidebar menu button here. We're going to declare it as child. And inside of this button, we're going to have a link. And the href is going to be just back to board. So this is our escape hatch that we're creating again. And it's going to be slightly different from the navbar ones. This is just the reason why I'm not copy pasting it over, although most of the things are similar. We're going to have alt be poke to work height. When it's open, we're going to have it be a little bit bigger than when the sidebar is closed. You'll see in a second what I mean by the sidebar being open and closed, although I'm sure you can probably imagine what that means. And then provide the same source to our app icon.png. And then provide the span. And actually this, I will just pull straight from the navbar. Whoops. Here we go. And paste it in there. Great. So let's see. All right, great. So you can see that it's a little bit mobile responsive. So on a smaller screen like this, the sidebar is hidden. On a full screen, and you can see actually we need to remove the white text from the styling here to make it visible. Great. So let me just actually do it this way. Great. So poke to work within our sidebar. And continue on. So we have our escape hatch. Let me make it see what's the maximum. Okay, there we go. Good. So we can actually see the sidebar. And I'll just close the Explorer for now so we have more code real estate. Then underneath, and we're going to have to be careful here, underneath the sidebar header, but still within the sidebar content. Right here, we're going to do sidebar group. We're going to have sidebar group content. Sidebar menu. Sidebar menu item. I know there's a lot of nested components here, but bear with me. Do layout dashboard icon here with a span, class name ML of 2, and provide boards. Oh, and let me make sure that it's within a div so that they appear in a row. I'm gonna flex class name flex row. Wonderful. And let me make that a little bit font semi-bold. Great. And they're not quite in line. So item center. Cool. And maybe text of XL. Maybe that's a little bit too big. Large. Okay, that looks better. Great. I just noticed it last minute. I think usually how I have it on the actual Poke to Work website, it makes sense for it to be a lot smaller, but since we're not doing some of the same things as the website that I have in production, and inside of here, do a div, because we're going to have a couple things right next to each other. So flex row, items center. We're going to grab a layout dashboard icon. And inside of here, we're going to do div. We're going to have a couple things in a row. So flex row, items center. We're going to provide an icon in here, layout dashboard icon from Lucid React. And then a span here, class name, font, semi-bold, margin left of 2, and text of large. And that'll be boards. So if I hit save on that, great. We have them in a row. Maybe we should have them in line with the logo here. So I'll just add in a ml-2. Will that be enough? Yes. So great. Just to make sure that these are in line. I know that there were some designers that were probably screaming at their monitors about those things being out of line. So great. We'll fill in the rest of this bit, just provide a little to-do reminder for ourselves. Add a board list here when we have created or have the ability to create boards. So basically in the sidebar, we'll just have a list of the different boards that a user has created, and then from the sidebar we can move between them as needed. Great. And then let's add in a sidebar footer. Since we removed our sign out option in the middle here, we'll add it back into the bottom of our sidebar. So outside of sidebar content, but inside of sidebar, we will provide a sidebar footer. And inside of it, we'll have a button. Make sure that you grab the Shadcn one, and let's clean up our imports while we're at it. And just move this one above the very long list of components that we brought, and make everything consistent. There we go. Great. Now we have a button, but we need to style it. So class name with full on click. We might not need actually with full, but we'll have something here, sign out. We'll add that in a second. And then variant on open, we'll have outline. And when it's closed, we'll have ghost. Again, I'll talk about what opening and closing means for the sidebar in a second. We'll have door open here. And class name, size of 4, and have ML of 2. Oops, sorry, MR of 2. And then when it is open, we'll have the text sign out. Otherwise, we're not going to have any text. So we'll just show the icon. So let's make our sign out function here. So const sign out is equal to async, and we can use asynchronous function even though we're inside of a client component. Make it an arrow function here, await auth client, grab from @lib/auth client dot sign out, and we'll provide for our fetch options on success. Navigate us, router.push us to login. Okay, let's clean this up a bit, and then add our sign out function to the button. Sign out. Great. Save. And then now if we click on sign out, we'll be taken out onto the login page. So let's log back in. Okay. And one last thing here. If we don't want to provide sidebar provider everywhere, what we can do is lift it up. We have our providers component here, which has our tRPC React provider. So we can do the same thing and add in the sidebar provider here, and we'll have access to sidebar controls everywhere. So we're going to add right here, sidebar provider, grab it from /components sidebar, right? S goes before T. Now, after we've added in our sidebar provider, let's just go through all the pages to make sure everything looks right. I'm going to predict that it's not, so we're going to have some things to change, but just so that you can visually see it and we can talk about it. So first we're going to sign out and go back to our landing page, and we're just going to look at everything. And we notice a first issue here, right? Oh no, why did that happen? Well, with our sidebar provider, we're going to have to change one of the styles, and that will be in our layout page. So at the app level here, we have the first UI folder. We're going to go into landing page contents, and we have the height being the full view height of the screen. Now we'll just do with full to extend everything out to the entirety of the screen. Now we can bring this back over here, log in, let's just make sure the login page, since we already had with full, we're all set here. And now we can switch back to our board page contents, and then we can remove the sidebar provider here. Wonderful. So now we don't have to rewrite that in both the board page contents and the future board ID page contents. So let's continue on with the main part of our board page contents. In here, we're going to provide a banner component, which we'll need to create. And this banner is only going to be used within the board page. So within the board page UI folder, I'm just going to create a new file here, banner.tsx. Clean up the error. What we're going to do is export const banner and just provide a quick return here, div, and import the banner in. Make sure to save this file. All right, wonderful. So let's start implementing the banner. Inside of our first div here, we're going to do class name, flex, h, full, items, center, justify, center, with full. Then we're going to provide a card taken from /component UI card. The Shadcn card. We're going to provide a style to our card here, class name, bg gradient to br, border to, border dashed, border gray 300, on dark mode, border gray 600, dark from gray 900, dark to gray 800, from blue 50, max width of 2XL, px of 10, shadow is large, and then to indigo 50. Great, so you can see a little bit of our card here. And we're going to have card header and style it with padding bottom of 4, text center. Have a div here, class name flex, justify, center, margin bottom of 4. Another div, class name, background blue 400, 100, dark bg blue 900 divided by 30, padding in all directions of 3, rounded full. Great. Then we're going to provide a little icon here, sparkles icon, class name, dark text blue 400, size of 8, text blue 600. Right, so we have a little sparkle icon here with a circle around it. So this is what we have so far. Great. Then outside of this div, but still within our card header, we're going to do card title. We're going to style the contents, class name, provide dark text gray 100, font bold, text 2XL, and text gray 900. Great, and we're just going to provide the title, welcome to your board workspace. A little pun there. Then card content, and style our card content here. Class name, space Y of 6, text center. Then p tag in here for a little subtitle. Class name, max width, medium, mx auto, text gray 600, text large, oops, I forgot, dark text gray 300. So make sure you have all that within the p tag. And I'm just going to copy paste what I had here for the banner. So just ready to get organized, create your first board to start managing your projects, tasks, and ideas in a beautiful, intuitive way. Wonderful. You can provide whatever subtitle you'd like there. After the p tag, but still within our card contents, we're going to do another div, and we're going to style it flex column, items, center, justify, center, gap of 3. I should be putting this in ABC order after the flex. And on small screens, flex row. Inside of here, we'll have a button from add/components, UI button. Class name, BG blue 600, duration 200, hover scale 105, shadow large, text white, transform, transition all. And then inside of here, oops, size of large. And then inside of here, we'll have plus icon, class name MR of 2, size of 5, create your first board. And then outside of this div, but still within the card contents, we're going to create a little footer with a tooltip. And here we're going to do class name border gray 200, border top dark, border gray 700, flex row, items, center, justify, center, padding top of 4. And then provide the light bulb icon. Here, class name, margin right of 2, size of 6, text amber 400. And then another p tag, and this will be the actual tooltip. Class name, dark text gray 400, text gray 500, text small. Tip, you can create boards for different projects, teams, or personal goals. You get 2 free boards. to try. Great. So now that I've saved, you can see here we have our little banner. And it's on our page here. And you can see it looks pretty nice in my opinion. What we can do also, if you don't like this kind of continuing down to the next line and it's centered, you can take this, you get 2 more boards to try, and just put another p tag, copy the styling here, and then remove this text here, paste it here, and and you're gonna have to put them within like a little column. So flex column, and maybe a gap of 2. There we go. So they're on different lines. So that's what you can do if you like that. Personally, I like it the other way, just because it's in line with the light bulb, and I'm not too bothered about the centered text. So yeah, that's the way that I'm gonna do it. So this is all the code for the banner. A little bit cut off there, but here you go. Everything that you should need. Let me clean up the imports while you take a look at that. And there we go. Wonderful. Let's use React Hook Forms to handle the creation of a user board. We're going to need to make some components. They will hold the form UI in an elegant way and allow users, after hitting the button, to submit their desired board name and create their first board. The first thing we're going to do is add our board to our schema. We're going to do that by first going to source db schema.ts, scroll all the way to the bottom, and add our table. What we're going to do is export const board schema is equal to pg table. We're going to label it board. We're going to have 5 columns. What we're going to do is provide export const board schema is equal to pg table. We're going to label this one board. We're going to add in 5 columns. Created at, which I can just borrow from my Better-Auth implementation here. Let's see if we have one. Here we go. We have created at. We also have updated at, so I'm going to grab that one real quick. Great. Then we're going to have ID, which we should already have. Here we are. Great. Name, which let's see if we have it already. We do. So we'll just reuse that. And then last one is user ID, which I believe we should already have. Let me check it. We have user.id. Oh, here it is. Great. So we're just going to copy that part there and reuse it. So we're going to have a created at field. We're going to have an updated at field. We have a user ID, which corresponds to the owner of this board. We're going to have the name of the board and a unique ID, which we can use to identify our board. Wonderful. Just to help us out, we're going to provide a helpful type, which we're going to call board. And that board is going to be type of board schema dot $infer select. So if we hover over board, we can see the TypeScript equivalent to what we have in our table here. So this way, instead of having to write type of board schema dot $infer select everywhere where we need to type our board, we can just use this exported type here, board, and that should make things a lot easier. Alongside our board table that we've added here, what we're going to need also is a board action schema. What are those? It's going to be a log of all of the different actions that a user has done on not just the board itself, but in the future when we have lists and lists of cards. That way we're going to track what each user is doing against each of the boards. and track it within our board action schema table. So let's add it. First, we're going to need a couple of enumerated values. So this one is going to be board action enum, which is equal to pg enum. We're going to label it board underscore action, and we're going to provide in create, update, and delete. And delete should be here to keep everything in ABC order. And then export export type. Sorry, this is another helpful type that we're going to create, board action, which is equal to create, delete, and update. Great. Then we're going to have a board component type, and even though we don't have it implemented yet, we'll just add it for now so that we don't forget to add it later. Component type, which will be of board, card, and list. And then another helpful type, board component type, which is equal to board, card, and list here. Great. And let's now move on to providing the actual table itself. So board action schema is equal to pg table board actions. And we're going to have quite a few columns in here, so bear with me. Action will be board action enum. We'll label it action. Make sure it's not null. Board component, which will be a board component type enum, which we'll name component, not null. Board component ID, which will be of text component ID, not null. And then board component name, text component name, not null. Board ID, so we match one board action, or we match a certain board action to a singular board. Board underscore ID, not null. Then created at, and I can just grab it from the above board here. And an ID. And we can just grab that from up here as well. And the user ID, which I'll grab the full user ID here and just provide it here. Great. So that's our full board action schema. Hopefully it'll make sense for you a lot more when we start adding in cards and lists, what the board action schema is for specifically. For right now, just bear with me. We're going to add in export const board action relation. So we're going to create a relation between the board action schema table and the board schema table. So what we're going to do is board action, nope, not enum, action schema, and provide a function here, which will return an object that has board be 1. So there's only going to be one board for each of the board actions. And we're going to have fields, and the relevant field in the board action schema is board ID. It's going to be referencing the board action, board schema dot ID. And for every board action, there will be one user associated with it. So let's just grab this from user. So fields board action schema dot user ID and references user dot ID. Great. So that's what our relation should look like. Let me close this to make it a little bit easier to read. And then let's create the helpful types as well for our board actions, which we will call board action log is equal to type of board action schema dot $infer select. And we're also going to create a couple of helpful types for when we use our relation. So board action log with user, which will be type of board action schema dot infer select, and attach to it user. And we're going to grab the type from Better-Auth. So let's just make sure. Yep, so that's already a type. Let's explicitly say that we're using it as a type. And then we can do the same thing with the board. Export type board action log with board. Type of board action schema dot infer select. And board will be the board type that we created earlier. So when we hover over it, it's the same one that we created here. This way, when we make queries to our database, we'll be able to not just pull the log, but also pull our user information as well and combine it into a single type. This really helps us streamline API calls and make sure that if we need these bits of data together, we can bundle it together and ensure that it is type safe. Wonderful. Now that we've added board schema and board action schema to our schema.ts, the next thing that we can do is go into tRPC and add some tRPC procedures that will allow us to actually tap into our board schema here. So let's create our routers before we generate and push our changes up to the database itself. Then after that, we'll create the UI to demo and test out our schema and our forms and the procedures themselves. Let's keep the focus on our project's backend. Here inside of tRPC server routers, we're going to create a new file and call it board.ts. Inside of this file, we're going to do export const board router and set it equal to create tRPC router. Make sure that you grab it from /init. And inside of this, we're going to create board. We're going to add our first procedure, which will be create board. It's going to be a protected procedure, also grabbed from /init. It's going to be a protected procedure because we only want authorized users to be able to create a board. Later on, we're also going to be doing a pro check, and so the only way that we're going to be able to do a check to see if a user is properly subscribed and has paid for a subscription is if they actually have a user account. So inside of here, we're going to receive some input. When we create a board, we're going to use Zod here to type our expected input from the user. We're going to provide name here, z.string, and a minimum of at least one character. And then we'll provide a object here, message, name must not be empty. You could also add in a maximum name length if you want, but I'm not going to handle it for this walkthrough. We're going to do next mutation here, async, context, and input. We're going to extract that. And we're going to extract the name from input. First thing that we're going to do is grab a new board ID, and we're going to use UUID here. Make sure I import it. There we go. We have a easy to use function inside of our @lib/UUID. If you like a different ID provider, you're welcome to do so, Nano ID or any of the multitudes of others. I'm not going to be interested in having a debate about it. I'm just going to use UUID because it's simplest for the sake of this walkthrough, but if you want to use a different one, feel free to do so. Now, instead of a try catch, just in case something happens and we have an issue while doing a database query, we're going to use try catch to catch any errors that may be coming up. Inside of here, we're going to do at the same time by using promise.all 2 API calls, hopefully at the same time. Context.db insert in our board schema. So let's grab it from @/db schema. And we'll provide the values created at new date. ID will be new board ID. We'll provide the name that we extracted from input up here. And lastly, provide updated at new date. And lastly, user ID, which will be grabbed from context.user.id. Wonderful. And we're also going to create a board action. So context.db.insert into our board action schema table. These values here, action, will be create. We're going to have board component be a board. Board content ID will be new board ID. Board content name will be name. Board ID will again be new board ID. Created at will be new date. ID will be UUID. We don't need to track this because we're not going to use that one again within this procedure. And then user ID again will be context.user.id. Wonderful. Write a comma there, semicolon here. And then we need to provide a catch side to our try catch. So here we're going to do catch, catch. And it needs to be inside of our procedure here, I believe. Did I do that? Where is it? Oh, no, sorry. The try catch is at this level. Great. Provide catch here. And whenever we have an error, we're going to throw a new tRPC error. We're going to say code is internal server error. Message, there was an issue while creating the board. Awesome. So in case there's any problem inserting the board schema or the board action schema, then it'll throw up an error. Great. So there's our procedure. Look through it, make sure that you have everything that you need here. Let's provide comma here and semicolon here. And to make sure that our, and let me clean up the imports real quick. There we go. We're going to provide inside of our app router here, board router from /board. Just bring that to the top there. So now we can use our procedure throughout our project. Now let's move on to creating the UI. Let's clean up our workspace a bit, close everything down, and just start from afresh. Okay, now what we can do is quit our server real quick, shut it down, so that we can update the tables within our NeonDB instance. So if we just pull this over real quick in our console here, we have these 4 tables, but we need to add in our board schema and our board action schema tables to this. So we can do that by just doing npx drizzle kit generate. So now we have all 6 tables here, and then npx generate, npx drizzle kit push. And the changes have been applied. So if I bring this back over and just hit refresh, we'll see we now have board and board actions with all the columns that we need. Wonderful. Now we're going to be working on the UI. So we're going to go in a source app, and specifically related to board, in our UI folder here, we're going to add in the board creation form, where we're going to hold all of our React hook form related content that we're going to use. Let's first add in our form schema. So first, let's add in our form schema, which should match in actually the input of our procedure that we used for create board. So we'll just copy this bit here, the object. We're going to copy this over to our board creation form over here and do const form schema is equal to, and let's paste it in there. And let's make sure that we import Zod into here. Then we're going to add in a helpful type form schema with a capital F, and that will just be z.infer type of form schema. We're just creating this type so that we don't have to write this over and over again. Then underneath here, we're going to do export const board creation form and provide our arrow function. Inside of our component here, we're going to be getting form from a use form hook from React hook forms. We're going to provide in our form schema into the use form. Then provide an object in here, default values. We're going to provide an object and have name be an empty string just to start. And then we're going to have a resolver, which will be Zod resolver of form schema. And now we're going to have to add in the Zod resolver. And so the import for that is Zod resolver is equal or from at hook form resolver / Zod. There we go. For some reason, VS Code couldn't auto import that. Next, we're just going to create a temporary on submit here. We're going to have values, form of type form schema. And for now, we're just going to have console.log values. Then for what our component is actually returning, we're going to be returning a form grabbed from @components UI form. Make sure that you grab the Shadcn one, not the one from React hook form. Then inside of here, we're just going to provide form with the spread operator. So we're spreading form into this form component. Then we're going to provide the form tag inside of here. Provide just a quick style space y of 4. And have the on submit prop here be set to our form.handle submit on submit. Great. And inside of this form, we're going to have a form field. So each section of our form where data is changing. In this case, we only have one, since we only have one input value needed, and so we'll only have one form field. The form field needs a couple props. Control, which will be form.control. Name, will be name in this case. Just a coincidence that they're the same. Then we're going to have a render and provide in here field. And we're going to have to create a component form input. We'll do that in a second. Don't grab the one from Lucid React. We're going to create this in a second. So we'll just comment that out for now. And down below here, we're going to put a form submit, another component that we're going to create in a second. We're just going to provide in here create new. So we're going to have a input field here for our form where a user can enter in the name. And then underneath it is just going to be a submit button. Great. So let's go and start adding in our form input and our form submit. We're going to be reusing the form input and form submit in different forms that we create throughout our project. So what I'm going to do is put it in the source level components folder here inside of a folder labeled form. And I'm going to have two files, a form input.tsx and a form submit.tsx. Wonderful. And just for now, to get rid of the errors, I'm going to do export const form input and just have it return nothing for now. And for our submit here, it's going to be a button, so I will just provide that real quick. And just have an empty button for now. Let's grab it from Shadcn, fix the import, add /components /UI button. Great, now we can go back to our form here, uncomment this out. Make sure that you grab not the Lucid React one, but the one from @form/form input. And then the submit one, same-ish place. Great. We need to provide an interface here since we already added in children, in this case a string. We need to provide that. So form submit props. We'll have children, which will be of type string. And then we'll spread the children here, provide the type, form submit props, and add the children into our button. Wonderful. Now let's fill out our form input component. What we're going to do is first provide all of the props that we're going to need for form input. So we're going to do interface form input props. There's going to be class name, so to allow for us to pass in styles to our form input. Default value, string, so this is in case there is an existing value that we can apply to the input. For example, a user has already given a board name, and we're going to be using the form input to allow for us to edit a board name in the future. Then we would provide the existing board name as the default value to our form input. We'll have disabled, which prevents us from any changes to the form input. For example, during a loading state, we've submitted a new board name, but while that's currently working through our API, we will disable our input to prevent the user from editing it again and submitting while a API request is already in flight. Next, we're going to add in ID of type string. We're going to have a optional label if the user wants to provide it. We're going to have an optional name, be of type string. I have on blur, which means when the user clicks out of the form input. Next, we're going to provide ID, and after that, label, an optional label here. Provide a name, type string, on blur. And how on blur works is that when the form input gets deselected in any particular way, whether we explicitly tell it to blur or when the user clicks out of an input, the on blur will trigger this function. Next, we'll have onChange, which is whenever the text in the input gets changed, onChange will be triggered. So we'll have value of string, and then it will return void. And we'll have onKeyDown. This is to track any keyboard presses. So React.keyboard event HTML input element, and this will return void as well. We'll have placeholder. This is when the input value is empty, then the placeholder text will be shown. Required. This will allow us to control later on when we have optional values that a user may or may not provide to a form input in our form, that we can say this value is required, they need to fill this one out, or they don't need to, and so the form input doesn't prompt them that they need to fill something out. Great. And then the last one is the actual value that is currently being inputted in our form input. So that's all going to be tracked here that we're going to need to remember. So great, we have all of our props here, and this form input, we're going to be putting it inside of a forward ref. And the reason that we're doing this and not just having it be a regular component is that basically we're going to need a way to trigger the form input from a parent. And in this case, right, we have our board creation form. Later on, we'll have other parent components which will hold various form inputs. And we want a way to either focus our form input, to blur it after we submit, etc., etc. So this will allow for us to provide controls to the parent component. What we're going to need to do is wrap this within parentheses, and let's move on to providing the UI of the form input. Then we need to destructure our props here. So we're going to do class name, default value, disabled, ID, label, name, onBlur, onChange, onKeyDown, placeholder, required, and value. Let me just make sure that we have all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Great. So we have all of them. Make sure that you have all of them. Then we're going to provide ref here. And then inside of here, we don't need this return statement, actually. What we can do is just provide parentheses here. We're just going to be returning JSX. And in this case, we're going to do form item taken from ... form here, which we can change to add/components. Right, so this is our Shadcn form input. Next here, we are going to have, if the user provides a label, user being the person developing, not the end user, form label is going to be provided. And then we're going to pass in label inside of here, and then we're going to style it. So font, semi-bold, text, neutral, 700, text, extra small. And then we need the other end of the tertiary operator, which is null. Great. Then after that, we need to provide our actual input, which we will also be grabbing from @components/UI/input. And let's close this tag here and then provide all of the fields. So we're going to do first class name. We're going to use cn. That's @/libsutil there, provided by Shadcn. We're going to do height of 7. Whoops, need to put this in quotes. Height of 7. px of 2. py of 1. Text small. And then class name. The class name from the props. Then default value will be default value. Disabled will be disabled. ID. So I'm just pulling all of the props and putting them into the input as necessary. Name there. on blur. The next one, on change, is actually a little bit different. So first we're going to have the event object, where we're then going to do on change if it exists, and we're going to provide an e.target event.target.value. I just shorten it up. Instead of writing event, I'll just write an e. And then next, on key down, provide that. Not lowercase. I don't know why it auto-completed that. Ref taken from the forward ref here. And then the rest are all self-explanatory. Okay, cool. Awesome. And the last thing when we do a forward ref, just for accessibility purposes, we usually provide in display name, so form input in this case. Wonderful. So this is what our form input looks like. Great. Make sure that you have all the props brought in there. I feel like you could also just create an object that has all of these fields in it, pass in just that object, and then spread it into the form input. I'm doing it a little bit granular here, but I feel like the other way is also valid. So feel free to do it whichever way that you'd want. Then we're going to move on to the form submit. Thankfully, our form submit is a lot easier. First thing that we're going to do is remove the children from string to be react.react node here. Then we're going to have class name be optional and of type string if it exists. Then disabled, which will be optional and a boolean. And then we're going to have variant, which is to match all of our button variants. So since we're wrapping a button here, we want to be able to provide a variant to it. And if you forgot, their default destructive, ghost, link, outline, primary, and lastly secondary. Great. Then we'll destructure the rest of our props here. Class name, disabled, and variant. And then the children is fine there. What we're going to have is class name be cn. Pull that from @libs/utils. We'll have width of full, class name, disabled, set equal to disabled, type is submit, and lastly, variant will be variant. And we're going to have an error here because you might have noticed I slipped in primary here. I don't think the default goes well with a form submit, so I wanted to create my own primary variant of the button. So let's switch over to the button real quick and provide our variant, which is to provide primary. So I'll put it right next to secondary. Primary, which will be BG of blue 600, hover BG blue 700, text primary foreground. So that will clear this up here, and just by default I'm going to pass in primary. Wonderful, instead of having it fall back to the default if this is undefined. So great, now we have our form input and our submit done. So now let's provide in the required props. First, for our form input here, we're going to use the spread operator on field here to pass in all of the necessary props that are received from React Hook forms. Then we're going to do ID of name and label board name. Great. And in form submit, For our form submit, let's hold off until we actually have this onSubmit function done and have our tRPC mutations set up in here before we start applying props to our form submit. So at this point, I'd like to leave off the board creation form and create a little pop-up here that will appear when we hit the Create Your First Board button. That'll have our board creation form inside of it. This way we can actually test it and see how we're going to use it in the actual application. So let's create this quote-unquote form popover. To do that, we're going to go back to our components and form folder here, and we're going to add a new file, form popover.tsx, export const form popover. And it's going to have a lot of props. So interface, form, popover, props. We're going to have align, which will be optional. We'll have start, center, and end. We'll have children. Be of type React node. We'll have disabled, Boolean again, disabled message. So when we are disabled, we'll pop up a little message that explains why the form popover is disabled. In the case of this app, likely if the user's created too many boards and they haven't upgraded to Pro, then we'll create a little message that says that they need to upgrade. Then we need to provide our actual form contents. So React node. The difference between children, so children will wrap some form of a button, and the form content will be the form creation, the board creation form that we've created earlier. So that's just the difference between these two JSX that we'll be providing to the form popover. Then we'll have a prompt, which will be of type string, a side, which will just be the 4 sides, left, and then right, top, and bottom. Right, and then side offset, so how far we're going to space away from whatever the children is, in this case the button, how far we're going to have it be offset by, and that'll be optional, and there will be a number. So now let's destructure our props for this form popover. We'll have align, children, disabled message, form content, prompt, side, and then side offset. And then we'll provide our typing, form popover props. Great. Now let's provide some default values. Some of these, you've reached the limit for free workspaces. This is a good one just for this app, but if you're going to use form popover more generically, probably leave this out. Then for the side, we're going to do, by default, it'll be bottom, and the side offset will be 0. Cool. And then what we're going to do is provide a close ref, use ref from React, HTML, button, element. We'll have it initially be null. We'll see what we're doing with this closed ref in just a second. We're going to return disabled. So if it's disabled, we're going to have popover. And let's make sure that we import that from /UI/popover. We'll change that over to components, but to make sure you're not grabbing it from radx UI, we're grabbing the Shadcn one. And then here, let's change this to /components. Then inside of this popover, we're going to have popover trigger. And we'll put our children in here and apply as child to the popover trigger. Next, for our popover contents, align equal to align. Class name, primitive style, padding top of 3, width of 80, side to be side offset, you know the drill. And then inside of the content, we're going to have div, class name, font, medium, text, center, text, rows, 600, text, extra small, or sorry, just small, and disabled message. Wonderful. And if we're not disabled, then we're going to do something pretty similar. So I'll just copy this bit over. Whoops. Here we'll paste it in. We'll remove the bit about the disabled message part. What we're going to provide is a div here. Style it, class name, font, medium, padding bottom of 4, text, center, text, neutral, 600, text, small. And provide our prompt here. Next, we're going to have a popover close. Whoops. So that's grabbed from @radixUI, but that's not what I want. So what I'm going to do is go into my popover.tsx here and then add one in. That's one of the good things about Shadcn. We can have better fine control over it. So let me see here. Then we need to remove the extra parentheses over here. And then inside of here we can do return popover primitive dot close, and I'll just copy the rest here from this bit. Instead of popover anchor, we're going to do popover close. Right, so honestly, you could have just copied this and changed all of the anchors to close. That would have probably been better. The easiest way for us to handle this would be to just copy this function here, paste it in here, but instead of having anchor, we'll just do close. Change this anchor to close. Close again, and then last one. Great. And then now inside of this export here, we're just going to add in popover close. Save this here. And now we can pull it from /components UI popover instead of grabbing it directly from Radix UI. Great. And then to finish off our popover close here, we're going to provide a button. Grab that again. /components UI. And then we're going to have an X. Unfortunately, it doesn't have X icon, which I would prefer instead of just writing in hex, but we deal with the tools we have. So class name, size of 4, and then let's provide the rest of the props here. So popover close as child. Ref is that close ref. So you can see here, we're just adding in a button that will close the popover with this X button here. And then for this button, we'll have class name, absolute, h auto, padding 2, right 2, text neutral, 600, top of 2, width of auto. This way we'll just have it positioned to the top right, variant ghost. And then beneath the popover close here, but still within the popover contents, we'll provide form content. Great. So now let's add this into our project so that we can finally take a look at our form. So next we're going to go back to our banner.tsx here. We're going to scroll all the way down, and we're going to find where we have our button to create your first board. And what we're going to do is add in our form popover from /components form popover. And then we're going to stick our button inside of it. So it'll be the children that we've provided here inside of the popover triggers, as hitting this button will trigger the popover to open. There needs to be some props that are provided. For now, we're going to be doing disable to be false, and we'll provide a little to-do here. Add disable logic for subscription and pending mutation when we add it. Form content, that will be our board creation form that we just created. We'll have our prompt be create board. The side, it can either be bottom or top, depends on what you like. I'll do top for now, and I'll show both ways in a second so that you can choose which one you'd like on your own. Of course, you can experiment on your own as well. And so now we're going to hit refresh on our app here. Then when we click on our create your first board, we have this little popover that appears with the form input here and the submit button. And if I full screen this real quick and hit the inspect to go into the console, I believe that if I just did test and hit create new, we'll have the console log out. You can see that we get name to be test, exactly what we wanted. So great, let's go back real quick and just see if I did this on the bottom. That's just how it would look. It covers up the tip. If you do it on the top side, covers up this initial title and subtitle. So it's up to you which one you think works best. Now, if we go into our board creation form, you can remember that in our form schema here, we specified that names cannot be empty when we hit create new. And if we took a look at what happens right now, if I typed in test, you can see that it provides in console log our name and provides the test value that we inputted in there. But what happens if it's empty, right? We had a little bit of highlight here for board name warning us, but if we just hit create new, nothing really happens. And I'd like to change our user experience to layout as we have here in our board creation field. We have a message that we want to provide that explains what the error actually is, instead of just having this kind of highlighted red text on board name, and actually provide some feedback to the user. In order to do that, we're going to create a new component, and we're going to call it form errors.tsx. And I'll just provide this for now, form errors, and return a div for now. Great. It's going to take some props, so let's provide those real quick. Form errors props. It'll have errors, which will be of type record, string, string array, or undefined. And we'll have an ID of type string. Let's destructure our props here. Grab error and ID. Whoops, errors with an S. And then form errors props. Okay. Now, if errors exists, then we'll return this in a second. Otherwise, we'll return null. Inside of this div here, we're just going to provide some props. We're going to provide class name to be margin top of 2, text rows 500, text extra small, ID, and it will be of ID dash error. And then inside of here, errors of ID. And if that exists, we'll map it, and we'll have error, arrow function here, div, close the div. Provide some styling to this div. class name, bg rows 510, border rows 500, flex font medium, items center p-2, rounded small, and then provide a key because we're mapping a list of JSX, so we need to provide a key that'll be of just error. And then inside of here we'll do X with a circle icon, class name, margin right of 2, size of 4, and then provide in our error. So great. Let's add this in to our form. And we'll do that by not adding it directly to our form board contents, but let's look for it. Where's our form input here? Because it's really attached to the form input and not to the full form itself. So inside of the form items, underneath the input here, we'll provide the form errors. And then ID will be of ID here. And then we need to pass in our errors. And we need to add this errors prop to the list of props here. So let's just go back over to our form errors. We're going to copy this prop here, add it into the form input here, destructure errors. Then, so our board creation form can actually provide the errors, we're going to create a little helper function. I think the best place to put it will be in source lib here. Create a new file called formutils.ts, and we're going to create a function export const format form errors. And this is going to look a little bit weird, but bear with me. Form schema extends field values. Make sure that you grab the one with an S. And then parentheses, errors, which will be of type field errors. And form schema. And we need to pull field errors from React Hook Forms. So we have field errors here. Then provide a return type record of string, comma, string. And I don't know why it imported it from Zod. We don't need that. And then have an arrow function here, object dot keys errors dot reduce, and then we're going to provide a callback function. We'll have the accumulator and the key, and inside of here const error is equal to errors at the key position, and then if error message and type of error dot message is a string, then accumulator at key is equal to error dot message, and then return the accumulator. And inside of here we're going to have just an empty curly brace here representing the initial object as a record of string array. Great. And then we're just going to provide a little helper type here. Type formatted errors to be record of string array. Great. And then I forgot to do something real quick here. Error message needs to be put inside of an array. Right, so that'll remove that error. And now let's use format errors inside of our board creation form. Underneath our use form hook here, we're going to do const formatted errors is equal to format form errors that we just created. We'll press in form.formState.errors, and then pass in our form errors into our form input. So, whoops, we'll have errors be equal to for added errors. There we go. So let's refresh our page real quick here. Hit create board and just have it empty. Try to hit create new and it's going to tell you, hey, this is required and name must not be empty. So now if I hit test, let me just make this full screen real quick. Open this up. If I type in test real quick, it's all good. If we remove test, name cannot be empty. Wonderful. Looks good, doesn't it? Now let's wire things up with Tanstack Query and allow for us to create our first board. Back in our code, let's add in the functionality to create the board. So we're going to create const create board is equal to use mutation taken from @Tanstack React Query. Then we're going to need to grab our tRPC instance. So we're going to do const tRPC is equal to use tRPC. Then inside of mutations, we can provide trpc.board.create board, the procedure that we created earlier, .mutation options. And then inside of mutation options, we're going to provide an object that will have on error, and that will be a function. It'll have as a parameter error. And here we're going to use toast from Sonner, which is automatically provided with Shadcn. For our header, we're going to say error creating the board. And then inside of this toast, we're also going to provide a description, which will be error, and then we'll provide the error message here. Next is the on success, and so we're going to trigger a navigation. So we're going to grab const router is equal to use router, and with using trpc, this mutation and the router, we're going to need to use the use client directive along the top here, and then on success will be data arrow router dot push, and we're going to provide these backticks here. So make sure that you do backticks instead of regular quotes. $, data dot new board ID. Then we're going to have to go back to our procedure here and grab this new board ID here. So let's return that. Return new, whoops, inside of an object, new board ID. Great, so that clears up the new board ID being received to be the same one as the one they're providing to the board for its ID. Great, and then inside of our on submit here, we're just going to remove all this bit here and do create board.mutate and spread the values in there. Great. The last thing that we're going to need to do before we do a create board demo, just to showcase everything working now, inside of our source app board, we're going to have to create a new route, which will be board ID inside of square brackets here. We're going to create inside of it, make sure inside of it, page.tsx, and we'll add another UI folder here where we will add in board ID page contents.tsx. So we're just going to follow the same pattern that we did do for the board page and the board page contents. So we're going to have const board ID page here, and it's going to return, once we create it, board ID page contents. We'll create that in a second, and then make sure we do export default board ID page, and then let's get rid of the error by creating our board ID page contents here, And for now, let's just return a div that says this is the board ID page, and then import it into our board ID page. Wonderful. Now, what are some other things that we need to do? Well, first, we need to secure it by adding in authorization. So const session is equal to await get session. So grab that from @lib/auth. If not session, and we're going to redirect to login. Given that we're grabbing board ID here in square brackets, then we can pull it out. So let me create an interface here, board ID page props, and inside of here we're going to provide a param. It'll be a promise, and inside of this promise we'll have board ID, which will be of type string. And I need to close the promise there, and then we can extract that params and set it to be type board ID page props. And then here we can grab our board ID from await params, and I need to put this in parentheses because we're basically resolving the promise first, and then we can pull board ID from it. Down here we're going to add in our for now just error boundary. We'll add in the hydration boundary when we add in tRPC features to our board ID page. We'll provide a suspense for the loading state. And I guess technically we don't have to do this until we do the tRPC related stuff, but I'll just do it now anyways. Error, and the suspense will just do the same thing, but with loading instead. Great, and here we'll have board ID page grab it, just for demonstration purposes. Board ID page contents, props, board ID, type string. Here, let's extract that from the props. Board ID, provide its typing, board ID page props, and inside of here, we're just going to provide board ID. Board ID, there we go. Cool. We need to provide this, so board ID is provided to board ID. Great. Let me just restructure the imports real quick. And what we can actually do as well is go to board/123 here. And we'll see the board ID v123. You know, if I add in 45, see 123 456. I'll just make it a little bit bigger. There we go. So that you can see. I don't know why that thing wasn't getting out of the way. You know, I can, 314 pi, whatever. So verify that that works, so that in our banner here, in our form creation page, when we call router.push, we have the board here, and then whatever the new board ID is going to be provided here, so then we can retrieve it in our board ID page. Great. I think we have all the pieces that we need, so let's do the board creation demo. Okay, so we're back here on the board page. We're going to create our first board here. Type in test. We'll just create it, and here we go. This is the corresponding ID for the board. If we go into the Neon console real quick, here, you'll see there's the ID, and it matches. If you just look at the first ones, DD682 FFC, DD862 FFC. Great, awesome. Now we can do, create a procedure to grab the board for the board ID page that corresponds with this ID. Then we have all of the individual pieces in it, right? The name, which user it belongs to, when it was last updated at, all that good stuff. Wonderful. The first thing that we're going to think about is how a user is going to have access to the information about all of their boards. Right now, there really isn't a way for the board page to have that information. So one of the first things that we're going to do is go into source, tRPC, into our server, go to routers, and we're going to create a new router. We're going to call this one pages.ts, and basically this will hold all the procedures that we create that are our getter functions that grab data from our database that are going to be used on each of our specific pages. For this project, we're going to have a board page procedure and a board ID page procedure. So let's go about and first creating the board page procedure. To start off, we're going to do export const pages router, set it equal to create tRPC router. Here, tRPC router takes in an object which will hold all of our procedures. Board page will be a protected procedure. So basically, when a user is authenticated, they'll have access to this procedure. We'll have it query, async, and extract out context. We're going to pull out boards and grab that from context.db.query.board-schema.find-many, because we're grabbing a lot. We're going to use find-many, finding a lot of boards here. So where equals board schema grabbed from @db/schema dot user ID. So all the boards that this user has access to, we'll grab the user ID by grabbing it from context. So context.user.id. Great. And then just return boards. Make sure that you wrap it inside of an object. And let's just clean this up real quick. Then go into our app.ts and add in our pages router that we just created. Pages router. Great. Okay, let's clean up the imports real quick. Just pull this down. Great. Now we can go into our board page and our board page contents and add in some tRPC queries. Let's prefetch the tRPC query that we just created. So we're going to do void query client dot prefetch query and pass in tRPC. And let me just bring it down a line because it might be long. tRPC dot pages that we just added. Board page dot query options. Great. And then in our board page contents, we're first going to grab our tRPC instance from the hook use tRPC, grabbing that from the client side. Fix this import real quick. And then we're going to need const data is loading is equal to use suspense query. And inside of here, we'll provide tRPC.pages.boardpage.query options. Again. Great. And now we're going to have to add some things to our sidebar. Before we move on from the board page, I want to create a way for a user to be able to access and navigate to any of their boards that they've created. Right now, we don't have a way of doing that. There's two primary ways that I want a user to be able to navigate between their boards. One is going to be in a sidebar. It's going to be a common component between the board page and the board ID page. And so that way, when a user is currently in a board, they can navigate to a different board or back to this home board page. Another way is when someone is on the actual board page itself, for there to be a list of boards that'll be there in grid format that a user can look at to be able to navigate to their desired board. So let's start building first the one that goes inside of the sidebar, then we'll do the one that is on the board page itself. As you can see in this diagram, we already have our logo-based escape hatch to the top. We have a little board header here. Now I want to create a list of boards that can appear in outline format. So when a user is in one of their boards, they can easily switch to another board that they own. So now going into components, board sidebar index. The sidebar is going to be taking in a couple of props now. Interface board sidebar props. And in here, it's going to take in either a board ID and boards. And boards is the helpful type that we added to our schema a while back. Let me move these up here. Great. And then let me destructure our props here. Board ID, boards, and give it the type of board sidebar props. Now let's create the outline representation that I had mentioned earlier, which will hold the list of all of our boards within our sidebar. Remember that we added this to-do here to let us know where we're going to add in that board list. Now we're going to go into this board sidebar folder here, create a new file, provide sidebar board list.tsx, and inside of here, we're going to do export const sidebar board list and have some stuff inside of it. Now in the board sidebar folder here, we're going to add in a new file, sidebar board list.tsx. First thing that we're going to do is make sure that we provide the props. So sidebar board list props, which will have boards. And make sure that we grab that from db/schema. It'll be a list of them. Current board ID, which is just a renaming of the board ID passed into the sidebar. And then provide the component itself. Export const sidebar board list is equal to, and let's destructure our props, boards, current board ID. Give it its type, sidebar board list props. Great. And write an arrow function, boards.map board, and we're going to provide some stuff here. Provide sidebar menu item. Let's make sure that we grab that from @/components UI sidebar. Let's add some style to it, which will be margin left of 2. We need to provide a key since we're in a mapping function. So board.id will suffice. Then sidebar menu button here, also taken from @/components UI sidebar. It's going to have as child and disabled is equal to current board is equal to board.id. So if the current board that the user is on is the same as the current board menu item, then obviously we don't want the user to be able to click on it and navigate to it because they're already there. Great. Then we'll provide a link to allow for the user to navigate to a different board. And for the href here, it'll be user backticks /board $$ curly brace board.id. So that'll take you to the right board page. And then inside of here, span, we'll give it some styling. Class name, we'll use cn from @/libsutils. And then we'll have current board ID is equal to board ID. And if that's true, then we'll have, board.id. And if that's true, then we'll have font bold, text primary. And inside of here, we'll provide just the board.name. And then current board ID not equal to board.id. Then we'll provide an icon right here, which will be chevron right icon. And we'll give it a class name of margin left of 2, size of 4. Wonderful. So let's add then this board sidebar board list props over to our sidebar after I fix some of these imports here. Great. So let's go back over to our sidebar here. We can remove this to do because we're going to add in our sidebar board list and make sure that we provide in boards, current board ID, which will be board ID. Wonderful. Now there's an error because we need to pass that in. So we'll provide in boards, and it'll be data.boards. And there we go. And now you can see that we have our test here. If we click on that, we'll be navigated over to the corresponding board ID page at some point. Let me try to refresh this. There we go. Wonderful. So now, since we already know that the user has a board, we need to replace this first time create your first board banner and add in the board list component here. So let's get started. Before we move on from our board page, remember that we have a second state that we have to deal with, the case in which a user has existing boards, which we do now after we've created our first board. We want to show them a board list, which is basically a grid of cards which correspond to each of the boards that the user has. So there's two cases here that we have to handle, that a user can click on an existing board card to be navigated to the corresponding board ID page, and the other case in which a user can click on a create board button, and if they're within their max boards, which we'll set in a second, or if they have a pro subscription, then they can have as many boards as they'd like. If the user clicks on a create board, then we're going to do a similar thing to what we did with our banner. A popover is going to appear where the user can provide a name for their new board. Then they can trigger a mutation to create the board, and on success, just like in the banner, navigate to the corresponding board ID page. So let's go implement our board list. Now, what we're going to do is, for this banner here, we're going to wrap it inside of curly braces, then do data.boards.length. If it's equal to 0, meaning the user has no boards, then we're going to display the banner. Otherwise, we're going to display inside of a div, and just style this div a little bit. Give it a class name of BG white, flex, then P of 2 and size of full. And inside of this div, we're just going to have our board list. So let's go and create that file and the component. And create board-list.tsx, export const board list, and have the arrow function for now just return a div here. And save this, go back into here, import it. Great, let's fix the imports real quick. And let me just write inside of here, board list, so we can see it. There it is, with a little bit of padding, so that it's not sitting flush up here. Great. Let's go up here and add in the props that this board list is going to be taking. So board list props here. It's going to take in boards, which is of type board, taken from our schema. It's going to be an array of boards. We're going to have disabled, which is going to be of type Boolean, so true or false. We're not just going to be using this disabled value to prevent the user from creating a board while a query is already in flight, basically when isLoading is true. We're also going to be using disable to denote that when a user is on a free account and they've hit the max amount of boards that they're allowed to have, then the submit button to create a new board would be disabled. And so if the user has a subscription already, then unless we're in the loading state, then disabled will never be true. So that's basically how we're going to be using the disabled prop here. And as I mentioned before, we're also going to dictate how many free boards a user has access to, and that's going to be a number. So let's just destructure our props real quick. So we're going to have boards, disabled, and max free boards. And let's give it the type, board list props. Wonderful. Then we're not going to need the curly braces actually, since this is just going to return JSX, so we don't need these parts here. And so for our div, we're going to give it a class name here, space y of 4. And then inside of here, we're going to have another div, class name, flex, font, semi-bold, items, center, text, large, text, neutral, 700. And this will have a user2 icon, which is basically a anonymous avatar icon with margin right of 2, size of 6 as its styling, and we're just going to have a little header here that says your boards. So let's just save that, have that little silhouette avatar, and then your boards. Then underneath here, we're going to have another div. Give it class name, gap of 4. We're going to have grid columns, 2 of them. On large screens and above, we're going to have grid columns of 4. And on small screens and above, we're going to have grid columns of 3. So obviously anything smaller than what they consider a small screen, that's 640 pixels across, will only have 2 boards side by side. Then inside of here, for each of our boards, we're going to map through. And so here, we're going to have a board card for each of our boards. We're going to have our key, which will be board.id. So we'll create that board card in a second. Let me just set up the rest of the board list. We'll have our form popover, which we created earlier. And for its form content, we'll pass in our board creation form. And the prompt will be create board. And then inside of the form popover, we're going to have a div. And we're going to have a lot of styling, so bear with me. Class name, aspect, video, BG, sky of 100, cursor, pointer, flex column, gap, y of 1, hover, opacity, 75, items, center, justify, center, relative, rounded, small, size of full, and transition. Great. And we're going to have role be a button. So basically I just reproduced a custom button. We're only going to be using it for our board list, so I didn't feel like it was necessary to create a button variant. But if you feel like you want to try to recreate this variant inside of the Shadcn button, you're welcome to do so, but I just think it's way easier to create this quote-unquote custom button here. Then inside of this button, we'll have a p tag, have class name of text small. We'll have inside of it create new board. And then right next to the p tag here, we'll have a span, class name of another text, extra small this time. And inside of here, if we're disabled, then we're going to have no. And if we're not disabled, then we're going to tell the user how many boards they have left. So we'll have here max free boards minus boards dot length, which is the number of boards that the user has. And then outside of the curly braces, we'll have free boards remaining. So if we're disabled, then we'll say no free boards remaining. And if we're not disabled, then we'll tell them, you have 1 board remaining, 2 boards remaining, however many. Great. Then I want to give the user a little helpful tooltip that basically tells them what's going on if they're a bit curious, like why is there no free board remaining, how can they rectify it. We should probably create a little tooltip that the user can hover over and check out. So I don't really want to use the Shadcn tooltip directly. There's a lot of extra components that are really necessary. So to clean it up in our UI here, what I'm going to do is create a helper component that will wrap around the Shadcn tooltip implementation to make it a lot more cleaner in our code. So we're going to go into components here. We're going to create a new folder, provide hint. And inside of here, we'll do index.tsx. And here we'll do export const hint. And it's going to have a few props. So before I write the JSX, let's just get the props done. Hint, props, class name, which will be string, description, which will also be of type string, and I suppose the class name could be optional if they're cool with just the base Shadcn styles. We'll have side, be optional, bottom, left, right, and lastly top. And then side offset, which is optional and will be a number. Then let's destructure our props. We'll have class name, description, side, which by default will be bottom, and side offset, which by default will be 0. And then provide the typing, hint props. Then inside of here, we'll grab tooltip provider. So you're going to see why I didn't want to write this out. Makes the code kind of messy. So there's tooltip provider. It requires some stuff inside of there, which is our tooltip component taken from UI tooltip here. Let me change that to /components UI tooltip. Great. I'm just going to add in delay duration to be 0. Great. So it pops up. Looks nice. Tooltip trigger. So what the user will actually hover over so that the tooltip appears. And that will be help circle icon. Class name. And we're going to wrap it in curly brace. We're going to use CN. We're going to provide size of 3.5. But the user can pass in whatever class name that they'd like. Let's close the icon here, then go outside of tooltip trigger, but still inside of our tooltip. We're going to do tooltip content. Make sure not to grab it from Radix. Class name, break words, max width of 220 pixels, text of extra small. Let me just bring this down onto its own line so it's easier to look at. Great. And then side will be side, and side offset will be side offset. Great. And then description. Wonderful. So now we can go back into our board list and add in our hint here. And provide in the props. So we'll have class name, absolute, bottom of 2, right of 2 for the description. Here we're going to have to provide a value. Free workspaces can have up to $ max free boards. Upgrade to create more boards. And then the last thing will be side offset, which will set it to be 40. Great. Now we got to clear up our board card here. So let's create that. Board-card.tsx. Let's do export const board card. And for now, we're just going to have it be a div. And we'll just say board card for now. Let's save that. Go into here. Add in board card. Save that. There's still an error because we are missing our props in here. So boards will be data.boards. Then disabled. For now, we'll have it as is loading. But just remember, we'll add in a to-do here. Add in pro check here. And then last but not least. And then lastly here, we're going to be adding in max free board. But I don't want to put in a hard-coded value. The value is going to be 2, but I want to put it into a public place so that we can export it. And so that we can just have like max free board as a constant that we can import. So there's a couple of places where you can put in max free board. One of the places inside of DB schema, you can put in that constant right next to the table, if that makes sense to you. You could also put it inside of lib, add a file called constants.ts, which is just what I'm feeling like wanting to do here. We're going to do export const max free boards is equal to 2. That could be an option. Another one is to put it inside of your environment variables, though that can get a little bit messy. So really, honestly, it's up to your personal preference. I'm just going to put it here so that we can reference the maximum amount of boards. We're going to be using them inside of our tRPC procedures as well. So, make sure that it's placed where it's reasonable to import inside of tRPC procedures as well as in our JSX front end. So let's import this max free board, and if you hover over it, you can see that it's just the value of 2. Great. And let me just clean up the imports here. And you can see here in our website, 1 free board remaining. We have what will soon be our board card here, and the create new board buttons. When you click on it, you have a form popover that appears where you can create another board. So let's create the board card, then I'll go back and create test 2 board, or whatever I want to name it, when the time comes, so that we can see that there's 2 boards. We can juggle between them. We can also see what the disabled state looks like. So let's go back into board card here. Okay, so the board card is going to have a prop, just one of them, interface, board card, props, and that will be board of type board, just one of them. Let's destructure that, grab board, give it its type, and inside of here, instead of a div, we're going to have a link. We're using next link here. Make sure to change that, reset the import there, and the href will take us to the corresponding board page. So backticks /board $board.id. Great. And then inside of this link, we're going to have a card. Taking that Shadcn card from @/components UI card, class name, and aspect video, BG Sky 500, rounded small, size full. Then inside of our card here, we're going to have card content. It's going to have styles in there too. Class name, key of 2. And then we'll have inside of that card content a p tag, class name, font, semi-bold, text white, and then have it be board.name. Great. You're certainly welcome to try to dress up the card any way that you'd like. Allow the user to upload an image that they can use as the background of this card. You can also use Unsplash and add in a stock photo in here as well, as Trello actually does. And, there's multiple ways that you can dress it up. But if you kind of want me to see that, then let me know in the comments down below. I can add it as a quote-unquote upgrade to this project and add that in. But for now, let's test out creating a second board. So I'll just call this test-2. Create that board. Great. So if we go back, we should see 2 boards now. And right now, if we tried to create another board, we're so far still allowed to. So we need to add in the extra condition to block this. And so if we go back to our board page contents here in disabled, we're also going to add in if it is loading, or we'll put this in parentheses because we'll add in the pro check as well alongside the loading. It'll be disabled if data.boards.length, and we're going to have to check if it's greater than, because for whatever reason, if on the database it's greater than the max free boards, then we're going to need to cover that, not allow the user to create a board if somehow they had 3 boards on the free version. We definitely want to cut them off, make sure that they don't create any more boards. And then last but not least, inside of our board list, we'll go over to our form popover and provide disabled to be equal to disabled. And by saving this, if you tried to click on that, it'll pop up this error message, you reach the limit for free workspaces. Awesome. One of the first steps in creating our board ID page is to update our tRPC procedures, specifically our pages router, to include one for our board ID page. Now, what are we going to be doing inside of this tRP procedure? Well, for the board ID that the user is asking for, we need to retrieve and query our database and get the board that not only corresponds to this board ID that the user is asking for, but that the user actually owns that board ID, and ultimately if the board exists at all. We also need to add lists and cards to our schema, considering that lists and cards make up the majority of the usable features of our boards. And so let's go in and start implementing that. So we're going to go inside of source, into DB, and schema. We're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom, and this is where we're going to add in our lists and cards. Okay, so first thing we're going to add is export const card schema, and that's going to be set equal to a PG table. We're going to label it card, and then we're going to have created at, and let's just scroll up and look for our first created at. We'll just grab the same thing here. Paste this in. Then description will be text description. And we're not going to specify this to be not null, since description is going to be an optional column. Text ID, primary key, list ID. So a card is going to be attached to a list, so we need to make sure to note that. So we'll have list underscore ID, not null, and I'll do the reference in a second. So we'll just write out references, but for now we'll leave it blank until we've done our list. We'll have name, that'll be text, label it name, not null. We'll have an order to our cards and where they appear inside of the list. So this will be an integer, and I guess we'll have to grab that into PG core. I guess we don't have it yet. We do not. And let me just move this to the top. Move everything in ABC order. Great. Coming back down to here, we'll label it order and make sure that it's not null. And then last one is updated at, and that can just be the same as created at. We just need to update the label here to be updated at. Great. Let's create some helpful types real quick. Card is equal to type of card schema dot infer select, and then let's create our list, and we can go back to creating those references in the card schema. So export const list schema is equal to PG table. We'll label it list. We'll have board ID, so each list will be connected to a particular board. So this is where we'll create that relation and connection. Not null, so text board ID, not null. References, an arrow function here, board schema dot ID, comma, on delete will be cascade. So if we remove and delete a board, then it's going to delete all of its corresponding lists inside of it. Then we're going to have created at, so let's just copy this and stick it in there. Great. Then we'll have an ID for each list, text ID, primary key. Then we'll have a name. I guess I could pull it from card as well. Then we'll also have an order and an updated at, so I guess I should have copied all of these. There we go. Great. And let's add in some helpful types. So we'll have list here, type of list schema dot infer select, and then we'll have export type list with cards. And this is really actually going to be the main contents of our board. The board schema here is all of the high level information about our board, but all of the meat and potatoes of our board will actually be held within lists and cards. So this list with cards type is actually incredibly important. So it'll be type of list schema dot infer select, and we're going to be including an extra field, cards, and that will be of type card above, but an array of cards. And let's go back up here and add in all the list related stuff to our card. So that will be arrow function here, list schema.id. On delete will be cascade. So when we delete a list, we'll get rid of all the cards that belong to that list as well. Export const card relation, which will be equal to relations card schema, and there will only be one Highlander rules, one list here. So we'll have list one list schema. Fields will be inside of an array, card schema dot list ID, and then references, as we've put above, list schema dot ID, I suppose below as well. And then we'll add in an extra type now that we have list, export type card with list, so whatever parent list it has, we can reference it. So we'll create a type for that holds both. So we have card schema dot infer select, and we'll add the extra field list, which will be type of list schema. Great. Sorry. Type of list schema. Actually, I'll just use list, the type below. Great. And then let me add in the list relation here. So export const list relation is equal to relations list schema. We'll have many and one. Since there are two relations here, we have one to the board schema, comma, an object, fields, list schema dot board ID, references, board schema dot ID. Great, and then we're going to have one more relation, which will be cards, and that will be many card schema. So this way, when we do our queries later, we can, since these relations already exist, we can pull, just as we put inside of these types here, extra fields, which will hold the relations. Wonderful. So now that we've updated our schema, we can close out our server here just real quick so that we can do npx drizzle kit generate to update our database now with our new schema, and then npx drizzle kit push. Great, changes applied. And now we can go into tRPC and create the new procedures related to board, card, and list so that we can have all of our queries and mutations ready and set so that when we create our board, we'll have all of our operations ready to use. So let's head over to our procedures, go into tRPC, server, routers, and then board. We'll start here, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and let's add in a couple more procedures. The first procedure will be delete board. It'll be a protected procedure, obviously. We'll have an input z.object board ID, which will be of type string. And then we're going to have a mutation here, async. We'll extract context and input. We'll grab our board ID from input. And then try await context.db.delete board schema where, and this becomes important. We're going to have and equals, let me bring that down a line, equals board schema.id when it matches our board ID. And the other equals will be board schema.user ID context.user.id. So we'll only delete if we're able to find for both the board ID matching the board ID that the user passes in, and that the user ID matches the current user that is invoking this procedure, because obviously if it doesn't match, then this user doesn't own this board and so shouldn't have the ability to delete the board. Now we're going to need to do a catch here if we have any errors, and we'll throw new tRPC error code internal server error and message there was an issue deleting the board. Great. So there's that procedure. The next procedure will be update board. That'll be a protected procedure. We'll have an input here, z.object, and we'll have board ID, which will be z.string, and then name. And we can actually go back into our board creation form here and grab the same, and we can go and paste it in. Wonderful. So now we have consistency between the two, and we'll have dot mutation async, and we'll grab context and input like we did above. We will extract board ID and name from input, and then in a try catch block again, we'll have await promise all context.db.update board schema.set here name where, and I can just copy the same one that we did above here down here. So we want to make sure that the board ID matches and the user ID matches. So that's what this is accomplishing. And then we're going to do context.db.insert a new board action. So just log the fact that we did this update. And for the values, we're going to pass in action, which is update board component, which will be of type board. Board component ID, board component name will be name, board ID created at new date, ID will be UID. Lastly, user ID context.user.id. Great. And then we need to do the catch, which will be throw new tRPC error code internal server error message there was an issue updating the board. Great. And that'll be it for our board procedures. So we basically need to do the same three operations: creating, deleting, and updating for both lists and cards. So let's go about doing that. So starting with our lists, what we're going to do is add a new file to our routers here, list.ts. Then inside of our list, we're going to do export const list router is equal to create tRPC router. Then we're going to add in our first procedure, create list. It will of course be a protected procedure. Provide an input here, z.object, and it's going to need the board ID so that we know which board we're attaching this list to. Then we're going to have name. It'll be z.string.min 1, and we'll have a message in here. List name must not be empty. Great. And then creating a list will be a mutation, and added given to our mutation is an async function. We're extracting context and input again. We're going to be grabbing board ID and name from our input. And then first, we're going to have to see if the board that the user is requesting from the board ID here from our input actually exists. So we're just going to do const targeted board is equal to await context.db.query.board schema. Find first where we're going to have an and here. So make sure we import that. And we'll use equals as well. Board schema.id. Match that to board ID. And then the other one, just like we did before, board schema.user ID. We'll match that to context.user.id. Great. And then if target board, as we hover over here and see, it could potentially be undefined. And so we need to make sure if not target board, which means that it does not exist, then we're going to need to throw new tRPC error, and we'll provide the error code not found, and then provide the message board with the given board ID is not found. Great. Then after that, we're going to grab the existing lists in board. We're doing this so that we can ascertain what the next position where we would put our newly created board. So we're going to do context db query list schema dot find many, and we're going to do order by new thing here lists, and we're going to do this in descending order. And it's an arrow function, descending lists dot order, and then where equals list schema dot board ID can match either the board ID that the user passes in or target board dot ID. Either one's fine. I think it's personal preference which one you'd like to use. We'll just use board ID since at this point we validated that that board should have existed. So we can obviously use this board ID considering that we validated it. Great. Then we're going to do const last list order is equal to existing lists in board dot length is greater than 0. If it is, then we'll grab existing lists in board at 0 dot order or 0. So since we did it in descending order, then obviously the one that is the most quote-unquote recent, so would be in the last position, would actually be in the first position, so that would be the 0th position. Or we can just provide 0, meaning there are no existing lists in the board, so this would be the first one that we would add. Great. Let's also get the ID for this new list that we're creating, UUID. We'll grab that from @lib UUID here. Then inside of our try catch block, we're going to do const new list is equal to await promise.all context.db.insert list schema .values board ID created at new date ID new list ID name order last list order +1 and updated at new date. Great. So that's one part of it. Now we have to also add in the log. which will be await context.db.insert board action schema dot values. Action will be create. Board component will be list. Board component ID will be new list ID. Board component name will be name. Board ID, we'll just pass in board ID. Created at new date. ID will be view UID. Then the next thing that we're going to do is to check to make sure that the new list that we just created actually exists. So we're going to check if not new list. Then we're going to throw new tRPC error. And we're going to provide a code, internal server error, message, failed to create list. Great. Well, not great that we have this error, but great that we are able to implement this. And then return new list. Let's make sure we wrap that inside of an object. Great. And then we can have the catch side of this. Throw new tRPC error. Code, internal server error, message, failed to create list, or log the action. Okay, wonderful. So that's the create list. Let's move on to the next procedure. For delete list, it's also going to be a protected procedure. Input in this case, z object will have board ID again, z.string. Well, then we'll have the ID, which is going to be the list ID. So that'll be another z string. Dot mutation, async, extracting context, input. Then grabbing board ID and ID from our input. Then, just like with the create, we're going to grab target board, but this time we're also going to try to grab it with the list. And so if we go into our schema and we scroll to our board schema, we're going to add in a quick relation. So export const board relations, which is equal to relations board schema many here, because for each board there may be many lists. So there we go. So now when we go back to this, target board with lists is equal to await context.db.query.board schema.find first, and inside of here we're going to do where, and I'm just going to copy the same one up here, this one, from the and all the way down. It's the exact same one. So we'll just paste this here. So checking the board ID, checking the user ID. Again, the thing we're going to add that's additional is going to be with lists with an S being true. And so if I hover over target board with list here, you can see we have all of the normal columns in the board schema. But now we have the additional lists as well, and you can see that it's an array of lists. Any list that's connected to this board, we've extracted it and added it to this target board with list object. Wonderful. But since this board could possibly be undefined, let's just do a sanity check here. So if not target board with list, then we're going to have to throw new tRPC error here, and the code will be not found. Message board with the given board ID not found. Great. We're then going to try to find the target list. So from the list of lists in our target board with lists, out of all the lists that are attached to the board, we're going to try to find the one that corresponds to this ID and see if it exists. So target list is equal to target board with lists dot find the list if list.id is equal to ID. And you can see, since this could potentially be undefined because the user might have given an ID that that does not exist with this board, then obviously we're not going to be able to find it. So if not, target list. I'll also add in here before this, target board with list dot lists dot length is equal to 0. We're going to throw new tRPC error. We obviously can't delete the list because there are no lists, and the list that was requested wasn't found. So we'll just say list with the given list ID was not found. Great. But if we're able to find it and know that it all exists, then we can delete the list. And we can do that, await promise all, and inside of this, we do context.db.delete list schema dot where and equals list schema dot id, match it to id, equals list schema dot board id to be board id. You can grab these from either extracting it from the input, or as we discussed before, we can grab it from target list with board.id or the target list ID for the corresponding values here, but I'll just choose the one from the input since we've already sanity checked it enough, in my opinion. Do what you wish. Context.db.insert board action schema dot values, and what I'm going to do is copy pretty much most of the same thing here. We just have a couple of minor differences here. So create is now delete. New list ID will just be ID. Target list.name will be added there. Then we're going to return our deleted list here. And then down here we're going to put the rest of our catch block here. Throw new tRPC error. We're going to do code, internal server error, message, something went wrong while deleting the list. Wonderful. So there's that procedure down. Last one, update list. Now for updated list, it's pretty much similar to the one here. So I'll just copy every bit here. And we'll just do this real quick just to have no errors. We're going to add in name, since that's the thing we're going to be updating our list about. And we're going to do .min1 and provide the message list name must not be empty. Really, the form should be validating it, but I think it's important to also double check it in the procedure itself. So then we're going to extract from our input here board ID, ID, and name from input. Now the next step is to grab target board with list, just like how we did it in delete. But instead of having this separated check here to find the target list, I'm going to try to do that alongside our query here so that we don't have this separate step down here. So this part will all be the same. So I'll just copy it and bring it down here. And then we're going to use then to find our target list. So we're going to do board with list. And if we don't have any board with lists, then we're just going to return. There's going to be an undefined here at the target board with lists. Then we're going to try to extract the lists field and then all the rest of the board in this variable called boards without lists. And so we're extracting that from board with list. So you can see here that what we would have had is all of this bit here from ID to user ID will be in board without lists, as you can see here. And then this lists field, which has an array of lists, is going to be in this part here. So then what we're going to do is just restructure this object that's being returned, and assign target board with lists will be the value to will be spread operator of board without lists. so that we can not have it just be in one board without lists field. We're going to spread it out so that all of these individual fields will be a part of this target board without list object, as you see here. Because if I didn't have that spread operator, then it would just have a field board without lists, which then is another object inside. I don't really want that. I want it to be flattened, if you will, so that it has this structure. Then here we'll have the list field, and we'll do lists.find list arrow list.id is equal to ID. So we'll do the check here. Great. And then what we can do outside of this is to do our 2 error checks, right? Throw new tRPC error, and we can just copy the same ones that we had up here. I'll just copy this bit here and remove the target list portion. So remove this portion here, and then remove this part here. We don't need it, but what we do need is an exclamation point here. Great. So now we're just checking to see if this list exists, because you can see here it could potentially be undefined from the resulting find here. If it can't find it, then it returns undefined. And so we're doing both of the checks here. I've separated it out because I want to be clear whether it's the board that's missing or it's the list that's missing. But hopefully you can see, hey, there's a different way of doing these queries. You can do them and modify your return value more so than even within the query itself. You can mutate the data, do any checks. If you had any external functions that you needed to run at the end, you can do them as a then statement after the query is complete. And so just showing you a little bit of extra flexibility that comes with Drizzle, stuff that honestly we all should expect from our tool sets. Let's move on. The last bit is to do our try and catch to actually do our update. So we're going to do const updated list is equal to await promise.all context.db.update list schema .set, and the value that we're setting is name, as well as updated at to be new date. So we're just updating that we've updated this variable, this list. And then after that, we're going to do actually where and equals list schema.id, compare it to ID, and then equal list schema.board ID, and match that to board ID. Right. And then let's create the board action schema. So I'll just copy that again from above. Just grab this here. And instead of delete, we'll have update. And we don't have target list. We'll have target board with list here. So I'll put that there. .name. And then lastly, we have to do the catch. And so inside of here, throw new tRPC error and code, internal server error, and then message failed to update the list. And then lastly, I forgot about up here, we will return updated list. Wonderful. So now we're done. We have our updated list, update list, our delete list, and our create list. So now I'm going to speed through it, the next part, just because I feel like we're getting the hang of making procedures and understanding the structure of how to do some of these. But we got to do them all for the card as well. So what I'm going to do is full screen my VS Code instance here, and what I'm going to do is add in new file inside of routers, card.ts. So this is where we're going to put our card router. But what I'm going to do is just move this over so I can have list and card side by side. And inside of card.ts, I'm going to do card router is equal to create tRPC router. Here we're going to do create card as a protected procedure dot input z.object, just like before. We're going to have board ID z.string. We're going to have description, which will be z.string optional. because a card can or cannot have a description. We'll have list ID, which will be z.string, and then we'll have a name for our card, z.string.minimum 1, and then the message. Card name must not be empty. Great. Dot mutation async context and input, just like before. And extract it all. Board ID, description, list ID, name is equal to input. And now the reason that I put these side by side, I'm just going to copy a bit of code here because we're doing pretty much the same thing with some minor modifications. I don't actually want to use that one. I'll use the update list one just because it's a little easier to look at in my opinion. So I'll just grab this whole portion here, paste it in, and we obviously have a lot of things to fix and change. So first off here, we're going to need to add in the imports. And I'm just starting from the top and working my way down. Just making sure that we grab all of our imports for all of our things. Then with lists here, we're also going to need to grab the cards that go along with this list. And so what we're going to do is do another with here, cards. And we're going to order by descending order, card schema dot order. Here. Great. Then down here, we can do this same operation inside of here, but we need to know what ID is, and in this case, this would be list ID instead of just normal ID like before. We have a tRPC error here. And let me not forget to import descending into our project here. Great, these errors seem to be fine. And now we got to fix all of the stuff within our try-catch blocks that are related to list. We need to change it over to card. So this will be updated card. This will go inside of card schema. And since this is update, we're going to be changing it to insert for our create. Instead of set, it'll be values. We'll have created at to be new date, pass in description. Above this, or in here, we'll do const new card ID is equal to UUID. Here, and then we'll do ID is new card ID. Wonderful. We'll do list ID. We'll do order target board with list.cards.length +1. Awesome. Since we're always adding the card to the end, that's just what we need to get. Where does not exist on an insert, so we don't need to have this part here. Then we need to import our board action schema. Instead of putting ID here, we're going to put in new card ID. So just fixating on the error there for a second, but we'll go back and make sure that we change this to create, change list to card, not list.name, but just name. Here, board ID is fine. And I think that's it for that. And then instead of updated list, we have updated card. And then failed to create the card inside of here. Let me just do a once over. This all looks good. Yep. So there's that one. Next we'll move on to delete card. Protected procedure dot input z dot object. Here we'll have board ID z dot string. We'll have card ID z.string again, card name, z.string, and you'll never guess what list ID is. Yes, z of string. Great. And then mutation, async, context, and input. And then we'll extract all of this, board ID, card name, list ID. This is one I really miss using in IDE like Cursor or Windsurf, the autocomplete. I really miss it. It also prevents me from making minor mistakes like that. Anyways, we'll scroll up and grab the same check here to make sure that the target board and list that we're requesting actually exists. So I'll stick this here. Everything seems to work fine. Then we need to create a try catch block, which we can probably just borrow it from here, from the delete. So there's that. And let's fix the styling real quick. Alright, so we got delete. Oh, I call it just delete. Okay, well, we'll do delete card. This is now card schema. We'll import card schema, or we already have it. Great. And then we'll put this here. ID is card ID. Board ID does not exist with this. And so what we need to check is list ID instead. Great. And now for the bottom here, delete's fine. We need to change this to card. The board component ID will be card ID. And name here will be card name. Board ID, created at ID, user ID, all looks good. Delete card. And then something went wrong while deleting the card. Awesome. And then let's just speed through and get update card done. And so for updated card, I'm just going to copy this chunk here, stick this here, open this up. So board ID is fine. We'll add in, instead of just writing card or just ID, we'll write card ID. Because list ID as well, z.string. Don't forget about description. z.string.optional. And then the name. Great. And then we'll have const board ID, card ID, description, list ID, and name. Extracted from input. And then let's go up here and again, grab all this bit of code up to the error checks here. So just before our try catch block here. So all of this portion here. Make sure that you're able to grab that. Then we can just go into here and just grab the same thing again. From this part up to here. Paste it in. Let's do the changes that we need. Card, updated card, card schema, card schema ID. So this will be card ID here. Then this is card schema again. This will be list ID. Matched against list ID. And then down here, card ID, just name, and then updated card, and finally failed to update the card. Phew! Alright, so that was a real quick breeze through, hopefully, of creating our card. Let me just fix the imports real quick. So they're in ABC order, and then just a one final time scroll through so you can see all the parts. Make sure that you don't miss anything. as I also look to see if I made any mistakes. Nothing glaring that I can see. So I think we're all done with our procedures. I noticed a real quick mistake before we move on, that if you hover over the updated card type here and the updated list, you're going to see it's a really weird type here, not actually the type that we want. The solution to that is adding in .returning here, and we'll add it over here as well. What does this do? It returns, for the case of on the list side here first, all of the lists in the list table that fit with our list schema. If we hover over it, there you can see that. Same thing happens with the card. So it's not actually updated card here. We'll have updated cards and updated lists. So let's just update these real quick. And if you wanted to get the exact card, because in both of these we have the card ID and the list ID. Now that we're done with the board page, we're moving on to the board ID page. For every board a user creates, there will be a corresponding board ID page. In the URL, we can extract the desired board ID the user would like to navigate to from this slug here. And if there's a valid board with that ID and the user has access to that board, then we'll display the board's information. Here's how we'll lay out the board's contents. There will be a common component here along the left side, a shared sidebar. Unique to the board ID page will be a navbar where a user will be able to change the name of their board, hit a back button that'll go back to the board lists displayed within our board page, and the actual representation of a board. In this case, we're trying to accomplish a Kanban style board, and so to break it down, we'll have a list container component which will hold all of our lists of our boards. A board list will be held within a list item, and inside of a list item will be all of our cards, which the component will be named card item. At the bottom of a list item, there will be a card form, and in this form down here, the user will be able to provide a title for their card and create it. So now we can go back into our code and start implementing this. We're back in our split screen here, and man, I really hate how this looks, so let's go about fixing that. Let's go into source, app, board, board ID, UI, and grab our board ID page here. And as you can see, it's pretty barren, so let's go about changing that. First thing we're going to do is inside of this div, we're going to give it a class name, flex size full. Let's remove this text here. We're going to add in a board sidebar. And in here, we're going to pass in board ID to be board ID. And for now, we'll just have boards be an empty array. If we save it, we'll have our great sidebar here. If we hit this, we can go back to board, by the way. And we can click on test to go back to the specific test board ID page. Right, and now internally to here, we're going to have a div underneath our sidebar. We're going to give it the styling, p of 2, size of full. We'll have another div inside of here. And it will have the class name of bg white, flex column, gap of 2, p of 2, rounded, medium, size of full. Great. And inside of here, we're going to have a board navbar, which we haven't created yet, so we'll create that in a second. We'll have a main underneath our navbar. That'll have a class name of flex of 1, overflow, hidden, p of 2, relative. Then another div inside of here. This will be class name, height of full, overflow, hidden. And then inside of that, we'll have list container, which again, we'll create in, actually right now. Why don't we? So what we're going to do is board navbar.tsx, export const board navbar. And for now, let's just do a div here that just says board navbar. And then for our list container, another one here, list container. We'll do export const list container, and we'll do return div h1 list container. Okay, and let's make sure that we import both of these to remove the error. Let's save that. And if we refresh, great, we can see the nav bar on the top, list container underneath it. And if you saw earlier, just for a second, if I, for example, commented this out and then hit save, we see this error state that we have, and that's inside of page .tsx for our board ID. I mean, all of them pretty much have this error and loading. If we go in that, okay, maybe there's a little bit of variation there in terms of what's actually been put inside of there. But I think this is a great opportunity to also add in an actual error state and a loading state. So before we continue moving on and implementing all these features, because eventually we're going to have to add in some structure to our loading states, then why don't we create that now? So first we're going to go into components. We'll add in a new folder and name it error state. And then inside of here, we'll add in an index.tsx. And we're going to have a lot of props for this error state, so just bear with me. We'll have action text, which will be of type string. Then we'll have children, optional, which will be of react.react node. We'll have class name, type string. We'll have error of error. So this is in case you wanted to make your error state more granular. For me, and just for the scope of this tutorial, I'm not going to go too crazy on it, but if you'd like to see me do a little bit more of an upgrade to this project related to error handling, I'm happy to do so. Just let me know in the comments down below here, but I'm just going to add in a lot of these props, which are all optional. If you want to do some more detailed work in errors, then you can absolutely use these to handle it. But in the project, I'm just going to use the defaults. So after adding in all of those props there, error, message, on action, show details, and title, we're going to actually create our error state component. So here, let me just destructure all of the props here. So we have action text, which by default will be try again. We'll have children, class name, error, then message, which will have a default value of we're having trouble displaying this page. Please try again later. Then on action, which by default will be equal to an arrow function, window dot location dot reload. Show details, which will be by default false. And lastly, a title, which by default will be something went wrong. Great. And let's make sure that we type these. So this will be error state props. And then let's finish out this component. Div, and we'll provide in a class name, flex, size of full. We'll have board sidebar inside of here, which will just be boards of nothing. We'll have inside of here another div, class name, p of 2, size of full. We'll have another div inside of here, class name, and we're using cn for this one. We'll have inside of the cn, bg background, flex column, items, center, justify, center, P of 4, rounded, medium, size of full, text, center. And if there is a class name, then we'll add it to the styles. Then inside of here, we'll have another div, class name, max width, medium, space y of 6. Then a div inside of here, class name, flex, justify, center. Then another div here, class name, bg destructive, divided by 10, P of 3, rounded, full. So, and add inside of here, alert, triangle icon, Lucid React. Give a class name, size of 10, text, destructive. Right, and why don't I add that error state, how we have it so far, into our board ID page so we can see it. So let's just do error state. We don't need to pass on anything since everything's optional. We'll just use default values. So you can see there we're starting to have something. Much more informative error screen than just having error in the top right corner. Cool. Now go down 2 divs from our alert triangle icon. And here we're going to put another div with a class name, space y of 2, h1 with a class name, font bold, text 2XL, tracking light, where we'll put our title. And then below this we'll have a p tag here with a class name, text muted foreground. This will be where we put our message. And then down below here, we'll have show details and error. And if we have both of those, then we'll have a little error section down here. Class name, PG muted, max height of 40, overflow auto, P-4, rounded, medium, text left, text extra small, P here, with class name of font medium. Inside of here, error.name, colon, error.message. Right. And then below here, error.stack. And if that exists, then inside of a pre, give it that code look, code block look, margin top of 2, text muted foreground, white space pre-wrap down here. And we'll provide error.stack. Wonderful. And then last but not least, underneath these curly braces here, we're going to provide any children that someone might want to provide. We'll provide a div here, and we'll have a little refresh button that'll appear just in case the web design version of unplugging it and plugging it back in helps. We'll provide a button down here. And before my eyes twitch, I'll change it to /components in a second. Provide on action to this click here. And variant can be outline. You can choose default if you'd like. Either one works. Maybe we can take a look at it a little bit later and see which one we like better. Refresh CCW icon. So refresh icon there, class name, margin right of 2, size of 4. And next to it, we'll put in our action text. Great. Let's change this to @/components. Let's bring this one up to the top. And great. Let's see here. And this needs to be a client component. That's what this runtime error is telling me. And there we go. We now have an error state. It should look a lot better than just having error in the corner. And we can try to refresh to see if maybe that can fix things. In this case, obviously not. But we allow the user the option to refresh the page. In here, it'll actually tell us the error that's going on, which is that this container doesn't exist. Add that back in. We hit try again to refresh, and we're back here. Wonderful. So that's the error state. But let me see if this one doesn't actually have a loading state in it. But here, you just saw it for a second there, a little loading there in the corner. So let's go and fix that while we're at it. When we have loading states in our applications, I highly recommend that we should use skeletons. So based on Jacob Nielsen's usability heuristics, which is a classic reference for how to make snappy feeling UIs, 0.1 seconds feels instant when something loads in that amount of time. In 1 second, there's noticeable delay, but to the user, it still feels seamless. After 10 seconds, the user has basically lost attention, and they're probably going to navigate away from your app or try to hit refresh, thus starting another loading state. And if it takes more than 10 seconds for the user to get some form of feedback, this isn't great. So we want to show the user that there's some form of activity while we're trying to get them what they're looking for, if they're asking for some form of data, or if they're looking to update some data, delete something, any form of mutation, then we want to show that there's some form of activity going on that shows that their desired action is actually in flight. But we don't want things to just pop in, right? That there's a flash of white light and then all of a sudden the UI changes or something new is rendered. And so here's a little demonstration of how skeletons can help our UI. Now, I can't really do a pulsing animation here, but just assume that all of these elements are pulsing. And the goal of creating skeletons is to be able to show it to the user while a loading state is occurring before we actually get whatever content we want onto our website, and that we want to match the general size and shape of what our final UI looks like. So obviously, for example, if this is a title to this video in this YouTube style interface, well, we don't really know what the length of the title is going to be before it actually loads. And so we're just going to take a guess and create a skeleton that takes up about the same amount of space. And so we want to add these skeletons to serve as placeholders so that when this content does load in, it doesn't just suddenly appear from usually on a browser window, a white screen, and suddenly there's just a pop-in of a bunch of the final content. We want to basically have a seamless transition going through a placeholder items, and then when things are, let's jump into the code and start adding in skeletons for our loading states. We're going to be using Shadcn UI skeletons, so let's get started. Let's start with the board sidebar skeleton. During the loading state, the only UI element in the sidebar that is waiting for data is the board list. So we'll keep the rest of the sidebar's UI the same and leverage skeletons for the board list. Let's jump into the code and start implementing that. Let's scroll down to the bottom of this file. This is where we're going to put in our board sidebar skeleton. So we're going to put in export const board sidebar skeleton. I usually keep the skeletons and the component that it's the skeleton for in the same file, because generally I find that if I make a change to one, I'll want to make the change into the skeleton, and just having it within the same file helps me to remember that. And for this board sidebar skeleton, what we're going to put is sidebar, then sidebar content, sidebar header, and inside of this header, I'm just going to go up here and copy this bit here. It's going to be the exact same. Great. You get the closing end here, slash sidebar menu button. Then we don't need to worry about opening or shutting this, so we'll just remove that. There we go. Now under sidebar header, but still inside of sidebar content, we're going to add in sidebar group here. Then sidebar group content, sidebar menu, and then we're going to add in our first Shadcn skeleton here with class name BG gray of 200, H of 8, width of full. And we're just going to copy and add 2 more of these. It's just representative of the user having around 3 boards, something like that. And let me just go up here and change this to, add /components /UI skeleton. There we go. And let's move this up to here. Great. Cool. So you should have a sidebar skeleton that looks something like this. And so if we want to take our board sidebar skeleton and put it into our UI, we're going to app, then board, then UI here, board page contents, and we're going to go all the way down to the bottom and create export const board page contents skeleton. And this is going to basically hold all of the various skeletons of the components that make up our board page, the sidebar included, the other one being the board list, which we're going to do in a second. And then we're going to take that and put it inside of this fallback here, inside of the suspense, and provide that as our loading state. We should also, while we're here, change this to an error state real quick. And so back into board page contents, we're just going to start adding in a div here. Then inside of this div, we're going to give it a style that looks consistent with the style that we have in our main board page contents. So we're going to have flex size full, and then inside of here, we're going to add in the board sidebar skeleton. And then we'll have another div here, class name P of 2, size of full. And then another div, class name BG white flex column P of 4, rounded medium, size of full. And then we'll put in the board sidebar skeleton when we create it in a second. But for now, I just want to save this, put it inside of our suspense here, the board page contents skeleton. And so now you can see here when we reload, you can see very briefly some skeletons taking up the space of our board list. So while we're waiting from the server to query our data, we're going to see a very brief loading state so that we don't have just a blank sidebar. There's an indication to the user that there's going to be some content coming here in the future, and that's what we're trying to represent with a skeleton. If we refresh again and look on the right side, you'll see here with the board list, we don't have any skeletons. And so when we refresh, it's kind of a jarring pop-in as compared to the pulsing skeletons. So to fix that, what we're going to add is a board list skeleton. Then we're going into board list.tsx. We'll scroll all the way down to the bottom and then add an export const board list skeleton here. And inside of it, what we're going to add is a div here. And then provide it with a style, class name, flex column, gap of 4. And then provide a header, which we can just copy from up here, this bit. Paste that there. And then here, let me just grab it. From here, this div underneath the header. Paste this here, and then inside of here put in a skeleton, class name, aspect video, and size of full. And we'll add in 3 of them just to match the amount of board list ones that we added. So we're going to save that. And after rearranging the imports, we can go into our board page contents, import our board list skeleton in, and then when we hit save, if we hit refresh here, you can see very briefly there, just because our load times are super quick, the little skeleton popping in behind our boards. Wonderful. Now that we're done with the loading state for our board page, we can now go into one of the board ID pages and let's finish building it out. One of the first things you'll notice that we're missing inside of the board ID page is our board list here, and we wouldn't be able to navigate from one board to another without it. So in order to do that, we have to be able to get the information on all of our board ID page. And so we're going to have to go into source, tRPC, server, routers, and pages, and then add in a procedure to get that information. And so what we're going to do is board ID page colon protected procedure dot input, then inside z dot object, and we'll have board ID, which will be of type z string again, and then query async context input, all the usual stuff. We should be super used to doing this by now. Const boards logs is equal to await promise.all. Then context.db.query.board schema.find many. We're also going to grab some extra things beyond just finding our board schema, which we'll make sure to grab user ID, context.user.id with lists order by lists ascending order. So ASC, arrow, ASC, lists.order. And inside of the lists as well, underneath ordered by, we'll do with cards order by cards ascending again, ascending cards.order. Great. And then now we need to deal with our logs. And so that'll be context.db.query.board action schema find many where equal board action schema here, and grab board ID. We'll have to grab from our input const board ID from input here. Then we can compare the board action schema board ID to the board ID provided in the input. Then we'll just return boards and logs. Wonderful. Then we can go back to our board ID page, app, board ID, and go to page.tsx. And on our board ID page, we're going to do const query client is equal to get query client. And then we're going to do void query client dot prefetch query. And then we're going to pass in tRPC dot pages dot board ID page, which we just created, and query options. We're going to pass in our board ID wrapped in an object. Great. Oh, semicolon goes out here. And then inside of this return, we're going to need to wrap it all with a hydration boundary. So let's just move this bit up one. And then we're going to need to provide state, which is equal to dehydrate query client. Great. And now let's go into the board ID page and grab our query. Now, if we're going to do a query, we're going to need to add use client to the top. Then we're going to do const tRPC is equal to use tRPC. Const data is equal to use suspense query. And inside of it, we're going to pass tRPC.pages.board ID page dot query options, and we're going to pass in the board ID. Great. And from this data, we're going to extract out the specific board that we want based off of the board ID that's passed in. So data.boards.find board arrow board.id is equal to board ID. Okay. And we can just pass in data.boards here. So if we reload there, we can see that we have our boards list, and because we're in this current board, the name of the board is highlighted. And if we switch over to test 2, we can see the same. Now you can see that it's pretty jarring to have that kind of flash when we're loading between one board and the other. Now these components are now in cache, and so there's a very minimal reload that's needed between the different pages. But if you might have noticed earlier, we had a very quick loading state, so we're going to have to add in the loading state to our board ID page once we finish all of the components. There are some, like the board sidebar, that we can start doing, but I'll add all of the loading states all at the same time so that we don't forget any of them. So let's move on now to work on the board navbar. The first thing that we're going to add is the props. So we're going to do interface board navbar props board and provide the type board from our schema. Then in here, let's destructure our props, provide board, and give it the type board navbar props. Then for our actual board itself, we're going to give the first div a style, bg blue 300, flex gap x of 4, height of 14, items, center, padding on the left side of 4, padding on the right side of 6, rounded medium, text of white, and width of full. Great. Now we need to provide our board to our board navbar, so we'll just do that real quick. Provide board here. In the case that the provided board ID in the URL doesn't match any of the boards that belong to the user, in that case board would be undefined, as you can see down here. So we need to check for that so that we can provide a clean board, if you will, to our board navbar. The way that we can do that is by using a tertiary operator here, board. So if board is true, we'll have it in there, and if board does not exist, then just real quick, we're going to provide a little board not found error here. It's not a hard error that would require the error state, in my opinion. It's just a board not found. And so we would just provide a similar redirect to our board error, but provide the feedback that it's just basically a board not found, not something wrong with our server. And I think it's always important to provide more specific feedback to the user based off of what is wrong than just having a blanket coverall error. So in this case, since we know specifically a board does not exist because the board ID doesn't match, then we can just provide that feedback back to the user. So we're going to do class name flex size full sidebar, provide boards data.boards. So we have a way for the user to actually provide one of the valid boards that they can navigate to. Then inside of here, we'll have a div or class name p-2 size of full div class name bg white flex column gap of 2 items center justify center p of 2 rounded medium size of full. Then inside of here h1 class name font bold text 2XL. We'll just provide board not found, and then as a little subtitle or subtext, class name text muted foreground text small. The board you are looking for does not exist. I wish I was a better Star Wars nerd and had a better quote or reference than that. But underneath the P, but still inside of the div, provide button here. So if we went into the URL and deliberately passed a nonsensical board ID, then here we have board not found. The board you are looking for does not exist. We'll go back to our board, and then we can go into our board again. Wonderful. So great. Let's go back to our board and nav bar here real quick. We can save it, and we can see this is the little board nav bar along the top that we'll have here. All the Kanban board elements will go underneath it. Cool. Next, we're going to remove board nav bar and then provide a div inside of here. Then provide class name flex gap x of 2 items center. Provide a link from next/link, providing a way for a user to go back to boards. And really the goal is to have the user have as many options as possible to go back, whether it's with the escape hatch, transitioning to a different board that they're desiring, or to hit to go back to this board page, just because it kind of works as the central hub of our application. So to actually see the link, we'll need to provide an icon. So we're going to do chevron left icon from Lucid React, class name size of 4, close it. We get this little icon here, which you can click, go back to boards. Wonderful. And then we're going to have a component that we're going to have to make in a second, board name form. And then let me just complete the rest of the nav bar before we add each of the bits. We have another div here, class name margin left auto, so basically pushing this one all the way to the right, and what we're going to have is a board option with an S here. So we'll have a little name that pops up here, but it's also going to be a form so that a user can edit the name of their board up in the top here. And then board options, it'll have stuff like delete, all that good stuff inside of a menu that'll pop up after we hit a menu icon in the right corner. So let's get to that. So let's start with the board name form. So we're going to do new file board name form.tsx. Then we're going to do const form schema is equal to z.object, and we're going to have name here, and I'm going to go into my schema real quick from board, scroll all the way down to update, and I'm just going to copy this bit here because it's going to be the exact same that we're going to provide here. Great. Then we're going to do type form schema is equal to z.infer type of form schema. Great. Then we're going to provide the props, board name form props, which is going to have board of type board, taken from our schema. Again, export const board name form, and let's extract board, give it its type from board name form props here. And then inside of here, const form is equal to use form schema, providing here default values being name, provide board.name, and then for the resolver we're going to use Zod resolver and pass in our form schema. Then we're going to have const form ref is equal to use ref HTML form element, and we're going to pass in null initially. Const input ref is equal to use ref HTML input element, provide null again. And lastly, we're going to use a state here is editing, and we'll have set is editing, and we'll grab use state since we're using state, and assign this initially false real quick, and just move the imports around real quick in ABC order. We're going to provide use client on top because we're going to be using state. Scroll down. We're going to do const query client as well. We're going to be doing some tRPC mutations. So use query client Then const tRPC is equal to use tRPC. Const update board name is equal to use mutation. Provide trpc.board.update board.mutation options. Here it is. On error, I'm going to provide error. I'm going to do a toast error updating board name, and then we'll provide the description being error dot message. Let's make sure that we import our toast from Sonner. This is a comma, not a semicolon. Then on success, we will query client dot invalidate queries, pass in query key, trpc dot pages dot board id page dot query key being board id, passing in our board dot id here, and then we're also going to have query client dot invalidate queries, query key pointing it to trpc dot pages dot board page dot query query key here. Let me make sure I got that for up here. We did. Great. So what we're doing here is just saying to the cache that we have, which records all of our data that we've gotten from the server, that basically it's now invalid. We've successfully updated the board name. You need to go back and do a new API call to pull it, and we're doing it for both the board ID page to fix it on the top here and update the data, along with on our board page, because it's going to be showing all of our board names of each of the boards that the user owns. We need to update that as well to have the new board name that we're providing here. Great. Then we're going to do const disable editing to be equal to set is editing to be false. Then we'll have const enable editing, which will have set is editing to be true, and then set timeout. And in here we're going to have input ref.current.focus, and then input ref.current.select. Great. Then after that, on blur, draw form ref.current.request submit, disable editing. Then we'll have const on key down is equal to e:\keyboard event, and if e.key is equal to escape, and we're not updating board name is pending. So while we're not currently updating a board, we're going to call disable editing. So I don't think that we've dealt with keyboard actions like pressing a key on the keyboard and triggering something. We're going to use a function called useEventListener, and we're going to pass in key down and on key down, the function that we just created. So we're going to do npm I use hooks ts. We'll remember to provide -- force when using npm. We let it install. Great. Then we can use it. I guess we'll have to import it up here. So import use event listener from use hooks ts. Great. So now when the user hits escape and we're not currently updating the board, then it'll escape from editing. Then the last function that we need to create on submit, which will have form data of form schema. And here, if form data.name is equal to the existing name, then we don't need to change anything. We'll just disable editing and return. Otherwise, if it's a new name, then we'll do update board name.mutate, and we'll provide in board ID being board.id, and name being form data.name. Great. Then the last function that we need to create on submit, which will have form data of form schema. And here, if form data.name is equal to the existing name, then we don't need to change anything. We'll just disable editing and return. Otherwise, if it's a new name, then we'll do update board name.mutate, and we'll provide in board ID being board.id, and name being form data.name. Great. Now for the actual JSX itself, we're going to do return. If we are editing, then we're going to have a form. Use form here. Make sure that we grab it from /components UI form, not the React hook forms one. Great. Then we'll spread the value form here. Then inside of here, we'll provide the form tag, provide class name flex gap x of 2 items center. And let me just bring that down so it's easy to read here. And we'll have on submit be form.handle submit on submit, and then ref will be form ref. Great. Then in here we'll have a form field. We'll have control be form.control. Name is name. Render will be field. And inside of here we'll use our form input component that we created. Here we will pass in the values of field. And we'll have class name bg transparent, border none, focus visible outline none, focus visible ring transparent, font bold, height of 7, padding in the horizontal direction of 7 pixels, padding in the vertical direction of just 1, and then text of large. Disabled will be when board update name is pending. The ID will be name, on blur will be on blur, and then ref will provide our input ref. Then under our form field, but still within our form, we're going to provide a button tag here. We're going to have disabled be the same thing as here. And this one will actually be hidden, so you can just have it be like that. Write in, hidden, and then type is submit. We need to deal with the other side of the tertiary operator, where basically we're not currently editing. So we'll provide button, and then we'll have class name, font bold, h of auto, px of 2, py of 1, text large with auto. Then on click will be enable editing, and variant will be transparent. And we're going to need to add that to our button, but we'll do that in a second. Inside of our button, we'll just provide board.name. In here, let's go over to our Shadcn button real quick and just add that in. So at the bottom here below link, we're just going to provide transparent, and that will be bg transparent hover bg white divided by 20 text of white. Right, so back in here, we're all set. Everything looks good. Let's move some of these things around, the imports around in ABC order, so it doesn't bug me. So it goes down here, great. And in our board navbar, we're going to need to import board name form, and then we're going to pass in board into it. So let's run our server real quick just to see if we're getting it, and let's just comment out board options for now so that everything is working out. Wait for this stuff to load. Now you can see that we have test in here. Wonderful. So if we were to just change this to test 2, it's running, and now we have 2 test 2s. In this case, let's just remove the 2 again, just to showcase. Great. So now we have test there, and we have test-2 like we had before. Now let's move on and create board options. For board options, what we're going to do is create a new file here, board-options.tsx. Do export const board options. And I just want to provide the import real quick. So what we're going to do is just return a div for now, board options, and then go back into navbar, uncomment this out, and then import it in. Great. And let me fix the imports real quick. Let's just save that. And you can see board options to the right. So let's go into our board options and implement it. First up, we're going to go up to the top and add in our props. So interface board options props. And in here, we're going to have ID of type string. Then we're going to grab that ID and give it its type from board options props. Then inside of here, we'll add const query client is equal to use query client. Then after query client, we're going to do const tRPC is equal to use tRPC. Then after that, we will grab our mutation, delete board is equal to use mutation. And we're going to pass to use mutation trpc dot board dot delete board dot mutation options, and inside of mutations options we'll have on error be an arrow function. We'll be returning toast from Sonar, and we'll be just saying error occurred while deleting the board. And then inside of here, we'll have the description be the error.message that we return. Great. And for the on success, we're going to invalidate the query. So query client dot invalidate queries. Pass in the query key, which will be trpc dot pages dot board page dot query key. Then after that, we're going to have to grab our router from use router. Whoops. Make sure that you grab it from next/navigation there. And since we're using a lot of stuff that requires this to be a client component, we'll add use client to the top here. And let me just move these to the top. Move this down. There we go. Great. And just bring this one up. And then down here we'll do router.push to our board. Wonderful. Oops. Semicolon. Great. Then we're going to create the function on delete, which we'll call delete board.mutate. And we're going to pass in board ID being ID. Great. Now for the JSX. So what we're going to do is remove this div here and use popover, just like we did in the board creation form. Then inside of popover, we are going to use popover trigger, declare it as child. Inside of here, we'll add in a button. We're just going to try to create a menu button here. So class name be H of auto, P of 2, W of auto. And we'll have this button be a variant of transparent. And inside of the button, we'll be using more horizontal icon from Lucid React. Provide a class name here, size of 4. Great. So you can see when we save, we've got a nice menu looking button here. So we'll have a little popover up here. Then we're going to provide our popover content. And we're going to pass in a line, be start, and then class name px of 0, py of 3. Side will be bottom. Then inside of here we'll have a div, class name, font, medium, padding bottom of 4, text center, text neutral 600, text small. And here we're going to say that these are our board actions. Then next to it we're going to have popover close, have it be as child. Inside of it we'll have a button, and in this button we'll have class name absolute H auto, P of 2, right of 2, text neutral 600, top of 2, width of auto, and then variant will be ghost. And then inside of here we'll have X from Lucid React, class name, size of 4. And then outside of the popover close, but still inside of our popover content, we're going to provide another button here. And it's going to have a few things in it. Class name, font normal, H auto, justify start, P of 2, PX of 5, rounded none, text small, width of full. Disabled will be when delete board is pending. On click will be our on delete. And then variant will be ghost. And we're just going to provide the text delete board. Wonderful. So you can see there that delete board is opened up when we click on our popover. So the difference between the tooltip and a popover, in case you're wondering, because we've used both, the tooltip is when we hover over something. Popover requires someone to actually click the popover trigger. Great. So we have an error in navbar because we need to pass in our ID. So we're going to pass in for ID will be just board.id. Great. And moment of truth. Let's try deleting this. Great, and everything looks good. The board is gone. So let's just create test again, so we can back in it. Wonderful. So now we have our board options. Put down in the comments below what other board options you might like. If some of them seem interesting to me, I'll add them as a quote-unquote upgrade to this walkthrough. I love to always revisit some of these tools with audience discussion about how we can continue improving, because I think it's important to get feedback from you all. What do you want to learn about building and improving our products? And if you have any suggestions for any improvements, I think that my Tailwind CSS skills are quite good, but it could always be better, and I'm always happy to learn from the audience as well. This can be a two-way street as well. So now that we're done with our board options, I believe that wraps up our board navbar. We can now go back all the way. Let's see here. Should be to our list container next. Okay, so for our list container, we're going to be starting to work with lists. So I'm going to add a new folder here to just organize things a little bit better. And so for our list here, we'll move our list container into here. Let's just make sure that the imports are changed as we'd like it. And let me also just move some of these things around so that they're in ABC order and into an order that I like. Great. So now let's go into list container here, and let's just start setting up the basic structure of how we'd want our list container to work. So first, we're going to have a div. I guess I didn't need to get rid of it. We're going to have a class name, h of full, overflow, x auto. And so this basically allows for horizontal scroll when enough lists are added to the board. We're going to have like a list here, and then just imagine if we added a third list, it would go off the screen. This div allows for us to have that horizontal scrolling. Then inside of here, we'll actually have our list. So we'll have an ordered list here. We'll have class name, flex, gap x of 3, h of full, padding bottom of 2. And then we're going to have a to-do here. We'll add all the lists here. And we're going to have a list form to add in additional lists. And then we're going to add in a div here at the bottom. Class name flex shrink 0 width of 1. So the reason that we do this is so that we add a little bit of padding in the end. And we don't have list forms, so that's why it's showing the error. But we're basically just adding padding to the right side so that when we have the overflow and we have the scrolling going on to the right side, the last item, the last list item, isn't flush against the right side of the board ID page. We just don't want to have a cutoff look, even if it isn't, but it might look like it if our last list is just right up against the side of the browser window. So back to the code, we're going to remove this comment because we're going to add in a list form here. Export const list form, and I just want to remove the error, so we'll just return for now a div list form. Great, and we're just going to add this in. Great, and let's save this as well. We should all be pretty used to making forms, so I'm just going to speed through this. We're going to do const form schema is equal to z dot object name, and I'll go into my procedure to grab what I need. This will be from update, and just copy this entire type here and paste it in. Great, so it's consistent. Then we'll create type form schema is equal to z dot infer type of form schema. It doesn't take any props, so we don't need to do this part. We'll do const form is equal to use form and pass in our form schema here with default values being name, empty string initially, resolver being Zod resolver, pass in the form schema. Great. Then we're going to extract our params, and we'll use the use params hook here, and just grab board ID being of type string, and then let's grab the board ID specifically is equal to array.isArray params.board ID, and if it's an array, we'll just grab the first part of the params, which would be our board ID. Otherwise, we'll grab params.board ID, and if it happens to be undefined, then board ID will just be an empty string. Next, we're going to grab our form ref, use ref from React here, and we'll set it to HTML form element null, and we'll have const is editing, set is editing, use state, and initially it's going to be false. And if we're using state, then we need to add use client to say that list form here is a client component. Just grab these and don't forget the use params, and form is higher alphabetically than the others. Great. Next, on key down, keyboard event, arrow function here, if e.key is equal to escape, then we'll disable editing. Should probably add these in on top, so I'll just add those in real quick. Disable editing, set is editing to be false, const enable editing, set is editing to be true, set timeout, form dot set focus name. Great. Scroll down a little bit, and we'll use event listener from use hooks ts, key down, pass in our on key down function that we've created, use on click outside, form ref as ref object, HTML element, disable editing. So this is just to listen for the keyboard. When we hit escape, we'll exit out of our list form, and if we click outside of our list form, it's going to do the same thing and call disable editing. Pretty self-explanatory. Then we're going to do const query client is equal to use query client. So we'll have our tRPC here, use tRPC client, and we're going to do create list, use mutation, tRPC.list.create list.mutation options. Here on error, we're going to have error toast from Sonar. And first we need to provide a title. Our title will be failed to create list. Description error.message. On success, disable editing, form.reset, query client.invalidate queries. Query key will be our board page, so trpc.pages.board ID page query key, and we just want to pass in board ID being board ID. Great. Next, let's just create our on submit. So const on submit is equal to data form schema will be its type. Create list dot mutate board ID, name being data dot name. Wonderful. And I think here actually I could just pass in board ID, right? Yep. Cool. So that's just to shorten this up a little bit, but it doesn't matter if you do board : board ID. Here we're going to have is editing. And when we are editing, we're not going to have a div. We're going to have a list item. And here we'll have class name, h of full, select none, shrink 0, width of 272 pixels. Just what I think looks best, but you can choose whichever width you'd like. Then we'll have a form here. We'll spread in it the values from form that we created earlier. And we'll make sure to import, make sure to import form not from React hook form, but our Shadcn one. /components UI form. So let's just bring this thing up to the top here, bring this to the bottom, and bring this one to the top. Nope. Ref object edges it out. Great. Now we gotta finish this stuff up here. So we need children, so form, tag goes here. Class name, BG, white, padding of 3, rounded medium, shadow, medium, space Y of 4, width of full. Then below our styles, we'll have on submit, bform.handle, submit, on submit. Ref is equal to form ref. And then we'll have form field control is equal to form.control. We'll have name be name. Render. We'll have field here. And we're going to pass field into our form input. Spread out the values of field in here. Then we'll have class name, border, transparent, focus, border, dash input, font, medium, height of 7, hover, border, input, px of 2, py of 1, text small, and transition. Great. And then we'll have ID be name. And then placeholder will be enter list name. Great. And then we need our submission at the bottom, which we're going to do underneath the form field, but still inside of our form. We'll provide a div here. We'll have class name, flex, gap, x of 1, items, center. Provide a form submit here. Class name with auto. Disabled will be when create list is pending. Great. And then inside of here, if create list is pending, then we're going to display adding. Otherwise, we're going to display add list. And then underneath this form submit, we'll add in a button. On click will be disable editing. Size will be small. Variant will be ghost. Great. And we're just going to provide the X icon here. And, oh, whoops, I spelled this wrong, is editing. And let's just make sure that we move all this stuff around. Just so I don't forget to do this later. Great. And then underneath here, we're going to have the case where we're not currently editing. And here we're going to provide a list item, class name, height of full, select none, shrink 0, width 272 pixels again, button using the non-Shadcn one because I just want to create a full custom button here. So BG white, flex, font, medium, hover, BG black, divided by 20 to get this gray look. Items, center, padding of 3, rounded, medium, shadow, medium, text, small, transition, width dash full. On click, we'll start our editing process, so enable editing. And then inside of here, we'll have the plus icon, class name, margin right of 2, size of 4, and the text add a list here. Great. So if we save it, we have this little add a list button, which when we click it, it'll open up a little list form for us to add in our list. Now, I don't want to create one right now because I want to actually build our list representation, the actual list item that's going to be displayed, because obviously if we create a list right now, then we're not going to have anything to display. So let's create that first before we go and test this out. Now let's jump back into our list container and let's add the list item, which will form the basis for all of our lists. To start off, let's add our props to list container. So list container props, which is going to be board ID of type string, lists with cards, which will be of type list with cards, array. We'll have our logs, which will be board action log array. We'll have user image, which will be of type string, and we'll have username, which will be of type string. Great, let's extract our props, board ID, lists with cards, logs, user image, username. Give it its types from list container props. Wonderful. And down here, now that we have lists with cards, we can do lists with cards.map, and we're going to need both our list and the index of that list. And we're going to provide a list item for each of our lists. Now let's create our list item. So we'll do list item.tsx, export const list item. And we're just going to provide a quick to-do here. Add, drag, and drop functionality here. So we'll do that in a second. So this is going to look weird, right? But we're going to have list contents here with only one T. So obviously it would look weird to have a list item and then immediately nest another component, but that's because we're going to have some drag and drop functionality that's going to wrap the list contents. So just bear with me. You'll see why we have this kind of structure. So, but to create our list content, we're going to do list-contents.tsx. Then we're going to do interface list contents props. We'll just get the props out of the way. So list with cards, no array this time. Logs, board action, logs. These will still be with an array. User image will be of string, user name, string. Export const list contents, extracting out the props. Okay, and we're just going to return a few things. These are going to make up our list contents. We're going to have a list header. We're going to have a card container. And inside of this card container, we're going to have a div flex shrink of 0, card form. And whoops, there's supposed to be a dash there, so flex dash shrink dash 0. So we're just going to remove the errors real quick by creating list-header.tsx, export const list header, And we'll provide a div here just for now and provide list header. Save this. We'll import this. Then we should do the same for card container as well. So inside of lists here, I'm going to create a new folder and call it card. So all the card related components will go inside of there. We'll have card container.tsx, export const card container. And we're going to have children. So let's just create the type for that. Card container props. Children, type react node, and give children its types from card container props. And inside of here, we'll just provide a div, class name, flex column, gap y of 2, just for now. And we'll put our children in there. And we can go back to list contents here. Import this. Then we add in the card form. TSX export const card form. And there's going to be a bunch of stuff later we'll add, but for now we'll just do div card form. Great, and let's import that. And so let's get list contents imported. And it's missing some props, so let's add. So here we're going to put interface list item props. It's going to take index, type number, list with cards, and I can actually just copy this bit here. Don't have to repeat myself. Gonna still need to do the imports. Great. And we can pass these in here after we extract them, of course. Index, list with cards, logs, user image, and user name. Give them their types. And make sure I spell things correctly. Then we're going to provide list with cards, being list with cards, logs, being logs, so on and so forth. User image and username. Great. And now for list container, we need to provide this, all the props as well, after we import it. Great. So we have list with cards, being lists with, or list, sorry. And then we'll have index, be index. We'll have logs, be logs. Great. Great, and when we go back to our board ID page, we need to pass in our values here as well. So we're going to need board ID to be board ID. We're going to need lists with cards to be board.lists. Logs to be data.logs. User image, and we actually need to provide some extra props up here to provide user image of type string and username of type string. From our props, user image and username, pass them down here. Username. Great, and then in the page here we need to also pass those. We'll get those from session. So let's just grab those. So for user image, we're going to do session.user.image, and if it doesn't exist, we'll just pass in empty string. And then username which will be session.user.name. Wonderful. Now let's go back to the list contents and look through. We have a couple of components that we need to go through. So let's start with the list header. Now our list header is going to work in a very similar way to our board name form here. It's to allow for us to change the name of the list when we have it. It's going to be along the top, and we can click on it and we can modify the name of our list there. So it's pretty much going to do the same thing as our board name form. So we're just going to grab quite a bit of the pieces here from it and change what we need to when it comes to our specific list use case. So let's go back to our list header and let's just paste this bit in here. We're going to have a lot of imports, a lot of things to clear up. So let's get started. All right, the first thing that we're going to do is import Z from Zod. Then we're going to change this to be a list's name must not be empty. Then inside of our props, we'll provide list with cards to be of type list with cards. Then we're going to extract that list with cards, and let me just change the name as well. List header. We'll take this bit and paste it into list header props. We'll change this to be list header props as well. Then we're going to be importing use form. Instead of board here, we'll have list with cards. We'll add in our Zod resolver. Then we're going to have use ref. We're going to have use state. And since we're using state, we need to go up to the top and add in use client. Scroll down, use query client, we're going to need that. Use tRPC client, we're going to need that. Use mutation, grab toast, and we don't have board ID, .id. We're going to have list with cards, not ID, but board ID. Great. This is all going to be the same. And we need to import use event listener. Then in our on key down, I noticed that we have update board name here, so we got to change that up here. Let's not forget that. So we're going to update list name, and actually have to go through and change a lot of this. So sorry, I missed that for a second. Update list. This is still fine to be board. Error updating list name. Great, and let's just see anything else that we might have missed. Okay, so we need update list name is pending. Then down here, list with cards dot name. Then we'll have update list name, and board ID will be provided from list with cards dot board ID. Then we're going to provide ID to be list with cards.id. Great. Let's import our form. Make sure that you're importing it from /component UI form. We're using the Shadcn one. Then we grab form field. Then we need our form input as well. And here we need to change this update list name .is pending. And then down here, update list name .is pending again. And then we'll have button be imported here, I believe. Then let me check over the styling just real quick. Okay, in our form here, we have a different styling for this one. We're going to have flex-1 px of 2 pixels. Everything else should be staying the same. Then here we're not going to have a button like we did with the board name form. What we're going to have is a div, provided a class name, border, transparent, font, medium, height of 7, px of 2.5, py of 1, text of small, width of full. And inside of here, we're going to provide old name. And old name will be actually a state. So let's add that. Let's scroll all the way up to after is editing. And so that when the user is changing things with the list name, they're going to be modifying a temporary state value as opposed to modifying the value directly in the form. So we're going to set old name and use state. And we're going to set that initially to listwithcards.name. Now that we have this state, we're going to make sure after our on submit, we're going to set old name to be the new name that we just added. And then underneath this class name here, we're going to provide an on click to enable editing. Great. Then to finish off our list header, we're going to copy over everything inside of is as editing here. We're going to wrap it in curly braces because we're going to put it inside of a div. Another thing that we're going to actually add before I forget is a pair of parentheses, because what I'm going to have inside of here is a div. And we're just going to remove this bit here and put it at the end, but in between the curly braces and the parentheses. That's not what I wanted. Why is this being difficult? There we go. Yeah, let's tab this over. So that's good looking styling. And so hopefully you understand that this is going to be the input section like this, but what we're also going to have after we finish styling this div with class name, flex, font, semi-bold, gap, x of 2, items, start, justify, between, padding in the horizontal direction of 2, padding top of 2, text of small, and right next to our input, we're going to have a list options. So we're going to have basically this menu on the right, but for our lists. So now let's create our list options. We're going to create a new file inside of the list folder. Make sure you don't put it accidentally in the card folder. We're going to do list-options.tsx, export const list options, and there's going to be a bit of stuff in here, but we'll just add in a div for now. And let's just clear out this error by importing it. Great. And let me just rearrange these real quick. Alright, quick rearranging there. And now we can go to our list options and start implementing it. What we're going to do is have an interface along the top here. List options props. And inside of here, we're going to have list with cards and provide it with the type list with cards. Also, we're going to have a function called onAddCard. And so inside of our list options menu that we're going to have here, we're going to have the ability to just click a button to open up another form at the bottom of a created list to add a card. So this is the function that's going to trigger that form when we create it to open. So let's destructure our props here. List with cards, on add card, give them their types from list options props. Then let's grab some of our mutations. So query client from use query client. We all should be very used to this at this point, so I'm not gonna repeat this over and over again. We're going to have const copy list is equal to use mutation tRPC.list.copy list.mutation options. And hopefully you're potentially faster than me at writing these in. We don't actually have a copy list mutation, now that I'm noticing it, or procedure. So we're going to have to go and create that after we finish writing this out. Copy list with the description error.message. Great. Well, now it feels weird not to fully explain it out, but I'll just go through this. We're going to have close ref.current click. We'll deal with that in a second. Query client.invalidate queries. And we're going to have, and honestly, I could copy it from our list form here. I believe, where is it? Here it is. That's what we need. Bam. Oh, whoops. I should get rid of the whole thing. We don't need semi. Oh, yeah. We're good there. We need board ID, which will be provided from list with cards.board ID. And we need to provide the value. There we go. So let's go and write the copy list procedure. So this is not a fun one to write, but that's why I kind of saved it for when we absolutely started needing it. So before create list, because I'm just going in ABC order, copy list, and we'll provide protected procedure, input z.object, board ID, z.string, ID z.string, dot mutation, async, context, input. We all should know this. Const board ID is equal to input. Alright, now for the new stuff. So what we're going to do is first make sure that the list that we want to copy actually exists. So we're going to wait context.db.query.list schema.find first where equals list schema.id matches ID from input. If there is no list to copy, then we're going to throw new tRPC error code not found message list with the given given list ID was not found. Great. Then we also need to make sure that the target board to which this list belongs to actually exists and the user has access to it, meaning that the user ID matches the user ID that called this procedure. So we're going to do await context.db.query.board schema.find first where and honestly we've done this a lot of times, but practice makes perfect, right? Right. Cool. So we have all of these bits here. Then we just check to see if the if not target board. Then we're going to throw new tRPC error. Code is also not found, or really probably it should be unauthorized, but not found also works. Board that the list is supposed to belong to doesn't exist, or the user does not have access to that board. Okay, great. So we know that lists have subordinate cards, so we're going to have to grab cards to copy and find the existing lists in board. Await promise.all. The cards should be pretty easy to understand why we're trying to grab all the cards that need to be copied over to the new list. find many where equals card schema dot list ID matches the list to copy dot ID. And then we're going to find all of the lists that belong to the target board so that we know where to insert the board that we're copying. So we're going to do order by lists in descending order. And descending, pass in lists.order. And we're going to have where equals list schema dot board ID, match it to board ID. Great. Const last list order is equal to existing lists in board at the 0th position dot order. And before I grab that, I should make sure that existing lists in board dot length is not 0. So if it is 0, we're going to throw new tRPC error as well. Code. I would probably call it either a bad request or a not found. I think a bad request is probably the right one because the message is lists in boards don't exist. So there's nothing technically to copy. Nothing to copy. Really, it should be caught by this check up here with both the list to copy but also the target board, but you never know. Some of these, edge cases can rear up and bite you in the butt, so we're just trying to be very thorough in making sure that there's no possibility of any errors that can pop up here. And we're going to do const new list ID is equal to UUID. Then we're going to do a try catch block here as we actually do our copying operation. So const new list is equal to await promise.all context.db.insert list schema. So we're creating the new list dot values board ID created at being new date ID new list ID name list to copy dot name order last list order +1 updated at new date. And then let's just try to grab this new list. So do dot returning dot then lists lists arrow lists dot find list arrow list dot ID is equal to new list ID. Then we're going to also do context.db.insert, and we're going to add in the log for this event. So board action schema, values. We'll provide all the values. You should all know what they are. Okay, great. Then, now that we're done creating our new list, we're going to have to create all of the cards as well that correspond to the old list. So if cards to copy dot length is greater than 0. Then we're going to have const cards to copy inserts is equal to cards to copy dot map card arrow const card to copy ID, or rather, I think easier, copy card ID is equal to UUID, and then we'll return spread card comma ID colon copy card ID. Great. Then we can do await promise.all context.db.insert card schema.values cards to copy inserts. And whoops, I forgot a parentheses right here. Great, and there we go. Then we're going to have to create a log for each one of the cards that we added. So we're going to do context.db.insert board action schema dot values, and then cards to copy inserts dot map. So we're going to go through each of our cards and create an action for each of them. So action colon create as const, and we have to do that because we're creating a list of all of the values to plug in, but until we actually are able to do each one of these inserts one by one, it doesn't really know the type, so there's going to be some type messiness. So these as consts that we're going to be doing fixes that. So we're going to have board component be card as const. That's the only one that needs as const. We're going to have board component ID be card.id. We're going to have board component name be card.name. Board ID created at new date ID UUID and user ID context.user.id. And there we go. That should all clear it up. Then outside of this if, we're going to return new list. And then we're going to do catch here, throw new tRPC error. And the code will be internal server error. Message failed to copy list or some of the cards in the lists. Cool. So hopefully that's descriptive enough. So great. Now that we have the copy list, before we get too far away from our procedures, I found a little mistake that I made here in the copy list procedure. It's not really a mistake, I forgot to put it in, that we need to provide list ID to be list to copy.id. Wonderful. Here, we can go back to our list options, and everything should be all A-OK here. We'll deal with close ref in a second. We're just going to add in the mutation for delete list is equal to use mutation. tRPC.list.delete list mutation options. And pretty much the same as up here, so we'll just grab it. But instead of failed to copy, it's failed to delete list. Great. And then the on success should be pretty similar. There, we'll deal with close ref right now by just doing const close ref is equal to use ref. Grab it from React, HTML, button element, and provide null initially. We're going to do const on copy is the copy list mutation. So So we're going to do .mutate, and we'll provide in board ID being list with cards.board ID. And we'll have ID be list with cards.id. Wonderful. Then we're going to have on delete, which will be pretty much the same thing. Delete list dot mutate, pass in board ID. I'm actually just going to copy this because it's the exact same. There we go. Wonderful. Now we can move on to the JSX. And just like the board options, we're going to be using a popover here. Make sure to grab it from /components UI, not radix UI. So annoying, it makes me question whether we should be using Shadcn in the future, but it has so much great UI utility. It's such a hard thing to, it's a trade-off. We deal with it. So inside of the popover trigger, we're going to provide a button here. Give it class name h-auto p-2 width of auto, and provide it variant, not value, variant of ghost. We're going to provide more horizontal icon, class name size of 4, and then underneath the popover trigger, but still inside of the popover, we'll provide popover contents, not plural, just content. And inside of content here, we'll have align be start, class name. We're going to provide padding in the horizontal direction of 0, padding in the vertical direction of 3. And we're going to have side to be bottom. Great. And then inside of here, we'll have a div, class name, font, medium, padding bottom of 4, text, center, text, neutral, 600, text, small, and we're just going to say list actions. Then we're also going to provide a popover close. And inside of this popover close, we'll have it be as child, and we'll provide the ref close ref. We'll create it earlier. And inside of this popover close, we're going to provide a button, and give this button a style absolute h-auto p of 2 right of 2 text neutral 600 top of 2 width of auto. And then we'll have variant be ghost, and this is going to be where the X button lies. So X, make sure that you import it from Lucid React. Class name, size of 4. Then underneath the popover close, but still inside the popover content, we're going to provide button here, and we're going to start adding in all of our list options. So here we're going to have class name, font, normal, each of auto, justify, start, padding of 2, padding in the horizontal direction of 5, rounded, none, text, small, width of full. We have on click for this first one, B, on add card. We're going to have variant of it to be ghost. And inside of here, we'll have the plus icon. Class name, size of 4. And the text will provide add card. And we'll deal more with cards in a little bit. We'll also provide button for another action, which will be class name, font, normal, h-auto, justify, start, p-2, px of 5, rounded, none, text, small, width of full. And for our on click here, we're going to have on copy, variant, ghost. We have the copy icon, class name be size of 4, and duplicate list. You can also provide copy list if you like. I like duplicate because it sounds fancy. And our last list item, we'll use a separator because it is a little bit dangerous, so we just want to provide a little bit of separation so someone doesn't accidentally click on them. We're going to add a button here, and this button is going to have class name pretty much the same as the rest of them. So we'll just add this bit here. We're going to have disabled be when copy list dot is pending or delete list is pending. And we should actually add the disables to this one as well. So disabled will be when copy list is pending or delete list is pending. So forgot about that for a second there. Okay, and the variant will still be the same, be also ghost, but the on click will not be the same. We'll have on click for on delete, and we're going to have trash icon here for our on delete. We're going to have class name size of 4, text red 500. It's a dangerous action, so we just want to provide a little bit of a visual indication. And we're also going to do delete this list just to provide emphasis as to what the user is doing, because when they delete the list, there's no take backsies. It's gone forever. You know, even I can't recover it. You can't dig into Neon and pull it back, right? So once it's gone, it's gone. So make sure that the user really knows what they're hitting. Let's go back into our list header to clean up some of the props that we need to provide. So here in the list options here, we need list with cards, so we're going to provide that. Then we also need on add card, and let me add that to the props for the list header. On add card here. Great. Let's make sure that that is destructured in our props here. On add card. Great. Then for our list contents, we need to provide that. We'll do list with cards, and then let me just create the empty on add card out here. Let's just create an empty function. We'll deal with this once we add in the card container and the card form in a second. But for now, we'll just do on add card be an empty function for now. Now let's try to add in our first test list. And there we go. So it kind of looks a little bit messed up for right now. We'll go back in and fix it. But to do that, we'd have to add in our card container and card form, along with, as you remember, the drag and drop functionality within list item. So everything will look a lot better once we add that. But for right now, just to show you that we actually have the list and we can obviously delete it, all that good stuff, and we'll just do test again just so we'll have it. Let's move on to add the inside of, I gotta find it, list contents. We'll do the card container and then the card form. And one of the things that I noticed right off the bat is, for some reason, I decided to wrap my card form inside of the card container. Nope, they're completely separate. So we're gonna go in and make those changes right away. So let's go into card container. We get rid of the children. We're not using that. We're going to grab cards instead and have card from our schema, and then we'll provide it in an array. We'll swap out children for cards, and let's start adding stuff to this container. Inside of this card container, we're going to have const card ref is equal to use ref from React. We'll have an HTML list element here of type null initially, and then const scroll area ref is equal to use ref, and this will be HTML div element, And this will be null initially as well. Then we're going to have return div, and we'll style this div flex of 1, flex column overflow hidden. Then inside of this div, we'll have a scroll area, which is a component from Shadcn. It is, as it sounds, allows for us to have a scroll, and what we want is a vertical scroll. We'll have class name flex of 1 overflow y auto to enable that vertical scrolling. Padding bottom of 1 rounded medium. Ref is equal to scroll area ref. And then inside of here, we're going to have some to-do stuff to do. We'll have to-do add empty list drop zone here. Then we're going to provide a ordered list here. Have class name, and we're going to use CN, so conditional styling here. We're going to have as the default flex column gap y of 2, px of 1, and when cards.length is greater than 0, then we're going to have margin top of 2. Otherwise, we'll have margin top of 0. Great. Then we're going to provide the card ref to this ordered list. And then we'll do this in a second, but we'll have card.map, card, and index. And for each card, we're going to have a card slot and a card item. Let me just quickly create those to remove the error. So we'll have card-slot.tsx. And that one will actually take children, so sorry for that mistake earlier. And this mistake as well. We could add props here. We'll have children react.react node. For some reason, IntelliSense decides to import React automatically for some things, but not others. Weird. We'll have card slot here. Extract our children. Grab the type from card slot props. It is very strange using VS Code when you've been using Cursor for a long time, but the AI autocomplete also gets me into equal amounts of trouble when I do these recordings, so that's why I chose to use the AI-less VS Code for now. Anyways, back to the actual code at hand. I'm just providing a div here with some children. We'll add more to the card slot in a second. I just wanted to remove the error from our card container. Then we're going to have card item.tsx. And that one's going to be relatively simple for now. Export card item is equal to just a simple div with card item. Great, so let's go back to card container and let's add these, card slot and card item. Wonderful. Great, so now let's go back into our card container, just check everything. We need to provide a key to card slot since we're mapping through the cards. So we can either use index here or we can use card.id. Let's use card.id. And let me add these semicolons. Great. So that's it for now for the card container. We'll return it in a second. But before that, let's finish the card form so we don't forget about it. Now, the card form is going to be a little bit different from the others, so bear with me. We're going to go through it. The reason being is we are going to try to have a temporary card appear when we create a card, just because we don't want to have us wait for the entire API call to resolve before the card appears. I think that that's pretty bad. So instead, we want to provide immediate feedback back to the user that a card is being added. So we'll add a little pulsing card, if you will, that'll appear and it'll be flashing to let the user know that it's not quite created yet, but it is being worked on. And then when the API call is done, we swap out the pulsing card for the actual card that's going to be in the list. Let's start working on our card form. And the first thing with any card is to provide our schema. So form schema z.object name z.string.min 1 cards name must not be empty. Whoops. Then type form schema is equal to z.infer type of form schema. I'm just going to copy some of the next bits from the list form right here. I'll just dump it into our card form. There's some things that we don't need. I'll strip them out as soon as we figure that out. But another thing that we're going to add is forward ref. Real quick here, HTML text area element. Then we're going to provide card form props, which we need to add. And then add an extra parentheses here, and another parentheses before the semicolon down here. Great. Now let's provide our props. So we have interface card form props here. The first prop is add pending card, which will be name, string, return a string, disable editing, return void, enable editing, which will also be void, is editing, which will be boolean, list ID, which will be of type string, and remove pending card, which will take in an ID of type string and return nothing. Great. So let's extract all of those here. Add pending card, disable editing, enable editing, is editing, list ID, and lastly, remove pending card. Use form in here. Let's see, what's wrong with these? Okay, I forgot to add ref here. And let's see, what else did I forget? Oh, I got it. It's because we have these pulled from list form, so that's why it's saying duplicate. We also have is editing the state here, so we don't need it. So let's remove it. Then we're going to have Zod resolver. We're going to have use params. We're going to have use ref. Use event listener. Just grab all of our imports that we need. Use query client. Use tRPC. Great. So we should have everything that we need. So we're going to do const create card is equal to use mutation trpc.card.create card mutation options on error and we're going to call our toast from Sonner, and we're going to provide the header error when creating a card, and then inside of here description be of type error.message on success query client dot invalidate queries, and we'll have query key and tRPC. I don't know if it's faster to copy paste it or to just type it out again, but I'll type it out again. We all should know this pretty easy now. I mean, most of this application just seems to be forms for the most part. Great. So cool. We have all of those bits. Then we have our form ref on key downs. We're going to add in an extra one, const on text area key down, which will return a keyboard event handler. of a HTML text area, text area element. There we go. And then inside of here, if e.key is equal to enter and not e.shift key, we're going to have e.prevent default form ref.current.request submit. So if someone hits enter when they're inside of the text area, which we don't have a form text area, I don't believe, so we're going to add that in a second after we finish all this. And let's go down and see if there's anything else that we're missing. Yep, we need to provide an on submit. That's what we're going to do. Also, I think this is tabbed in a little bit too much, so go back and change this here. Here we go. So everything's in line. Const on submit is equal to form data, form schema. And we have const pending ID, which will be set equal to add pending card. Remember that we returned a string, and the string in this case was pending ID. Great. We need to pass in name, so form data.name. Then we're going to do form.reset, disable editing, create card.mutate, and this mutation is going to look a little bit different because we have some cleaning up to do after the create card mutation resolves. So we'll pass in then list ID, and then name is form data.name. Then down here we're going to provide on error, and in this error we're going to have remove pending card pending ID. We'll have a toast here, which will be the same as this toast up here. And then on success, we will have query client and all the rest. So I'll just copy that from here. Great. Now on to the JSX. So we're going to do all the usual bits here. We're going to have form grabbed from @/components, form, pass that in there, then we're going to provide form tag in here, we have class name, margin of 1, padding in the horizontal direction of 1, padding in the vertical direction 0.5, space y of 4. Then on submit will be form.handle submit on submit. Ref will be form ref. Then we'll have form field. Control is equal to form.control. Name being name. Render. And this is where we're going to have to create a new component. Here we're going to have form text area. And it takes in the usual stuff just like our input. We're going to have ... field ID be name. On key down will be on text area key down. Placeholder will be enter a card name. And ref will be ref. And now that I think about it, yeah, we already removed, we have on key down here as well, so that's for the escape. We have the on text area key down, the enter key, which will be passing to our form text area. Great. So let's create it. We're going to add in a new file to our form inside of our components folder. We have form text area.tsx. In here, there's going to be a lot of props, so we're going to get it going. Form text area props. We don't use most of them, but when you want to extend this project and use our form text area for a lot of cool and interesting stuff in the future, this will be a good starting point for you to be able to use these. So we'll have class name be of type string, and it'll be optional. We'll have default value optional as well, being string, disabled, optional, boolean, errors, which would be of record, string to string array, or undefined. Whoops, sorry. String array or undefined inside of here. And we'll have ID of type string, label of type string, optional. Name is of optional string. On blur, void, on change, optional function here. React.change event, HTML text area element, which returns void. On click, which will be optional, and it'll return a function that returns void. We'll have on key down, optional. Keyboard event handler, HTML text area element, placeholder, type string, required, be boolean, value, type string. And for most of these, the field that we spread covers a lot of these, but you can obviously extend it however you'd wish to override it as necessary. Here we're going to do export const form text area is equal to forward ref HTML text area element form text area props, 2 parentheses. Let's grab all of our props here. Default value, disable, errors, ID, label, name, on blur, on change, so on and so forth. Great. And outside of the curly brace here, we're going to provide ref. Great. And so in here, we're going to provide form item. And on the top here, let's just change this to add/components/UI form. Great. Back down here, if there is a label, then we're going to provide a form label. Provide the class name, font, semi-bold, text, neutral, 700, text, extra small, HTML4 is ID, and then we'll pass in label as the value inside of our form label, and if there is no label, then we'll just have null. Great. Then we'll provide text area. It's a Shadcn component. We need to make sure that change this to add/components as well. Then provide class name here, and this will use cn conditionally render. It's because we're passing in the class name later, but we'll have by default focus ring of 0 focus dash visible ring 0 focus visible again for ring offset 0, outline none, resize none, ring of 0, shadow small, and we'll provide class name if it exists. Then default value will be default value, and this will be just passing in a lot of the stuff, so I'll save my voice. Okay, great. And then underneath our text area here, we're going to provide form errors. And this is where we're going to pass in errors. And ID will be ID. Great. And lastly, don't forget this. Form text area dot display name is equal to form text area. Wonderful. So now we can import this in. Great, and you can see the little text area here, and this is where we can provide the name. Now, another thing that we're going to have to deal with is when we're not editing. So is editing, and so the form will be for when we're editing, but if we're not editing, then we'll have a div here. Class name, padding x of 2, padding top of 2. Button, and provide a class name to our button, h of auto, justify start, px of 2, py of 1.5, text muted foreground, text small with full. We'll have disabled be when create card is pending. On click enable editing. Size is small. Variant is ghost. And we'll have plus icon. Class name. There we go. Margin right of 2, size of 4. We'll provide add a card. I noticed while I was working on this, we forgot our form submit as well, so let's make sure that we add it. Inside of the lowercase f form tag and underneath our form field, we need to add in our form submit here. And we'll have disabled be not form.form state is valid, or create card is pending. And inside of here, we'll have plus icon as well. Class name mr of, oh my goodness, I hate this. I hate VS Code sometimes. Class name mr-2, size of 4. It's probably IntelliSense more than VS Code, but I lumped the two together. Add card. Great. So when we don't have, so we click this to enable it. When we have that logic later on, it'll pop open the form that you saw before this with the big text area. So great. Let me just go once over, make sure that I'm not forgetting anything. I think everything should be looking fine for now. Oh, let me fix the imports real quick. All right, with the power of movie magic, everything should be pretty much there. Great. So let's go back into list content, and we need to provide the props to card form. So up here, we're going to have const text area ref is equal to use ref HTML text area element, no, passing in here, const is editing, set is editing, is equal to use state, false is the initial value, const pending cards, set pending cards, use state again, pending card array. We'll create pending card in a second. Pending card is just going to be an interface pending card, an ID of string, and a name of string. These are the only values that we really need. It's just taken away from card. And since we're using use state, we're going to need to declare this to be a client component, which means that we should also check to make sure that all of these that are in it are client components. So that one is, back to list contents, card container. We're going to declare this to be a client component. So let's do that. And then card form. Need to make sure that this is also a client component. So you can't import server components into client components. So just make sure that you note that for the future. Let's continue working through our functions here. So we have const disable editing is a function which we'll call set is editing and call it to be false. Like usual, enable editing. Whoops. And we'll do set is editing to be true. Set timeout. Text area ref dot current dot focus. Great. Const add pending card equal to name colon string. And we don't want to create a UUID every single time. We'll just use pending ID is equal to, with backticks, pending dash $, curly braces, date dot now. Wonderful. And we'll have set pending cards to be an array. We're going to spread pending cards, and we'll pass in ID, pending ID, and name. Great, and then we'll return pending ID to be used in our card form, if you remember earlier. And then const remove pending card is equal to ID string, and we will set pending cards to be pending cards dot filter, and we'll have card arrow card dot ID is not equal to ID. Great. And now let's pass them into our card form. So we'll have add pending card be add pending card. Then disable editing to be disable editing. Enable should be pretty self-explanatory, is editing, blah blah blah. List ID will be list with cards.id ref I would say at this point in the walkthrough, if you're still with me, then we probably made it to the halfway point. So you should really feel proud of yourself for getting this far. Everything is coming together. Drag and drop is coming real soon. Then we have just the cleanup, Stripe, the pro stuff so that people can create unlimited amount of boards, and then we push it up to Vercel. We got this. Let's finish out this project strong. So let's jump back into the card container, and I actually found some things while I was prepping to do this recording that I can optimize from the practice code that I had written before this. Let me start by cleaning up the props here and adding in list with cards, since every parent of card container has list with cards. We're just going to keep passing that down. So we're going to grab list with cards and have it as its type. We'll remove card here, meaning that we'll have a lot of things to clean up inside of our card container. So we'll keep cards here because remember we can do list with cards dot cards to get to the card field. And down here we'll do the same thing, list with cards dot cards, and we'll move on from there. Then let's jump back over to the props and we'll grab logs, just board action logs array, pending cards, which will be of type pending card, and we'll just add pending card again over here. So we can do interface pending card and have ID of string, name, string. I'm sure that you could create inside of library here, a types file and put pending card to be a shared type, but this is pretty much the two places where we're going to have pending card, so I think it's too much of a hassle, but I think in a proper project, you should probably move them into its own types file. Then we're going to have user image be the last prop here. And then let's destructure all of these. So we'll have logs, pending cards, and user image. Great. And go over to list contents. So now we don't have cards. We'll have list with cards. And you see here, all we need to do is just remove dot cards and add in the rest of the props. So let's just drop this down here real quick. And then we'll have logs be logs in here. Then we'll have pending cards be pending cards, and user image be user image. Wonderful. Okay, back to our card container. We're going to hold off on card slot until we get drag and drop going. So let's go into card item and get that going. What card item takes is interface card item props here. We're going to have card with list be of type card with list taken from our schema. We'll have hidden be a Boolean, and we can make this one optional. We'll have image be of type string. We'll have logs be board action log array. We'll have name be string, and we'll have shift down be Boolean. Great. Shift down will become important later on when we start dragging stuff. So we'll have card with list. We'll have hidden by default be false. Image logs name shift down being false. And then card item props, we'll add the types there. Then in our card item we'll have const card ref is equal to use ref HTML div element. Give it null as an initial value. Let's make sure that we import use ref here. Then we're going to add in a state is dragging, which we'll use later. Dragging use state. So since we're using state, we'll need to have card item be a client component. Then underneath this state, const has long word is equal to card with list dot name dot split, and we'll just remove all the spaces. Dot sum word arrow word dot length is greater than what we're going to call long word underscore long word threshold, and we're going to add that to our constants. So we have this constants.ts in lib, so we're going to reuse that. And so export const long word threshold will be 25 characters. So we can export that. Great. Then we can move on to the JSX here, and in our div, we're going to have class name relative. We're going to remove card item from inside here. We're going to have another div. This one's going to have a bit of styling, and it's going to be inside of CN. So we're going to have active cursor grabbing BG white border 2 border transparent. So this will be the thing that's actually being dragged. So that's why you see that we're also working a lot with the cursors. So right now most of our cursors are pointers here. You can see like most things are just either this triangular pointer or this kind of hand style pointer. So when we use this cursor grabbing and grab, I don't really have a good example of it. Oh, actually we have, no, those are also pointers. I don't see if, no, these don't do it either. So I guess VS Code doesn't use cursor grabbing, but we'll see it later on when we do drag and drop. You'll see that that hand that we have that appears sometimes with this cursor, it becomes kind of like a clenched fist, right? That indicates that we can grab something or we are grabbing something. So you'll see it in a little bit. Next after this, we'll have duration 150, hover, border, black, overflow, hidden, rounded, medium, text, small, transition, all. So make sure that you have all of those styles. Then we have has long word. If it is that, then we'll break dash all. Otherwise, we will break words and have hyphens auto. Great. And then if we are dragging, then we're going to have opacity be 50. So it can be a little bit of a see-through. So when we're dragging a card, and just imagine it for now, like if I was dragging this thing, when I'm dragging it over another card, I want to be able to see what that card is underneath. So that's why we're providing a little bit of see-throughness with opacity. After we're done with the styles here, we're going to have ref be card ref. We're going to have role be button. We're going to have style here as well. So opacity will be when hidden, 0, otherwise undefined. Pointer events will be if hidden, none, otherwise undefined. Transform, shift down. So if we're dragging our card over another card, and if we expect the card that we're currently dragging to be in the place that we're over the card that we're currently hovering, then we should move the card out of the way. So that's what shift down is doing. And so we'll have in backticks here, translate y. And inside of here, we'll have another constant, card underscore gap, px, otherwise undefined. Let's go back into our constants to provide card gap. So you can feel free to play around with what card gap you feel works right. For me, personally, card gap of 84 pixels feels pretty good for me. I don't think it works exactly the best, so do put in the comments down below what type of card gap you think works best for you. For me, it's 84. I do recognize it looks a little bit wide, but for reasons you'll see later on, we kind of need that space. And so that's what I would recommend. But if you have a better choice, let me know in the comments down below. Back over to our card item here. After transform, we'll deal with transition, which will be transform by 150 milliseconds ease. Then we'll have visibility. If we're hidden, then we'll be hidden. Otherwise, undefined. Great. We're done with the styles. Then we'll have tab index be 0. And then inside of this big div, we'll have another div, class name px of 3, py of 2, And then we'll have P in here. We'll have class name, text gray 700, text small, and we'll provide in name in here. Oh, and let's make sure that we import our card gap. Awesome. Now, what's wrong with the card container? We need to provide our props in here. So let's go about doing that. So we need card with list, and the way that we're going to do that is by spreading the value of card in here and then providing the list from list with cards. Wonderful. Hidden for now will be false. We'll provide a little to-do here, add after we have drag and drop. Image will be user image. Logs will be logs. Name will be card.name. Shift down will be for now false, and just like this one, we'll have it be to do. We'll add after we have drag and drop. Whoops. Here we go. Now that we're done this card item, we're slowly and steadily getting closer and closer to actually implementing drag and drop. Let's create the first component that is specifically just for dragging. We had talked about it before in our list item that we were going to wrap list contents within something. This component looks really awkward for right now, but we're going to add something to finally make sense why we had to have this structure. So we're going to create a new file here called draggable list.tsx. Do export const draggable list, and we're going to deal with its props. Interface draggable list props. It's going to take children, React node. It's going to have index of type number. It's going to have list ID of type string. Let's destructure our props. Children, indexed, list ID. We'll have draggable list props. And in this component, we're going to have const drag handle ref. And we're going to grab use ref. And this will be HTML div element. Initially null. Then we're going to have a list ref. We'll do use ref HTML li element here. And that will also be initially null. We'll have a state here is dragging. Set is dragging. We'll have use state here. And initially it'll be false. And so we have two use dragging states here. One is going to be dragging a full list, and then we'll have another is dragging for each of the individual cards. So in here we'll have a list item, and it will have a class name. We're going to be using cn, and inside of here we're going to have height be full, select none, shrink 0, width of 272 pixels. And if we are dragging, then just like we did with our cards, we're going to have opacity be 50. Great. And then ref will be list ref. Then we're going to have a div inside of here. Class name. We're going to use cn one more time. And we'll have active cursor grabbing BG. And this one's going to be a very specific color. F1, F2, F4 for this kind of creamish color. Cursor dash grab, flex, flex column, rounded, medium, shadow, medium. And if we are dragging, then we're going to have ring of 2 and ring blue 500. Then we're going to have ref, drag, handle, ref. We'll have style be max height, and we're going to have a calc of 100 view height minus 180 pixels, just so that we're not scraping up against the top and the bottom of the card list container. Then we're going to provide children, and then inside of our list item here, we'll remove the to-do. We'll add in draggable list here, and we'll move this up inside, and we'll need index to be indexed, and list ID will be list with cards.id. Great, so when we save that, you can see we've restructured how our list looks. I think it looks pretty great, and so, you can see this is what cursor grabbing looks like, and when we actually grab something, and we can't move it because we haven't implemented drag and drop, but you can see we have kind of a fist, and then we have a clenched fist here, so great. While we're at it, we can also test the form. I guess we could have tested it earlier, but now it readily looks like it's something similar to up here, so we can just change this to test 2, and you can see that it was kind of grayed out until the form was finished submitting. So you can see that kind of grayed out until it finished submitting, but it keeps the old name, so works as intended. So you can see everything slowly coming together. We can also add in a second list here. We'll just add list 2 here. Great. And we have a little scroll bar here that allows for us to scroll back and forth. It's a little bit hidden here on the side, but if we full screen it, we can see that everything looks just right. Now, you might be thinking I'm going to say it's time to implement drag and drop, finally. Well, we got to eat our vegetables first. On reload, we still have that ugly loading in the corner. We need to do all of our skeletons. So let's go do that. Let's do the hard stuff first before we get to the fun stuff with drag and drop. Start off, I usually like going to the specific board page and starting the skeleton off from here. So at the bottom of the board ID page contents file, we're going to do export const board ID page contents skeleton. And we're going to have in it a div, class name, flex size of full. Then inside of here, we'll have board sidebar skeleton. That should be the exact same. We're going to have a div here. We're going to have class name p of 2, size of full. We're going to have div class name bg white, flex column, gap of 2, padding of 2, rounded medium, size of full. Great. And in here we're going to do board nav bar skeleton. And so let's go into our board nav bar and get that skeleton going. So by the bottom here, we're going to do export const board nav bar skeleton. And inside of here, we're going to have a div, class name, bg blue 300, flex, gap x of 4, h of 14, items, center, padding left of 4, padding right of 6, rounded medium, text white, width of full. Then inside of that we'll have another div, class name, flex, gap x of 2, items, center. Then we're going to have chevron left icon, class name, size of 4. And here we're going to add in board name form skeleton. So before we head over to that file to add in that, we'll just finish this off. We'll have class name, margin left of auto, more horizontal icon, class name, size of 4. So let's go over to the board name form, go all the way to the bottom. And this one's going to be relatively simple. Export const board name form skeleton is going to be a div, class name flex py of 1. Inside of here we'll use skeleton from Shadcn. Give it class name height of 7, width of 40 to be the general average height and width for a typical board name. So if we save this, we go back to here and we import the skeleton, and we go over to board ID page, import the skeleton from the nav bar, right? And so, hopefully, after rudely being interrupted by the login there, when we go into here, we need to add loading to our page as well. So in here, we're going to remove this div. We're going to add in board ID page content skeleton. And so when we refresh, you can see there very briefly all of the skeletons instead of having the loading on the top left corner. Awesome. Okay, I think we've earned being able to add in drag and drop to our project. To start off, we're going to have to install all the packages that we're going to need for drag and drop. So I'm going to be pasting it in here, but you can find it in the description down below. Feel free to copy it, paste it into your terminal of choice, install the packages, and we can get started. Now that it's finished installing, we're going to start up our server once again, and then go into source, app, board ID, UI, list, and then list container. In list container, we're going to scroll up to the top here, and we're going to start adding things. First, we're going to grab query client and use query client. We're going to be doing some mutations in this component. We're going to do tRPC, use tRPC. I'll write the actual mutations in a second because they have to do with reordering cards and lists. So we'll do that in a second. The next thing we're going to do is add some states. So we'll have drag state and set drag state. And we'll grab useState from React. And we're going to provide a type. We'll do that in a second. But let me make sure that now that we have state, we're going to need to add useClient to the top of this component. Right, and then we just move these around. Save that. We need to add a type for this, a type drag state, as I'm going to call it. We're going to be using this drag state type in a lot of places. So let's create a common place where we can import this type from. We're going to be using that drag state type in a lot of different components. So let's create a common file where we can import this drag state type from. We're going to go down to lib and then add a new file here. We're going to call it dragtypes.ts. We're going to start by adding export interface card drag data. And in here we'll have card ID of string, index of number, list ID of string, type being card, and then the other one, export interface list drag data, which will have index of number, we'll have list ID of string, type list here, and we're going to bring these two together to make a single drag data type. We'll have card drag data or list drag data. Another way that we could do this, and I'll just, I'll write it down here. So we can do export drag data, and we can call it type, right? And you could do card ID of being string or null, right? Or undefined, whichever one you'd like using. And then we'll have index of number, list ID of string, and type being card or list, right? And so this would be an alternative way of doing it. Either one is probably equivalent. I'll just keep it the way that I had it in my sample code, but know that there are different ways of doing this. Then we're going to add in export interface drag state. We're going to have a few things in here. We're going to have a record of the dragged item. It's going to have ID of string, index optional of number, list ID, which is optional of string. Type is card or list, so that might have looked familiar there, or null. is dragging, being Boolean, placeholder list ID being of type string or null, and placeholder index being number or null. Let me just move that so it's an ABC order. Great. So those are all the types that we're going to need inside of our drag types. Okay, back over to our list container. Let's add in drag state here as the type. And now let's add in the initial values for this state, which will be drag item initially null is dragging to be false. Placeholder index to be null, and placeholder list ID to be null as well. Great. Next, we're going to add in a state const ordered data and set ordered data, which is equal to use state list with cards array. We're going to be using this for optimistic updates, and so when we do actions like reorder cards, deleting cards, and a lot of different actions, there might be animations that normally would wait for the API call to resolve before the updated data populates a re-render. But to the user, that could look very unresponsive. And so what we're going to do is drive using optimistic updates, quick animations right after a user completes an action, and roll these optimistic updates back when an API call fails. And obviously, if it succeeds, we just let that animation resolve itself and continue on from there. So I think that that works a lot better from a UX perspective and helping give immediate feedback to the user, as opposed to waiting for an API call to resolve before doing an animation and suffering that pause time in between. So now that we know that that's what ordered data is used for, I think that now we have to go back to procedures in our card router inside of tRPC server routers, and we can go into cards first and add in a reorder cards procedure, and I'll put that above update cards, so we're in ABC order. So here we're going to do reorder cards, protected procedure, input z.object, board ID z.string, cards to reorder. That'll be z.array. First time we're using that, I believe. z.object. And in this object, we'll have ID, z.string. We'll have list ID of z.string. Name, z.string. And lastly, order, z.number. Let's make sure that it's an int value, an integer value. Great. So we'll add the comma there. Then after adding all of these, we'll add in mutation, async, context and input here, and let's extract board ID and cards to reorder from our input. Add one extra parentheses there. Then we'll check to see if the board exists. So if not, target board. If it doesn't exist, then we'll throw new tRPC error. And here we'll provide code of not found and message board with the given ID does not exist. So nothing different than what we've been usually doing. After that, we'll do our try catch block. And inside of our try, we'll do const update promises is equal to cards to reorder dot map card. And for each of the cards, what we're going to do is context dot db dot update card schema dot set order to be card dot order list ID to be card.listID. Let's bring that above order. And we'll have updated at to be new date. Great. And we'll do this where equals card schema.id matches card.id. And we'll do returning. Wonderful. So let's tab this in. Great. Then we're going to do const results is equal to await promise.all update promises. So we're just grabbing all of the results of the various updates. Const updated cards is equal to results.flat. So just get it into a single array, and then await context.db.insert board action schema dot values. After we've successfully updated all the cards, then we'll create actions for each. So cards to reorder dot map card arrow, and so we're going to pass in an object here, action, and the type checking here is going to be a little bit different because in this map it's a little bit harder for the IntelliSense to figure things out. So we'll just add in as const to help it out. Board component with one O card as const. There's no IntelliSense here to really autocomplete stuff, so you're going to have to be really careful as you write these. Card.id, then we're going to have board component name, card.name. We'll have board ID be target board.id. We'll have created at be new date. ID will be UUID. We'll have updated at be new date. And lastly, we'll have user ID be context.user.id. Wonderful. So yeah, you see, like, until the end there, we really didn't know if we were providing the correct object into the values. And so, look, if I removed as const here, you're going to see we're going to have the errors again. So just add in as const in again, and that resolves it. Now, we still have some issues here. We didn't finish this. So below the insert here, we're going to return updated cards. Let me just add the semicolon there. Then we're going to add the catch. So if anything went wrong, we'll throw new tRPC error code internal server error, and then message there was an issue while reordering the cards. Great. Then let's move on to doing the reorder list procedure. So let's save this. Now let's go to list, and let's scroll all the way in between, I believe, delete and update. This is where we'll add the reorder. And the reorder list looks pretty similar to the cards one. So what I'm going to do is just copy this one over and then add it in here. Now we got to change all the card stuff to lists. So we'll have lists here, then this will be lists to reorder. Reorder, there's no list ID here. This will now be lists to reorder. Great. We're going to go down here. This is also lists to reorder. This is not card, this is now list. So we'll just take this, and we don't need the list ID here, so we'll remove that, but we do need the order. And instead of card schema, we'll use list schema. And I guess let's add that here. We'll add list here. We'll do list here. Remove this to add list, etc., etc. Great. And we have updated cards here, so we'll do updated lists. Capitalize the L. And copy this to paste here. Great. Then we go down to the bottom here, and instead of reordering cards, we'll reorder lists. And so let me just do a once over to make sure I didn't forget anything else. But yeah, that should have been pretty easy to do. Board, but yep. Yep. Looks great. So, relatively painless there. We have the reorder for both. So let's go back to the list container and add those mutations into there. So let's see here. We're going to do const reorder cards. And I'm just going to put this next to the query and tRPC up here. And that'll be equal to use mutation. I like to just keep those together just to keep things neater between the query client and tRPC. So we're going to have .card, .reorder cards, .mutation options. Fairly simple here. On error, we'll have error, toast from Sonner, failed to reorder cards, description, error.message. Great. And then we'll have on success. And we'll have query client dot invalidate queries, query key, tRPC dot pages dot board ID page dot query key. And inside of this query key, we'll provide board ID. Wonderful. Wonderful. Then it's pretty easy to guess. The list is pretty similar. We're going to do, instead of reorder cards here, we're going to have reordered lists. Great. And instead of, reorder list, we'll put that there. Put list here. Then failed to reorder lists again. Query key, that should still be the same. So we've successfully added both of these mutations. Great. Then we're going to do a quick reorder function. So just scrolling down a little bit. Const reorder is equal to t, and you're going to add a little comma here. And as you can see, IntelliSense is having fun there. T comma with the left arrow brackets here so that it doesn't confuse it with a JSX tag. We're going to have list t array start index of number, end index of number. Great. There's our arrow function. Scrolling downwards, we're going to add a arrow function here, const reorder, and just follow me, the syntax gets a little bit weird. So we're going to have t here, comma, right arrow bracket, list, colon, t for any generic type that we provide here, a list of them, and then we'll have start index of type number, end index of number, and I'm going to break my rule for ABC order for everything just because I think start should go before end. Kind of makes sense. Then inside of this arrow function, we'll have const result is equal to array dot from list. We'll have const removed is equal to result dot splice start index of 1 here. And we'll have result dot splice end index 0 and removed. Then lastly, we'll return result. Should be relatively painless now that you've taken a full look at it. Next, we're going to do const handle card reorder. And it's going to take in a bunch of things here. We're going to take in source list ID. Next, we're going to write a function const handle card reorder, and it's going to take in source card index as a parameter of type number, source list ID of type string, and we need a comma, not a semicolon, target card index of number, and then target list ID of string. So just remember, all the list stuff are strings, all the card stuff are numbers, just because index is numbers, ID string. Great. Then inside of this function, we'll do if source card index is less than 0, or target card index is less than 0. We don't have unsigned ints as a type, so this is how we're going to check to make sure that everything is positive. And let me make sure that I actually do the arrow function correctly. Great. Const snapshot is equal to an array, and we're going to put ordered data inside of this. So we're just going to use this to have a snapshot of our data so we can roll it back if we hit any errors during reorder. Then we're going to have const new order data is equal to, we're going to make another copy, ordered data. This will be our working order data. We're going to have const source list is equal to new ordered data dot find list, where list dot id is equal to source list id. And let me make sure that I write this correctly. There we go. Const destination list is equal to new ordered data dot find list arrow list dot id is equal to target list id. Great. And I forgot an if statement up here actually. If source list id is equal to target list id, well, we made a mistake here. We shouldn't be dealing with this. Then if not source list dot cards, then source list dot cards is equal to empty array. Next, we're going to do some sanity checks. So if not source list or not destination list, since both finds here can return undefined. If either of these don't exist, then we're just going to return if not source list dot cards. So if cards doesn't exist, then we're going to do source list dot cards is equal to empty array, and we're going to do the same for destination list. So if the cards don't exist, then we'll do destination list dot cards is equal to empty array. Then we want to prevent moving a card to an invalid indice, so we're just going to check if source card index is greater than or equal to source list dot cards dot length. Then we'll return. So obviously if the desired index of the source card is beyond the length of all of the cards, then we know that we made an error somewhere with the index here, and we're going to do the same thing for the destination. So target card index is greater than destination list dot cards dot length. And the reason that we're not doing equals to is that we can target the end index of a list, and so as opposed to grabbing something that is beyond the end for the source. So hopefully that makes sense. Then we're going to handle if source list ID is equal to target list ID. So we're moving cards within the same list. Then we're going to check if source card index is equal to target card index. So really there is no movement. Then we shouldn't do anything. For some reason the function triggered, but we shouldn't be doing anything in that circumstances. We're going to create a copy here, cards copy, of all the cards in the source list. So dot cards. Then we're going to do const reordered cards is equal to reorder cards copy source card index and target card index. So that'll take all the cards that were from the source list, we reorder them based off of moving a card within the same list, and we're telling it if the card index from the source and the target are different, then we're going to reorder all of the cards accordingly. Then next, we're going to do const new cards is equal to reorder cards dot map, and here we're just going to create an object with the correct format for what we need to pass to our mutation. So we're going to spread card here for each of the cards. We're going to do order is index, and then source list dot cards is equal to new cards. Set ordered data to be the spread of new ordered data, and then whoops, I made a mistake up here. I was just seeing the error. We have reordered cards here, not reorder cards. The autocomplete screwed me there. After this, we're going to do reorder cards, which is the mutation, not the array. We're going to do mutate board ID cards to reorder, and that will be shape card to reorder card input, and we'll write that in a second. And so let's add that below here real quick. Const shape card to reorder card input, and we'll pass in cards, which will be of type card array. And so for cards dot map, all that we're gonna do is just shape it. So we'll have ID be card dot ID. We'll have list ID be card dot list ID. We'll have name be card dot name, and we'll have order be card dot order. Wonderful. So that all works. We're just going to create a rollback on error. So providing a comma after we've created the object that we're going to pass into the mutation. Then we're going to pass on error, and we're just going to do set ordered data. We're going to set it to our snapshot. So that's our rollback that we're doing here. Great. And now we'll need our else here. And so this is in the cases where they're in different lists. So the source list ID is not equal to the target list ID. So this one's going to be a little bit longer. Const source cards copy is equal to spread of source list dot cards. Const destination cards copy is equal to spread destination list dot cards. Then we're going to have moved card source cards copy dot splice source card index. Just pull that single element there, and then const moved card copy. We just want to get the right shape. So spread moved card list ID target list ID. Great. And then destination cards copy dot splice target card index 0 moved card copy. Then new source cards. We're going to create a new array with the updated order. And so source cards copy, mapping that to card and index just like before. Spread the card, order, index, const new destination card. So basically the same thing, but with the destination cards, destination list cards, cards copy, dot map, card index here. Spread the cards, order should be equal to index. Great. And we do source list dot cards is equal to new source cards. Destination list dot cards is equal to new destination cards, set ordered data to be new ordered data, const all cards to reorder. Putting this into an array, we'll spread the return value of shape cards to reorder card indexed, new source cards, and then we'll do the same thing for the destination cards, new destination cards, and then we'll dump it into the reorder mutation. Reorder cards dot mutate board ID cards to reorder, all cards to reorder, and we can smush them all together because we added the list ID earlier. And whoops, new order data, not ordered data. Okay, and we got to do the rollback if we have an error. So on error, I have here set ordered data snapshot again. Wonderful. Okay, and if you were worried that reordering the lists would be crazy like the cards, don't worry. It's a lot simpler. We'll do a handle list reorder, which is equal to source index of type number, target index of type number. And here, we'll just make sure if source index is equal to target index, then we don't need to move anything. We'll just return. Const snapshot. Again, if we have an error, we'll roll it back. Ordered data. Const items is equal to reorder. Ordered data. Source index. Target index. And then we'll map. And this will be list index spread item. Spread list, and we'll call it order and index here. Great, and maybe I'll just rename this to lists to reorder. There we go. And so that you can do set ordered data be list to reorder, reorder lists dot mutate. We'll pass in board ID and lists to reorder. Great. And then let's add in our on error here. So on error set ordered data and pass in snapshot. Great. So that's it for the list. Again, like I said, nothing too crazy. Now for the actual drag and drop bit, we're going to use effect, which is one of the main things about using Pragmatic DnD, is that we have to wrap a lot of the functionality within use effect. So do return, monitor for elements, and we're going to have to import that. Let me see, that's not auto importing, so let's go to the top and add it manually. And I don't know why string is with Zod here, but let me just reorder some of this stuff. Drag state, let's bring this up to here. And then at the at level here, we're going to do import monitor for elements. And we're going to grab this from @list kit. And let's see, which one are we grabbing it from? Pragmatic drag and drop /elements or /element/adapter. There we go. So for some reason IntelliSense isn't able to find it, so we're going to have to manually add the import there. Let's scroll all the way back down to our use effect. Inside of our monitor for elements here, we're going to do on drag start. And we're going to provide in source, and then do set drag state be dragged item to be ID of source.data.type is card. Then we're going to do source.data.type source.data.cardID as string. Otherwise, we're going to do source.data.listID as string. Then we're going to do listID as source.data.listID as string. And I forgot the index, so we're going to do index here, source.data.index as number. Make sure you provide a comma, not a semicolon there. And then last one is type, source.data.type as either card or list. Great, now we're missing a couple things, and here is dragging to be true now. Placeholder index is null. Placeholder list ID to be null as well. Great. Then underneath this on drag start, I'm going to do on drag. We'll have location source const target is equal to location dot current dot drop targets, and we'll grab the first one in all the targets. If the target does not exist, then we'll set drag state to be previous. We'll spread previous here. The previous values will have placeholder index be null, placeholder list ID to be null, and we'll make sure to return, quit out of the dragging if that's the case. There's no targets to drag. Otherwise, we'll sense on closest edge is equal to extract closest edge. Now that's another import that we're going to have to manually do. We'll pass in target.data into here. So let's go back up to the top again and add in the import. So here underneath the drag state, I'll do import extract closest edge from @drag and drop atlas kit /pragmatic drag and drop dash hitbox /closest dash edge. So there we go. So honestly, on Cursor, I think I was able to get all the imports correctly. This might just be the quality of the base VS Code in IntelliSense. So you might be able to automatically import this. I'm not with VS Code, so yeah, a little bit disappointing. But anyways, after this, we're going to calculate the placeholder position for the cards. So const placeholder index and placeholder list ID. That'll be equal to calculate placeholder position. So we'll add this function in a second. We'll do closest edge with a T. There we go. Ordered data. Source.data as unknown. I don't know why the types are a little bit messed up, but we're going to have to deal with it. Drag data. Source.data as unknown as drag data. I promise you I was trying for a really long time to figure out if I can not use unknown here, but this is really the only way to make the TypeScript work. So maybe in a future version of Pragmatic Drag and Drop, they'd have figured out some of these type errors, but in this current version, not quite. And we're going to do, lastly, set drag state previous, or spread previous placeholder index placeholder list ID. Great, and now let's write the calculate placeholder position function real quick. So const calculate placeholder position, which will take in as parameters closest edge, of string or null, ordered data, to be list with cards. For some reason that's not importing, but let me get rid of this error real quick. Okay, good. Source data, drag data, target data, drag data, and then what we're going to return is placeholder index of type number or null, or placeholder list ID, which would be of string or null. Right, and so if source.type not equal to card, so we're only going to deal with card drag and drop operations for the placeholder positions here. So if it's not a card, then we're going to just return placeholder index to be null, placeholder list ID to be null as well. And let me just move these down a little bit here. Actually, we can leave a semicolon. If target data dot type is equal to card, then we're going to let placeholder index is equal to target data dot index if closest edge is on the bottom, then placeholder index plus plus return placeholder index placeholder list ID to be target data dot list ID. Great. Then target data dot type is equal to list here. Then we're going to grab the list that corresponds to the target list. So we're going to do ordered data dot find list dot ID matches target data dot list ID. Then we're going to need to find out how many cards is in this list. So list card count is equal to list. Since it could be optional or undefined, we'll add the question mark here. Then we'll do cards dot length, and if the list does not exist, then we'll just provide 0 as the list card count. If list card count is greater than 0, then we'll return placeholder index list card count, placeholder list ID, target data dot list ID. Great. And if somehow we make it all the way to the bottom, then we're just going to return placeholder index to be null, placeholder list ID to also be null. Great. Let's go back to our use effect. So if we go all the way down, we're after on dragging, I believe. So the next thing after on drag will be on drop. Seems reasonable. We'll do location, source here, and we'll do set drag state. We're going to reset it. So dragged item will be null, is dragging to be false. Placeholder index will be null. Placeholder list ID, null. Const target is equal to location dot current dot drop targets at the 0th index, the first one. This needs to not be a semicolon, it needs to be a comma. Back to targets. If not target, then we're going to return. Then source data is equal to source dot data const target data is equal to target dot data. We'll just write that to make the code look a little bit neater later. Const closest edge will be equal to extract closest edge, provide target data. if source data dot type is equal to list, const target list is equal to location dot current dot drop targets dot find t arrow t dot data dot type is equal to list. If target list does not exist, or source data dot index is equal to undefined, there we're going to return const source index is equal to source data dot index as number, const target index is equal to target list dot data dot index as number. If source index is equal to target index, then we're going to return handle list reorder. We're going to call that and provide source index and target index. Great, and then we'll return here if we're dealing with cards. So source data dot type is equal to card, const source list ID is equal to source data dot list ID as string, const source card index is equal to source data dot index as number. If source card index is equal to undefined, then we're going to return if target data dot type is equal to card, if we're dropping a card basically. Const target list ID is equal to target data dot list ID as string. Let target card index is equal to target data dot index as number. If closest edge is equal to bottom, target card index plus plus. If source list ID is equal to target list ID and source card index is less than target card index, and we'll be doing target card index minus minus handle card reorder source list ID source card index target list ID target card index. Oh, whoops, I did that in the wrong order. Make sure we put the cards before the lists here. So I believe that's how I positioned it. Yep, cards before lists. So make sure you write that in the correct order. And then we're going to return here. And now outside of this, if here where we're checking target data, if it's equal to card, but we're still within source data.type is equal to card, right here, we're going to allow for if we're dropping our card or list on a list. So we're going to do target list is equal to location dot current dot drop targets dot find t target arrow t dot data dot type is equal to list. And if that target list exists, because find could potentially return undefined, we'll do const target list ID is equal to target list dot data dot list ID as string. Const list is equal to ordered data dot find list arrow list dot ID is equal to target list ID. Great. And since if list is potentially undefined, we'll do const target card index is equal to list, if it exists, cards.length. And if list does not exist, then we'll just set the card index to be 0. Then we'll handle card reorder and provide source card index, source list ID, target card index, and target list ID. Phew, we're almost done. We're going to go down a little bit, and we need to provide our dependency array to our use effect here. So we're going to provide handle card reorder, handle list reorder, and ordered data. Awesome. Now, for the last thing that we're going to do is for our list item here, we're going to add in a new prop here, drag state. We're going to be passing that down. We're passing in drag state. And let's jump into the list item to add that to our props here. So we have drag state, and it is of type drag state. So we grab that from our library / drag types. There we go. And let's just reorder this, put this here, and drag goes for list in the alphabet. Wonderful. So let's save that. Save this. Cool. So I'm just going to quickly just go through the list container. Maybe I should go from top to bottom so that it's easier for you to see. Let's just make sure that we are able to copy everything. So do check it, and I'll make it full screen. Check it to see if you're missing anything. As I'm also checking to make sure I didn't forget anything. I think we're good. If not, then we'll just return back to list container and add it in a little bit later. But that's what it looks like so far. Let's jump over to list item and see that I think everything looks good here. Let's go into draggable list here, and we gotta finish some things here. So within draggable list here, since we're using use state, we need to make this a client component. So we'll add use client to the top. Then here, we're going to use effect. And inside of this use effect, we're going to have const drag handle. And I'm just going to leave VS Code in full screen for now, just because we're not really going to be seeing a lot of changes in UI. So we don't really need to have the browser up. But I think a lot of the code gets a little bit long and crazy with drag and drop, so I think it'd be better to just have VS Code in full screen right now, and I'll even make it bigger, just so everyone can see. A little bit easier. Const element is equal to list ref.current if not drag handle or not element. Then we return. Otherwise, we're going to turn something combined here and make sure it's not imported from anything else. In fact, what I'm going to do is just handle all the inputs at once so that VS Code's IntelliSense doesn't screw me. So what we're going to do here is add import combine from at list kit. So that's pragmatic drag and drop / combine import draggable. This is not the right one, so don't trust this. Element is correct, but it is element / adapter. So don't trust IntelliSense, even if it does complete something. And then drop target for element. All right, you want to take your bets to see if this is right or not? Oh, wow. It actually found it. All right. See, this is why I don't bet. I don't gamble. Draggable. So we're going to provide draggable inside of our combine here. Element. Drag handle. Get initial data. We're going to pass in a function here. Index. List ID, type is list, on drag start, which will set is dragging to be true. Then we're going to have the opposite for on drop. Set is dragging to be false. Great. And what are we combining draggable with? Drop target for elements. We're going to take element get data, and it will return index, list ID, type is list. Since we're just dealing with draggable list here, we can obviously provide the initial data as being of type list. And then let's provide the dependency array, which will be index and list ID from our props. Wonderful. So that is draggable list. I'll just scroll through so you can see everything. Make sure that you're able to get these 3 imports from the correct location. Hopefully a better IntelliSense or AI autocomplete auto tab can add these in a little bit better, but these are the right ones. I don't know what dist is, but that's not the right import destination. It happened to me a couple times. And actually you can see here, yeah, there's pragmatic drag and drops /dist /types /entry point element and adapter, but from the import statement, you can just shorten it to this and it'll work. The other way, it actually doesn't work. So a little bit strange, if you ask me. Okay, now that we're done with draggable lists, let's go back here. We need to provide in our list contents here the drag state. So provide drag state here, and we need to add it to our prop, so drag state. And then let's go into our list contents here, and let's add in drag state to our props. So drag state there, add it to our props, drag state, and then where do we add drag state? We pass it actually just straight to our card container here, so drag state. And so let's jump into, after saving both of these, go into our card container and then add that to our props here, drag state, give it the type drag state. Here we go. And let me make sure that I adjust the imports, because it's going to bug me later. Not that I'm probably looking at this code ever again after I finish recording, let's be honest. Great. So now let's add in all the drag and drop stuff to our card container. First off, we're going to add drag state to our props here. Then we're going to add in use effect, where all of the functionality of drag and drop in the pragmatic drag and drop library get put. In this particular component, card container, we're going to be dealing mostly with the scroll area. So we're going to grab const scroll area is equal to scroll area ref dot current. If not scroll area, then we'll return let cleanup be an arrow function that returns void or undefined. Const timeout ID is equal to set timeout. This timeout that we're doing here is to wait a little bit for the DOM to settle and render. Then we can register our scroll area for auto scrolling. So if scroll area dot scroll height is less than or equal to scroll area dot client height, so we only register if the element is actually scrollable. Scrollable meaning that it extends in height, or in the case of this specific card container, there's enough cards in the list that it would go below the bottom of our list container, and basically the height of our screen that we've allocated to the board. Then we would actually mount the scroll area. Great. And then Underneath here, we'll have cleanup is equal to auto scroll for, with a capital F, elements. And let me add that in real quick. And so I'll just put it on top here. Import auto scroll for elements from @atlaskit / drag and drop - auto scroll / element. Going back down to the bottom here, we're going to add in all the things that we're going to pass into the auto scroll for elements. So we have can scroll will be a function here. We're going to extract source, and we're going to provide source.data.type is equal to card, comma, element is scroll area, get configuration, which will provide max scroll speed, being you can either choose fast or standard, either one based off of your personal preference. Great. And in this timeout here, we'll just add 100 to the delay. Great. And then our dependency array is empty. And oops, I almost forgot. We have to clean things up at the bottom here. So arrow function, clear time out, passing in time out ID. And then we'll call cleanup if it exists dot function call. Great, because we set it undefined initially. So until it actually gets added or it gets the value from auto scroll for elements, then we can actually call it. Awesome. Here we have our to-do, add an empty list drop zone here. So if our list is initially empty, then we need to provide a drop zone to let the user know that they can move a card into here. So we're going to provide a function here, empty drop zone. And I'll just write in the props right away. Is drop target is equal to drag state dot dragged item. If it exists, list ID is equal to list with cards dot ID, and is visible. We'll take in a few things here. Drag state dot is dragging, and drag state dot dragged item. If it exists, dot type is equal to card, and list with cards dot length is equal to 0. So we're just creating a Boolean value out of these three conditionals here. This empty drop zone would only be visible when we're dragging. If the thing being dragged is a card, because we wouldn't drop a list into another list, and if the cards list is actually empty. So now let's add in this empty drop zone. Okay, so going to card here, new file, empty-drop-zone.tsx, export const empty drop zone, and we're going to be returning some stuff here. Let's get the props all set up. Interface empty drop zone props, which we'll have is drop target Boolean, is visible Boolean as well. Here we're going to have it be, or let's extract it first, is drop target is visible empty drop target or drop zone props, and if we are visible, then we're going to return something. Otherwise we're going to return null. Then inside of here we'll have a div, give it class name, and we're going to use cn here. Add in border-2 border dash duration 200, flex items center justify center, min height of 80 pixels. Margin in the horizontal direction of 2. Margin in the vertical direction of 4. Rounded large. Transition dash all. And if we are a drop target, then we're going to have BG blue 50, border blue 500. Otherwise, we're going to have BG gray 50, border gray 300. So when we hover over with a card on this empty drop zone, then it'll turn blue. Otherwise, it's going to appear grayed out. Then inside of this div, we'll provide another div with class name. We're going to use cn again. Font medium, text of small, is drop target, text blue of 600, or text gray of 500. And the text that we're going to provide is drop card here. Awesome. So that's our empty drop zone. Let's go back to the container here, add it in, then we can remove our to-do. Now that we have a lot more stuff related to drag and drop with card slot here, we can add some additional things to it. So let me deal with the props first. And we have card ID, which will be card.id. And we'll have index be index. And lastly, we'll have list ID equal to list with cards.id. And let's go into card slot and update this one. So let's go up to our props up here. We're going to add in card ID will be string. We will have index of number. And we'll have list ID of type string. Now let's add it to our props. Card ID, index, and list ID. Wonderful. Then here we're going to grab const ref is equal to use ref. And pass in HTML div element. No. And then we'll add in a use effect here. Const element is equal to ref.current if element hasn't mounted yet. And then we'll return. And then we'll return drop target for elements. Let's see if it imports it from the right thing. So you can see there that's not right, but I think we can just remove this part, and I think it's element slash adapter. Great. Then this is a function, and we're passing in element and get data. And let's extract element and input from this and provide a function const data is equal to card ID index list ID type card, and then return attach closest edge. That looks about right. Data allowed edges. We'll have bottom and top, element and input. Awesome. So that should be all of the bits here, and then we'll add in our dependency array, card ID, list ID, and index. And then here, very simply, we're just going to add ref is equal to ref and save our card container. Next, we're going to have to add some things to solve the to-dos in our card item. So we're going to remove hidden here and do drag state dot dragged item dot id is equal to card dot id. Downshift is should shift card index, and let's create that function, and I'll put it above the use effect here. So const should shift card. Its parameter will be index of type number, and if drag state dot placeholder list ID is not equal to list with cards dot ID, or drag state dot placeholder index is equal to null, then return false. Otherwise, we'll return index greater than or equal to drag state dot placeholder index. Great. And that should be all cleared up there with the card item. And underneath the ordered list, but still within the scroll area, we're going to add in a spacer to expand the list when cards are being shifted around. And so here we'll have a condition, drag state dot placeholder list ID is equal to list with cards dot ID, and drag state dot placeholder index is not equal to null. Then we're going to provide a div here. Nothing inside of the div. We just want to provide style, height of some form of card gap. And we have one in our constants already. And then underneath this card gap here, we're going to provide pending cards.map card. And so for every card that we're currently waiting on to be added to the list, we'll add in a pulsing card. And we'll just provide a key of card.id and name to be card.name. So this is the part of the optimistic updates. And so we basically want to already render a card. In this case, it's a pulsing card, so it'll be flashing in and out just to showcase that we're currently loading and waiting for it to clear the API call. Once we have the API call complete, then we'll just remove the pulsing card and add in the final actual card, the same as any other. So let's implement pulsing card. So inside a card again, we're going to add a new file, pulsing card.tsx, export const pulsing card, and let's add in the props real quick. Interface pulsing card props. We'll have name be string, and then we'll extract name and give it its type from pulsing card props here. Great. And then inside of here, we're going to provide tooltip. Make sure to grab that from /components UI. Then inside of here, tooltip trigger. Inside of the trigger here, we're going to provide a div, and it's going to have a class name animate pulse bg white border to border transparent break words hyphens auto opacity 70 px of 3 py of 2 rounded md shadow small and text small. Then inside of this div, we're going to put name, and inside of the tooltip contents down by the bottom here, we're going to add in a p tag creating please wait. Great. So that's the pulsing card here. So let's import it. And no more errors. At least it should be. Let's check it out real quick. Oh, can't resolve this one. Let me check it out. So inside of card slot, we have this issue again. And this one's pretty easy. It's just getting rid of this part here to just have slash closest edge. And if we go back to the browser, all is good. All right, great. So where were we? So we just finished pulsing card in card container. We added in the things for the to-dos, so we can remove those. So I think next is adding stuff to the card item. Thankfully, we have most of the things that we need done in card item. What we're going to add is to our props here, we're going to have index, which will be of type number. Let's add index here next to images. Then down here, we're going to create a use effect to put our drag and drop functionality for this card. Const element is equal to card ref dot current. If not element, then we return. Then we're going to return again combine, and the import is wrong. We're going to remove dist types and public utils here. That's all we need. And then we're going to provide to combine draggable, which again, we're going to have to update this to just be element slash adapter, I believe. Looks good. Then inside of draggable, we're going to provide element get initial data to be an arrow function returning card ID to be card with list dot ID, index list ID to be card with list dot list ID, and lastly type to be card. Then we're also going to have on drag start be set is dragging to be true. On drop, the opposite. Set is dragging to be false. And let's see here. Oh, I need to provide this to be initially false. Great. So there's that return. Then we need to provide the dependency array, which is card with list dot ID, card with list dot list ID, and index. Wonderful. And so in our card container here, we need to provide index to be index. Awesome. So let's just go through real quick and we can take a look at all of the different parts of the cards and lists that make up our board, just to make sure that we're not forgetting anything. So let's just start all the way at the top here. So we have the board ID page here. We're going to have to create a skeleton. Let me just verify that all of the regular board stuff works before we move on to that. So inside of our board ID page, the main part of a board is a list container. So let's go to that. Inside of the list container, we have the functions to reorder cards, reorder lists. We have a drag state that we're keeping an eye of at the list container level. And remember, the list container holds all of our lists. It is essentially the board. And so we have the drag state at that level. We also have the data, managing not just the data that we pull from the server, but also any optimistic updates that we might be making on the client side. Then we have a helper reorder function here and a handle card reorder, where basically we're doing a lot of sanity checks to make sure that the card that we're taking from a list and either putting it within the same list or another list, making sure that it's not doing any invalid actions by mistake. We're triggering the reorder cards mutation as needed. And also we have the same thing, but for list reordering. Then we have a use effect here where basically we're handling updating the drag state based off of any dragging that is going on for any element that is stored within the list container. We have that for an element that is currently being dragged, and we're updating the state based off of that. And when we drop something, the user drops something, then we basically do resets. We reset the drag state, and we trigger any mutations that are needed, handle list reorder, handle card reorder, all that good stuff we can handle within these use effects. Great. We have placeholders, so when we move a card or a list to a particular area, we want cards and lists to essentially, quote-unquote, move out of the way so that they can make space so the user can see where they can drop a list or a card. And so we're basically calculating, hey, this is where we're going to provide the empty space for the user to see where these cards and lists can go. So going deeper, we have two items here. We have a list item and a list form. So let's just go real quick to the list item. And inside of here, we have a component draggable list. And the main basic reason for having draggable list is we're wrapping it around the list contents. And we're basically saying that this list is both draggable, you can drag the list around, and it is also a drop target for elements that a user can take a card either within its own list and move it up or down, or move it horizontally from list to list. So in the demo, you'll be able to see us doing that. Then let's go back to the list container here. Before we get too far ahead, we also have the list form here, and in the list form, pretty self-explanatory, it creates a new list. It sits on its own. It's not connected to anything, not connected to a list like the card form is connected to the list. This one sits on its own because it's just meant to create a new list. So it's just going to be floating out there on its own. That's why it's all in a row. The other part of the list item, what the draggable list is wrapping, is the list contents. Here we handle adding any cards that we need, along with pending cards, which is important. And let me just do a check real quick in the card form here. So the card form is at the bottom of any list. If the list is empty, obviously, it's going to be right under the header. And we'll talk about the header in a second. But this is where we're going to manage adding any new cards. And I just, looking through here, I just noticed something. We added remove pending card to the on error here. We need to add it to the on success. And I think what we're going to do is right after this query client invalidates the query for the board ID, what we're going to do is then call then, and then call remove pending card, and then provide pending ID. Great. So we almost forgot that. It's very important that we caught that. If not, the pending cards wouldn't actually be removed on success. They'd only be removed on error, which is not 100% the behavior that we want. So good thing we caught that, and while we're going through it, there's also keyboard events on all of our forms that manage both when we click the enter key to trigger a submission, or here we also have the shift key. So if the user is entering shift and enter, we want to allow for them to go down a level. We also have the escape here. So as if needed, the user can escape from the card form by hitting escape. Inside of the form itself, if we're editing, then we'll show the form. If we're not, then we're going to see a little button that prompts the user add a card with a nice icon with it. Good stuff there. We have a list header. Oh, we actually have an empty on add card. We handle that. And that's pretty simple here. I don't know why I didn't add that in. It's just enable editing. It's a good thing. We're going back step by step to make sure that we have everything that we need. Great. All right, to the card container here. We're actually missing a prop. So we have username. I don't know why I did not provide username into here. We're going to need it later on, and you'll see why. But for now, we need to add this to our card container. So let's go there. Add in username, string, username here. What do we use user image for? Okay. I see. We're also going to need to add this to the card item, but let me just go through the card container. We should be pretty familiar with it. We just implemented most of it, right? But this is where the cards are going to be held within an individual list, thus being the container that holds all of the cards. It's going to have a scroll area be the main part of it. So since you can add a lot of cards to a list and it could potentially extend beyond the height of the screen, we don't want the screen to start scrolling and allowing for someone to just infinitely scroll downwards. I'd rather keep the list height consistent and allow for the user to scroll within the list. Inside of this scroll area, we have an empty drop zone. So if the list is empty and the user is trying to drag a card around, they're going to see an area where, because, you know, if you see a list with cards already in it, you can assume that you can drop it in there. If there are no cards in a list, this is just going to be an explicit area that says you can drop a card here to the list, to an empty list specifically. Here we have an ordered list. This is where we're going to put all of the cards. We have a wrapper here of a card slot around a card item. The card slot is where you can provide a drop target for elements. So someone can drag a card onto another card and basically either put it on top or bottom of that card. And if we go over here, we have card item, and the card item, notice how there's no drop target here. It's just purely a draggable. You could drag a card from one place to another. And so that's card slot and card item. The reason we're using those, this is where the placeholder, we're basically putting that in there. And if we have any pending cards, we add a card to a list. Until the API call finishes, we're going to have a pulsing card, which has the animate pulse. So it's going to be kind of flashing to just indicate to the user that it's currently loading. We also have a tooltip if, for whatever reason, it's taking a little bit too long. The user hovers over it, like, hey, why is it flashing? Oh, currently creating, please wait. So, awesome. Let's test this out. So, long-winded explanations aside, we have our board here. Maybe I should just bring it full screen just for us to see. So here, let's just add in test card number 1. We'll add the card. And so you can see there that there was a pulsing card for a second there. And let's do it again. Test card 2. You can see there pending card. And test card 2 gets shown up. I have a feeling that there's a little bit of lag because I'm using then inside of our card form here. We're waiting for the invalidate query to happen. So technically we're waiting for 2 separate API calls. So what I'm actually going to do is remove the then and actually change something about my source code here. Because look, we're super flexible about these things. And I want to get this right. So I believe that what we can do is invalidate the queries. But before that, if we already know that we're successful, then let's just remove the pending card. Same way that we do it in the error. So let me try that again. Test card 3. And there we go. I think that we might need a little bit of padding. And the reason that we don't get that padding is probably because we have a gap Y of 2 within this ordered list, but we put pulsing card outside of it. So I think what we're going to do is grab pending card and put it inside of here, but after the list with cards. And since all cards will be added to the bottom of the list, then it would make sense to put pulsing card by the bottom. Let's just add another one, test card 4 here. Yep, there we go. Looks perfect. Then let's just test moving one card to another list. Here you can see the empty drop zone. So if this test to list is empty, then we're just going to provide a little drop zone here where we can drop the card in. We can move this card over as well underneath, and we move these cards around. So, you know, you can play around with the styling a little bit. I'll admit it's not the best, but yeah, I think it's illustrative of what you can do with these. So basically, based off of the area that's being added, or the edge that's being touched here based off of the card, is where it's going to be put in. So just like me putting the card near the top of this second card here with the fourth card, then puts it in the middle of the two. If I put it up the top here, then these two reorder. So hopefully that makes sense. There, I think an improvement or an upgrade that you could probably make on your own time is to just provide that same optimistic update, the same way that we did with the pulsing card. So automatically do a reorder of the cards so that when I move this one below 3 here, these should get swapped right away instead of there's a pause. The user has, let go of the card, expecting it to be exchanged. They don't actually exchange for a second until jarringly it happens. So that's an upgrade that you can definitely make on your own, or put in the comments down below if you bug me enough. I'm just kidding. If if enough people ask for it, I'll go back and make an upgrade to this walkthrough to add in those pieces. But I just wanted to illustrate how to, at a high level, use drag and drop, be able to create this Kanban board. By the way, probably do the same optimistic update for the lists that we're being able to move around. You can see that we're reordering. I have test 3 here, moving test 3 over. See, you can just quickly reorder these, move them around a little bit. So there we go. Honestly, I should just call it a wrap here, right? We've done a lot of hard work to get this far. But I think it's also important that we're able to actually interact with the cards, because once we actually add a card, we can't remove them. We can't edit any of the contents of the cards. We talked about having a card description. There's no way to add a description to a card here. So what we're going to do is create a pop-up and use that pop-up to basically handle all of our activities related to our cards. It's also where we're going to see the logs. We've been tracking a lot of logs throughout this project, and this card modal that we're going to be creating is where we're actually going to see all of the logs, all of the history, where we've reordered the cards, and allow for us to see which user touched what. Could be a great upgrade in the future to have real-time updates. So feel free to request that in the comments down below. Real-time updates using like Socket.io or something. You're going to have a lot of users touching stuff. That's going to be something really important to track in the logs and be able to display within this card modal. So let's go about making it. So we're now back in split screen. The first thing that we're going to do to create our card modal is creating a hook, which will track the state for our card modal. We're going to be able to put this card modal technically anywhere. We're just going to be using it in the board ID page, but I think this is a great pattern for you to use when you're dealing with modals, because you can just add them into a bunch of different places within your website, and by having a global state that you're managing at the top level, you can pop open this modal and be able to control that internal state from anywhere using a hook. So the first thing that we're going to do, implement the hook. In source hooks, we're going to add in a file, use card modal.ts, and this is where we're going to be adding in our export const use card modal, and we're going to call create from Shadcn. Let me see if I have it. Import create from Shadcn. Okay, so we don't have it yet, so we'll have to install it. And let me just do npm I Shadcn -- force and install it real quick. Okay, after it finished installing, we're just going to run our server real quick. And there we go. We have Shadcn here. And inside of here, we're going to add something called a card modal store. It's just going to be us being able to provide our types for our internal state, similar to how we do with props. So we're going to have card modal store. And we'll have card data, which will be card with list or no. Since the card modal, how it works is it's going to need to wait until... Okay, it finished installing, so I started up the server again. It's Shadcn, not with an R. I might have been pronouncing it wrong anyways. Here we'll add in a card modal store, which will be a type that we create, similar to how we deal with props and components. We just want to provide the types for our global state and what fields make up it. So we're going to provide card data, which will be of type card with list, and it'll initially be null. So the modal, when we initialize it, and this needs to have an enter. When we initially create our card modal at the start of loading our website, everything's going to be null. When we need to open our modal and make it pop up, then we'll populate it with the data that we need. But whenever we close it, and in that initial state, it'll always have all of its initial and recurring state be null. So next we're going to have image, which will be string or null. We have is open to be Boolean. We'll have logs be board action log array or null. And so this is where we're going to be passing in logs over to our card modal so we can actually see them. You might be wondering why I'm using or null, right? Either the actual type or null instead of undefined, because easily I could just do this as well. The reason I do that is the case of when we have, and we're not doing it here, but in the case of which we're passing something like a Boolean to our state, well, undefined and Boolean can convert in a conditional to true or false, right? And so with null specifically, we can check for null, and instead of checking for not something, right, which could have potentially some side effects. So by having null explicitly, we can check for it, right, when something is not null, as opposed to just doing not something, which, you know, with undefined can be the same as just doing something that's true or false. Great. We'll have name here, string or null. We'll have onClose be a function which returns void. And then we'll have onOpen, which will take in all of this stuff. So card data, and I can just copy a lot of this. So we need this bit, comma, this bit here, comma, and let me just move these down to their own line just to make it visually easier for everyone to look at. Pass in our logs, which will be this stuff. Name will be string. And out of all of these, really the name is the most important thing to come out of the card. Like all the other stuff technically could be optional, which is why I added null here. You'd also be strict about it and not have it be null when you open up the card modal, but this is just in case, you know, in the future you might want to add a loading state where you're loading this data within the modal. This helps handle it, so yeah. And then this function will return void. Here we go. And inside of this crate, we'll provide the initial state here. So null, image, null is open to be false. We'll have logs be null, name null, on close will be a function that calls set and not imported from anywhere. So if this imports something, we're just going to remove it. And then let's see. Oh, the reason that it's not finding set is because we need to provide it here. There's set there. Great. And we need to surround this in parens so that it can return the object. Great. And then we'll have card data null image null is open false logs null name null. Kind of miss the AI autocomplete right now, but it's okay. Not everyone can have the budget to handle that, so we'll do card with list or null image. Actually, I can just copy this bit here. Great, that'll save tremendous amount of time. And then what are we doing with this? We'll do another set. And we'll pass in card data, image, logs, name, and then lastly, I'll put it here, is open to be true. Great. So we finished that. So we will then invoke use card modal in any of our components that need to use the card modal. In this case, it's really only one, the card item inside of board ID page. But then you can provide on open to that component so that it can open up the modal, and you can provide all of the data that is required, and we can populate our card modal. So let's start building our card modal. So you might be wondering where I'm going to put this card modal. I could put it in components, like create a folder called modals and then stick all my modals there. I could put them in hooks, but personally, since we're going to actually place the modals inside of this providers, because it already has this is mounted use effect here, and we essentially need that for our modals to work properly, we're just going to include our modals here. And so I think this is probably the best place to put all of our modals. And so inside of a folder called modals, we're going to provide card modal here. We're going to have a couple of them, so that's why I didn't just add in a folder called card modal. We're also going to have the pro modal later on when we add payments. And inside of this card modal, we'll provide index.tsx. Then inside of this file, we're going to do const, export const card modal. And inside of here, we're going to extract card data image logs name is open and on close from use card modal. And this is going to bug me. I'm going to put this in ABC order. There we go. And then inside of here, we're going to return a dialog. Make sure we use it from /components UI. Here, we're going to provide open to be is open on open change to be on close. And we're going to provide visually hidden. So we don't need a dialog title or description. So we're going to wrap it within visually hidden. For some reason, Radix throws like a warning if you don't do that, or actually it might error out. I don't remember, but we'll just get around this by adding visually hidden from at radix dash UI / react visually hidden. There we go. Let's move this down one so it's in ABC order. Then inside of visually hidden, it doesn't really matter what we provide to the dialog title here. It's not going to be visible, so I can just say card modal. Then underneath here, we're also going to provide dialog description. Yeah, I'll just write in description in here. Why not? Underneath here, dialog content here. And we're going to provide a style to this dialog content. Class name, BG of white. Then inside of here, if there is card data, then we're going to provide header, and we'll create header in a second. Otherwise, we'll provide a header skeleton. We'll have a div here, class name, grid calls -1, medium screens gap of 4. Also medium screens grid calls of 4, so 4 columns of these. We'll have a div, class name, column span 3. And another div here. We'll have class name, space y of 6, width of full, card data. If that exists, then we'll provide a description here, and we'll just add that in a second. Description skeleton. Right. And then we'll just go down 2 divs here, but still be inside of this div. We'll have another card data if it exists. Then we'll have some actions, like deleting the card and whatnot. Action skeleton. Great. And below this div here, we'll have our logs. So if that exists, then we'll have activity. And then an activity skeleton. Alright, so we got a bunch of components to make. Let's start going through. So let's start with header. So I'm just going to start from the top and go down. Inside of our header here, just like we do it for our board, we're going to use a form input to allow for us, inside of the modal that we create for each one of our cards, a way to rename our card. So just like what we do for each one of our forms, we're going to start by defining a schema. Form schema is equal to z for zod, object name, a type string, minimum size of 1, name is required. I'm going to speed through this because this is the 100th time that we've worked on a form in this video. You do type form schema, which is equal to z dot infer type of form schema interface. So we're going to provide our props for the header component, which will be card with list, and we'll give it its type card with list from our schema file. Then we're going to have export const header. We're going to extract card with list from the props, provided its type from header props. And then inside of our component, grab our form from use form from React hook form. Provide form schema to the hook. Then default values. We'll grab name from our prop here, card with list dot name. Resolver will be zod resolver. Provide form schema to our resolver. Let me just move these imports up to the top here. Great. Then below this, we're going to grab an input ref. Use ref from React. Provide HTML input element here. Set it initially to null. Then we're going to have query client. Use query client. Grab that from Tanstack. Const tRPC, which is equal to use tRPC. Grab that from tRPC client. Const update card is equal to use mutation tRPC.card dot update card dot mutation options. Right, and inside of here on error, we're going to provide a function which will return a toast grab it from Sonner. And we're going to explain failed to rename card. And we'll provide for the description our error message. Great. And then we'll have the on success, which will deselect our input. Current.blur. And then query client.invalidate queries. And provide for the query key. tRPC.pages.board ID page.query key. And we're going to provide board ID to be card with list.list.board ID. Great. And I need to spell this correctly and not put the semicolon there. Semicolon here. Awesome. Then we're going to have a on submit here. Provide form data as a parameter of type form schema. And if form data.name is equal to card with list.name, then we won't do anything. Just return. Then if we do have a difference between the form data name and the existing name, then we're going to call update card.mutate and provide board ID to be card with list.list.board ID, card ID to be card with list.id, description will be card with list.description, and if that doesn't exist, then just provide an empty string. List ID, which will be card with list.list.id. Name form data.name. Awesome. Then let's actually provide the JSX for our header. So we'll provide a class name here, flex gap x of 3, items start, margin bottom of 6, width of full, another div, class name width of full. We'll provide our form here. Make sure that you grab it from @/components, the Shadcn form component. Then we'll provide the values of form to our form. Then we'll use the form tag inside of our form, like usual, on submit, form.handle submit on submit. Inside of our form tag here, we're going to provide form field with its usual contents, control, the form.control, name, render. We're going to extract field, and we're going to pass it to our form input, the form input that we created, not Lucid React. Great. That was a weird auto tab. We're going to pass field in there. Then we're going to have class name, bg transparent, border transparent, focus visible, bg white, focus visible, border input, font semi-bold, left 1.5 minus left 1.5, margin bottom of 1, padding in the horizontal direction of 1, relative, text neutral 700, text extra large, truncate, and width of 95%. Then ID of name and ref, provide in our input ref in here. Great. And then underneath our form here, we're just going to provide a p tag and provide it the style, class name, text muted foreground, text small, and inside of here in list, we'll provide a span here. Provide that span with a class name of underline, and inside of it, we'll provide card with list.list.name. Great. And then let's make these header skeleton. So underneath here, export const header skeleton. And we're going to have a div here. Provide it with class name, and we'll just copy this top part here to make sure that it's the same. And then we're going to provide div class name with full, like above. And then we're going to add in two skeletons, one for the form input and the other one for the p tag underneath it. So the one covering the form input will be bg neutral 200, height of 6, margin bottom of 1, width of 24 pixels. And the other one, the p tag, will have class name bg neutral 200 as well, height of 4, width of 12. So we're just providing an estimation of the size of the form input and then the estimation of the size of the p tag. Awesome. So let's head back into our card modal. Now we can add in header. Make sure to grab it from /header, not the radix UI. And then the skeleton as well. Great. The header is going to need some props. So we need to provide card with list and provide card data in there. Great. Then next we're going to need to create the description. So let's add in that file, description.tsx here. For the card's description that is going to appear on our card modal, we're going to be using a form text area since the description can be a little bit long, and the larger text area will provide us more room than the text input for the user to modify and add to their description. So instead of rewriting this, since we've already rewritten forms over and over again, I'm going to go look for an instance where we use form text area, and it looks like we can use the card form here. And what we're going to do is copy the entire file and go back into our description here, paste it in, and we're going to go from top to bottom to remove all the things that we don't need from our card form in our description and anything extra that we need to add to our description. Let's go through it. First things first, we're going to remove forward ref and keyboard event handler from our React import statement here. We're also going to add in use state into here. Instead of this plus icon, we'll have a line left from Lucid React. Just move that up. Toast, use form, use event listener, use on click outside. We're not going to use params, so all of these we're going to end up using. Then let's see, we're going to need card with list, so import card with list from our schema. Form field, we'll need the text area. Form submit, we will need the skeleton, so let's just import that real quick. Skeleton, there we go. In our form schema here, we're going to exchange name for description. Make sure you don't import anything. We don't have a minimum value for it because it is instead optional. Great. Instead of interface card props, we're just going to have description props here. And we don't need all of this stuff in here. All we need is card with list being of type card with list. We can get rid of all of this forward ref stuff here. And this part as well. We're going to have this be from the types in our description props, and all we're going to extract from our props is card with list. Great. I think we have one extra parentheses down here that we're not going to need. Then instead of here, it is description for the default values. We're not going to use params here because we can just grab it from our card with forms. So we don't need the board ID here as well. Great. disable editing. We don't have that? I guess not, because we have to pass it in the old example. So we'll write a new disable function here, const disable editing, arrow set is editing, and we'll need to actually create that state. So below our form ref here, const is editing and set is editing is equal to use state, and set it initially to false. Great. While we're here, might as well add in our text area ref that we're going to need later on. Use ref HTML text area element and have it set initially to null. Great. And we'll also add in the description state so that we can store what the description is. Use state string and set it equal initially to card with list dot description, and if that doesn't exist, then empty string. Wonderful. So here on text area key down, we're not going to add it for the card modal, so hitting the enter key, we don't want to have that functionality for the text area. We're actually going to have a submit, so we're going to remove this. Great. Next, we're going to have to take a look at this create card mutation instead. We're going to need to do update card, and so here update card instead, and error when updating a card. We don't have board ID here. Instead, we're going to do board ID colon card with list dot board ID. Great. There's going to be a few more things added to the on success here. One of the things is setting is editing to be false. And in fact, we can actually use our disable editing function to do that. And we can do set description to be, and we're going to need to receive data back from our mutation here and parse it. We're going to provide data dot updated card dot find card. If the card ID matches card with list dot ID, then we'll grab its description. Otherwise, we'll return empty string. And we made a quick mistake here. This needs to be updated cards, and that'll clear up that error. We're going to quickly scroll down and deal with this on submit. So the first thing is, because we're editing in the card modal, remember, we're not going to have the pending card that appears when we add a card, so we don't need this. Next, we're going to remove our create card mutation here, because obviously we're updating the card with a new description. First thing that we're going to do is do a sanity check here. Form data dot description. We'll compare it, see if it's equal to our card with list dot description. If it is so, then we're just going to return. We're not going to trigger the update card mutation that we're going to add here. Great, and we need to provide some things here. We're going to do board ID is equal to card with list dot board ID. After that, we provide card ID to be card with list dot ID. Description, which will be form data dot description. List ID, which will be card with list dot ID, and name to be card with list dot name. Wonderful. And it shouldn't be mutation, it should be mutate. There we go. The last part is to change out our JSX here, so I think everything after the return I'm just going to get rid of. So all this bit here I'll cut and replace it. Let's start with our div here, class name, flex gap x of 3 items start width of full. Then we'll provide an icon here, the aligned left icon that we added in earlier. Class name, margin top of 0.5, size of 5, text neutral 700. And let me just hover over the icon so you can see what it looks like. So it's just a little like paragraph icon to indicate that this is where you can add an extended amount of text, thus befitting the description. Next, underneath here, we're going to provide a div, give it class name, width of full, a p tag inside of here, style the p tag, font, semi-bold, margin bottom of 2, text neutral 700 again. Inside the p tag, we'll provide description, which will be the header of this section. Then underneath this p tag, we're going to provide some curly braces here and provide some conditional rendering. If editing is true, then we'll have a form. And let's provide the values from our form that we grabbed from the React Hook Forms hook. And then we'll provide the form tag here, give it class name space y of 2, on submit to be form.handle, submit, on submit, and then we'll provide ref to be form ref. Great. And inside of this form tag, provide form field, control to be form.control. We'll have name be description. In the render, we're going to provide field here, and inside of here we'll have form text area. Give it the values of field, class name, margin top of 2, width of full, ID will be description, placeholder, add a description, and then ref will be text area ref. There it is. Great. And then outside of the form field, but still within the lowercase f form, provide a div here, class name flex gap x of 2, items center, provide the form submit, disabled will be equal to update card.is pending, and provide the label save. Then underneath the form submit here, we'll have button, provide on click to be disable editing. So we're just going to create a cancel button here, size of small, type is button, and variant will be ghost, and then provide the label of cancel. Great. So that's one part of our conditional render here. When we are not editing, then what we're going to show is a div. Give it a class name, bg neutral 200, font medium, min height of 78 pixels, padding in the horizontal direction of 3.5, padding in the vertical direction of 3, rounded medium, text small, and I'm actually going to push this to its own line because we're going to have a couple things for this div. And the next thing we're going to add is an on click, which will be enable editing, and then provide role be button. And it looks like I forgot to put in enable editing, so let's go back up, find where we did disabled editing. Let's do enable editing, and it's a function. Set is editing to be true. Set timeout. Text area ref dot current focus. Great. So we have that, and inside of this div, we'll be putting in our description. And if that doesn't exist, then we'll do add a description ellipses. Awesome. And one last thing before we leave our description, let's add in a description skeleton. So we'll just add that in, description skeleton, and it's going to be a bunch of JSX. And we'll have div class name, and we can just scroll up and grab it. This bunch, stick it in there, provide a skeleton, class name bg neutral 200, size of 6, then a div here, class name width of full, and another skeleton, class name bg neutral 200, height of 6, margin bottom of 2, width of 24, and another skeleton here, class name bg neutral 200 again, height of 78 pixels, and width of full to match that text area, and that should do it. Let's go back into our card modal index here and add in our 2 imports. Right, the description skeleton there. Oh, and we need our description. And did we not export this? Ah, this is card form still. We need this to be description. So then we can import this description. Great. And we need to provide some things to our description, which is card with list. So that'll be card data. Next off the list, let's deal with our actions component here. So inside of card modal here, we'll create a new file, actions.tsx. Then let's create the interface for our component, actions props. Inside of it, card with list. And we'll grab the card with list type from our schema. Then we'll do export const actions. And let's extract our card with list from our props. Give it its type from actions props. Then inside of this component, we'll do const query client is equal to use query client. We'll grab tRPC. Get use tRPC here. Then we're going to grab our card modal, and we'll use card modal here. So we'll grab all of our values from the hooks. Then we're going to create our mutations here, and that's going to be the point of the actions component here. It's going to have a series of buttons that when the user clicks on it, it'll trigger a series of mutations. So the first one will be delete card. Do this because we already have it. Mutation trpc.card.delete card. There we go. Dot mutation options on error. We'll have error here, and we'll provide a toast from Sonner. Failed to delete card. Description will be error.message. And then underneath here, we're going to have on success, which will have us do a toast success. Close button to be true. Description card deleted successfully. Then we'll do card modal dot on close, because obviously if we delete the card, then the card modal shouldn't exist anymore for that particular card. Then query client dot invalidate queries. You're just going to have it draw again from the database the full board data, which should include, or actually not include, the card that we just deleted. So we have tRPC dot pages dot board ID page dot query key board ID card with list dot board ID. Great. And now all I'm going to do is just actually copy this, and what I'm going to actually do after that I'm copying it, this is for copy card. So what am I going to change about this? I'm going to do copy card here. Failed to copy card. We're going to deal with this error in a second. Card copied. Well, the new card should appear, so we don't actually need a toast. The reason that we toast for the delete is just because it might not be readily apparent to the user that something was deleted. But when something is copying, something new appears. Personal preference, if you wanted to remove this toast, I wouldn't blame you. But I think in terms of design, it makes more sense. So here we can still have the on close, and we want to draw our data again. So we haven't done the copy card procedure, so let's jump into doing that. We're going back into tRPC, server routers, and our card to create our new copy card procedure. So here we're going to do copy card, colon, needs to be a protected procedure. Let's provide an input here, and we'll provide in z.object. And we only need to provide our card ID, z.string. Great. And then here we'll do a mutation, async. Let's grab our context and our input. And let's grab our card ID from our input. Then first let's grab card to copy, which is equal to await context.db.query.cardSchema.find first where equals card schema.id matches our card ID. And we're also going to need to grab some things with that. So we're going to do with list and with board. Last one, so we add true to the end of it. Then we need to validate card to copy exists. It's not undefined. If it is, then we throw new tRPC error, code not found, message requested card matching the provided ID not found. Great. Then we should also check card to copy.list.board.user ID. If it doesn't match our current user ID, then they're not allowed to copy the card. So we'll do throw new tRPC error. We'll provide the code of forbidden with the message user does not have access to the board. Now that we've done all of our sanity checks, let's get the cards in the list to determine the order of the new card. So const existing cards in list is equal to await context.db.query.cardSchema.find many order by card with an S descending, and then do descending cards.order, and then where equals card schema.list ID matches card to copy.list ID. Great, and then let's do our sanity check. Existing cards in list dot length is equal to 0. Well, then we have another issue. Throw new tRPC error. Code not found. I think that's probably the most applicable one. Message, no cards found in the list. And since if there's no cards in the list, I don't know why somehow we'd expect to copy the card in the list if there's no cards in the list. So some weird error that happened for that, but we need to check that edge case. We're going to do const last card is equal to existing cards in list at the 0th position. Since we're ordering it in descending order, then the first one would be the last card. Then we'll grab const new card ID is equal to UUID. Then we'll do try here, const, let's grab our card. And we're going to do a couple operations, so we'll wrap them all in a promise.all. And what we're going to have running in parallel is context.db.insert card schema, provide values, created at to be new date, ID to be new card ID, description will be card to copy dot description. And let me just put it above ID, so that's an ABC order. Oh, why isn't it ordering? There we go. List ID to be card to copy dot list ID. Order will be last card dot order +1. Name will be with backticks here. $ card to copy dot name. And we'll just add an extra here. Copy. And again, let me put this in ABC order. And then updated at will be new date. So we know that now was the last time that we updated this. Returning dot then cards arrow cards dot find card arrow card dot ID is equal to new card ID. Then the other operation that we're going to do, context.db.insert our board action schema, provide values, action is create, board component will be card, board component ID will be new card ID, board component name, and I can just copy this bit up here. There we go. Board ID will be card to copy dot list dot board ID, created at new date ID UUID, user ID to be context.user.id. Awesome. Let's do a sanity check. If for whatever reason card does not exist, well, something probably went wrong. So we'll throw new tRPC error and we'll provide a code. We'll just say not found, message card not found, and we'll just say after inserting into DB, and then we'll return our card here, and then after the try we'll do catch, and here we'll throw new tRPC error here, code internal server error, and message there was an issue copying the card. Great. And so, whoops, I clicked save before I added the comma. So now we've got that. Let's go back into our actions. You can see copy card has now not drawn an error. So let's continue on with our actions component here. Let's create two functions that will trigger our mutation. So we'll have onCopy is equal to a arrow function that calls card copy dot mutate, and we'll provide card ID to be card with list dot ID. Const on delete here, we'll do delete card dot mutate. And we'll provide in board ID to be card with list dot board ID. And we'll have card ID be card with list dot ID. Card name to be card with list dot name. And we'll have list ID be card with list dot ID. Awesome. Now on to the JSX. We'll first add the top level div, give it a class name, margin top of 2, space y of 2. Then inside of here we'll have a p tag, just create a quick header. So we'll provide class name, font, semi-bold, text extra small. Then inside of this p tag we'll provide actions. Then underneath here, we'll provide button. Let's grab it, our Shadcn button here. And it's going to have a couple things. We're going to have class name, justify, start with a full. We'll have disabled when copy card dot is pending, or delete card dot is pending. So we don't accidentally trigger a different mutation or the same mutation while one is already in flight. Then we'll have an on click here to be on delete. Size will be in line, which we'll create in a second. Variant will be destructive here. And then we'll provide a trash icon from Lucid React. And we'll provide class name, margin right of 2, size of 4. And we'll provide delete here. And then we just do the other button before we go and add in that size, class name. And honestly, it's pretty much the same. So I'm going to grab this and just add it in here. But this will be on copy. And this one will be gray. So we'll also have to add that in, and this one will be copy. It's up to you. I mean, in ABC order, we could add the copy above the delete, but, you know, I tend to find that delete happens a lot more than copy, so I usually put delete on top, but it's up to you. Whichever one you think works best. Let's jump into our button real quick to add in what we need here in size. So we're just going to provide inline here in the bottom, height of auto, px of 2, py of 1.5, text small. All right, and then let's add in a gray here, and it's going to be bg neutral 200, hover bg neutral 300, and then text secondary foreground. Cool. So now we can see no more issues in our actions component. And now let's quickly make our action skeleton. So export const actions skeleton. Let's provide that JSX. And it should be relatively simple. We'll have a div here, class name, margin top of 2, space y of 2. Then we'll have skeleton. Let's grab the Shadcn one, class name, bg neutral 200, height of 4, width of 20. Then we'll have another skeleton, class name, also bg neutral 200, h of 8, and width of full. And since we have two buttons, let's do the same thing again here. Awesome. Let's go back to our card modal here, and let's do our imports for the actions, and then the action skeleton. Awesome. And now we need to provide the same card with list, so I'll just copy this and put it in here. Awesome. Let's move on to the last part. So for activity, let's create a new file here. Create activity.tsx. We always start with our props, so interface, activity, props. It'll take three things: image, which will be string or null; name, which will be string or null; and lastly, our logs, which will be board action log here. And there'll be a lot of them, so an array. I just move that to ABC order. Export const activity. And let's grab our props, image, logs. Got to spell it right. Logs, name. And grab the type from activity props. And inside of here, just create a quick state. Show set show is equal to use state. Grab it from React. And then we'll immediately jump into the JSX. We'll have a div here, class name, flex, gap, x of 3 items, start width of full. Then we'll have another div inside of it with width of full. Then we're going to have another div here for the header. Class name, flex, items, center, margin bottom of 2. Then we're going to provide an activity icon from Lucid React. We'll give it a class name of margin right of 2, size of 5, text neutral 700. Then provide a p tag here for the actual header, class name, font, semi-bold, text, neutral 700. And we'll provide activity here. Let me just bring it to its own line. Easy to read. There we go. Now outside of, we have one more thing inside of our header here. Almost forgot it. Button. Let's grab our Shadcn button here. And there's going to be two things, and this is where we're going to have the toggle on click to expand or retract our activities. So we'll set show, and it'll be a toggle, so it'll just be the opposite of whatever show's current value is. And then we'll have variant be ghost, and the reason this error exists is because I did not set it initially to true, so it doesn't know that this thing is a Boolean. And then inside of the button, if we're currently showing, then we'll have chevron up icon from Lucid React, class name, size of 4. And if we're not showing, then we'll have chevron down icon, also size of 4. Great. Now we can actually depart the headers here. We'll have a div, class name with conditional rendering. So we'll have cn here. We'll have width full, and if we're hidden, it'll be for not show. Great. And then we'll have a scroll area here to hold all of our activities. And we'll give it a type, or sorry, a style. Class name, max height of 25 view height. Overflow y auto PR of 2. Then we'll have an ordered list tag here. Class name, margin top of 2, space y of 4. Then for each of our logs, we're going to have here an activity item. So we'll create that in a second. What we're going to provide to it is image to be image, key will be log.id. We'll provide the actual log, and then name will be name. So let me just bring this down to its own line so it's easier to see. Great. So let's go and create the activity item. So let's create a new file here, activity item.tsx. And so the interface for it looks pretty similar to our activity props. So let's add in items here. And let me just go back to our activity here, pretty much providing all of this in here. So we'll have that. Grab the logs. Awesome. And then export const activity item is equal to, and let's extract image, logs, and name. Give them their types, activity, item, props. And then open up the component here. We'll create a quick helper function here, generate log message, which will take in the log. Board action log is the type. And we'll extract from the log there the action, the board component, and the board component name. Grab that from log. And then we'll have a switch here, and based off of the action, case create return created $board component dot to lowercase, and then provide the name. So we'll just have in quotes here, $board component name. Remember to close out that quotes. Great. And then we're going to do the same for a lot of these. So we had create and update and delete. So that's 3 of them. So this one is now update, and this one is delete. And let me just move this so it's in ABC order. And then instead of created, it'll be deleted. This will be updated. And if for whatever reason, we'll have a default to catch if the action is somehow not one of those 3 values. So return did unknown action for, and let's just grab this chunk here. There we go. So that's how we'll handle that edge case. And then for the JSX, we'll have a list item tag here. Provide styles for it, flex, gap x of 2, items, center. And if image is not null, if it exists, so not equals null, then we'll provide avatar here. Class name, size of 8. And inside of the avatar, we will have the avatar image, which will be source, and that'll be the image here. And then we should provide the alt to be user avatar. And we should have a fallback, so avatar fallback here. And what it'll be is name, if it exists, the first letter. Otherwise, we'll just provide U for user. Great. And if the image does not exist, then we'll just provide null there. And then we'll have div here, provide class name, flex column, space y of 0.5. We'll have a p tag here, class name, text, muted foreground, text, small. We'll have a span inside of here, class name, font, semi-bold, text, neutral, 700. And inside of here, we'll have name, and then provide unknown user if name does not exist. And then after the span, we will provide generate log message, pass in log. And I've run an error because I accidentally wrote logs instead of log. So this should just be one log. So shouldn't have actually copied that. If we save this, what's wrong? Oh, items props. I don't know why I forgot that. There we go. Or actually, it should just be item. There we go. And underneath this p tag here, we're also going to provide the date. So class name, text, muted foreground, text extra small, format, new date, log.createdApp, and we'll provide that in month, day, year, at, hour, minute, and AM or PM. Great, let's see, what did I miss? Oh, this was supposed to be inside of, I believe. No, that's where it's supposed to be. What did I miss? Why is this too? Oh, it's because I grabbed the wrong format here. It's supposed to be from datefns. So let's see if we actually have it installed. Datefns. Ah, it is here. Okay, there we go. So I was wondering why there was an error there. No, it's because we need to use datefns. Cool. And let me provide the skeleton for the activity. Let's see here. Why is this wrong? Oh, we need to import this. There we go. And this is supposed to be log, not lop. There we go. A lot of typos. I apologize. Cool. So now for the skeleton for our activity. Pretty simple like the others. Export const activity skeleton. And we're going to provide a div here. Class name. Let me just scroll up to grab it. This one. Here. And then we'll have a skeleton. Class name, BG neutral 200. Height of size of 6 here. Then we're going to provide another div here, class name, width of full. Then provide another skeleton, class name, BG neutral 200, 200, not 300. Height of 6, margin bottom of 2, width of 24. And then provide another skeleton, class name, BG neutral 200, 200, height of 10, width of full. Great. And let's get this imported. Great. And skeleton, did I not export it? No, it is exported. Oh, actions, not activity. There we go. Activity skeleton. So now we should be able to grab that. There we go. And activity does take in image, which will be image, and logs, which will be card data dot logs, I believe. Nope, it'll be just logs. And name will be name. Nope, it's not logs, name. My goodness, thank God that we are finished with our card modal before I make another typo. Let me just close this out here. And let me just move these in ABC order. Looks good there. UV, there we go. And looks like our card modal is done. Now we want to be able to make sure that our card modal is opened. So usually this is the reason I put them in the providers. This is where I can put the card modal, and for whatever reason, if I need to pop up the modal from anywhere, I can just provide it here and I can access it from anywhere in the application. We really only use it in the board ID page, but by putting it in our provider here. We can open it up anywhere. So I logged back in. We're back in our board here. And let's see here. If I click, it does not do anything. So that means that we have to go back into our card item here and add in the way to open up our card modal. So at the top here, we're going to provide const on open, and we're going to grab our use card modal hook here. Great. Then down here to this div, we're going to provide an on click here, and it'll trigger our on open. We'll provide card with list, image, logs, and user name. How did I import that? Just name. So we'll provide that name there. Awesome. And here we don't want to pass in all of our logs. We're going to just filter so that we can grab the logs that are relevant to this particular card. So we'll do log here, log dot component ID here, board component ID. If it matches card with list dot ID, then it's included. Great. And so now if we open up test card 1 here, then we open it up and we can see our beautiful card modal, in my opinion. It actually looks like we forgot an icon inside of our actions here. So let me just add it real quick. We'll just add in copy icon from Lucid React. Class name, margin right of 2, size of 4. So there we go. Now it both looks the same. And let me just test this out real quick with test card 2 here. If we delete it, great, it's gone. Test card 4, we'll hit copy, and we can see that we have the test card 4 copy. Wonderful job, everyone. So we basically have the fundamental foundations for a full Kanban app. We have all of our drag and drop. We have the operations that we need within this. We can also remove this and do 5, and you can see there updated to test card 5. We can add in a little description here. Hello world. If I spelled it right, there we go. Save, and we'll have hello world here. This is why the logs are important, because I can see here that we updated the name properly to 5, but when we updated the description, we reset our header to the old name. And one of the reasons for that is very likely if we look inside of our header here, right? The value that it's currently using, card with list, does not get updated until we close the modal and then open it back up again, right? And so if we were to change this to 5, right, we hit enter, it gets changed. You can see that update there, right? If we close it and open it up again, we have test card 5. But if we change this to hello world, and I just noticed another bug there within the description to just exclamation point, that should change it, right? We hit save, and let me see here, actually it didn't change it. Weird. That was a bug that was recorded. But anyways, you know, there's some bugs to be fixed here. I can definitely go back in an upgrade if people request it in the comments down below. Seems like a little bit of homework if you can do it on your own to debug all of this, but I think that I've successfully given you a really good framework in terms of the UI, the back end. You're like basically 99% of the way there. Definitely request it in the comments down below. Probably a very, limited amount of people, and it's a major kudos to you if you make it to this part of the video, actually finish one of these walkthroughs. And so, take it as a badge of honor if you actually get to this point, and request in the comments down below, because if you do make it to this point, I will definitely create a follow-up video that will fix all of these minor issues, because I know that I fixed them for my live production app. It definitely doesn't have this behavior, but in my practice code that I had to rewrite from the production code that I have, obviously has some minor issues, but I think that all of them relatively easy to fix. So anyways, We have a couple of house cleaning stuff, but for this part, we have finished all of the major front end, the Kanban board, all the activities is working as we, again, 99% expect, and I'm happy to take a look at it again in an upgrade. Comment down below if you're interested in that, and let's move on.